It's time to go racing then for the penultimate round of the 2025 season of the Ultimate Karting Championship. You join us here in the northeast of the UK, here in Sunderland, and here at Warden Law. My name is Zach Sweeney. I'm back after missing Rowra, and I'm absolutely excited to get our racing underway, of course, for this weekend's action. I'm all by myself in this commentary box here, and yeah, we're missing Kev Harris. He's not going to be with us this weekend, so all by myself. So you're just going to be hearing my voice over the course of today. That's actually a lie. We're going to have Martin doing the presenting, so he's going to be the new Kev Harris for this weekend. But we'll hear from Kev actually in a minute, because while he's over in Laguna Seca, he's actually up to some very exciting stuff. So very much looking forward to getting, of course, the racing underway, and yeah, looking forward to what could be a very exciting penultimate round of the 2025 campaign. It's a pretty nice day out here. Obviously, still quite breezy, quite chill for the moment, but we are still early in the morning. And there's going to be the circuit we're racing around, Warden Law, which is of course a fantastic circuit in its own right, and with plenty of undulation, plenty of opportunity for overtaking as well. It really is a driver's challenge with just 1,200 meters in length. It is quite a long one, but these drivers still do it in just shy of 50 seconds. It is a very, very fast circuit, and should be some very, very fast racing to go with it. First up, of course, for the day will be the junior Rotaxes, and in terms of the championship for the junior Rotaxes, it's been very much the 246, the world champion of Jacob Ashcroft, who has very much been the talk of the town. He's on a bit of a win streak at the moment. He's just taken the last 5 victories of competition. He started this streak back at race 2 in Dunkswell. He's not lost a race since. In fact, he's only ever been outside of the top 2 on one occasion, and that was that changeable weather final at Lark Hall. Let's actually, though, while we're waiting for some on-track action, let's hear what Kev Harris has been up to over in America.
Well, hello to all of the UKC racers competing in round 5 up at Warden Law this weekend. Apologies from me, Kev Harris. I'm not going to be with you for the live stream and the commentary, because I'm here at Laguna Seca at the Rolex Monterey Motorsport Reunion, where I'm hosting the live stream, and they're celebrating 75 years of Formula One, and what a place to be stood if you're a young kart driver right now. We've got a 2025 Max Verstappen Red Bull car there, and I'm in front of a 2024 Lewis Hamilton and George Russell Mercedes that's sitting in here. How about that? That's the cockpit that those guys have sat in, and then it goes all the way back, showing your cars back to about 1980 at the bottom end over there. It's a really phenomenal event, but I am sorry not to be with all you guys at the karting this weekend. I will be back, though, for the final round in October, round 6. So best of luck to all of you racing, and if you want to follow any of this, just search the internet for the Rolex Monterey Motorsport Reunion. See ya.
Always good to hear from Kev. He is very much missed. I've not seen him for a while, actually, because I wasn't at Rowra, and now he's not here at Warden Law, so we'll have to have a catch-up at PFI. So very much looking forward to getting this race underway. And yeah, he's very much a busy man over in Laguna Seca. Let's take another look, though, with the road to podium.
Well, it all starts on a Saturday morning with time qualifying, which will determine your start position for the heat races. And it's those heat races that are up next, and all drivers will take part in a minimum of 2 heat races, where you can gain championship points and determine your start position for the Super Heat. The Super Heat comes next then, and it's from here that you will gain even more championship points, and it's the results from the qualifying heats and this Super Heat that will determine your start position for the Super Final. But new for 2025, and in classes of over 34 drivers, the top 30 will automatically qualify for the Super Final. The rest will go into the repechage, with the top 4 getting promoted to that Super Final. We will then have the top 34 drivers who will be competing in the Super Final to gain championship points and determine their finish position. And if you finish in the top 3, then you'll be on the podium come Sunday night, picking up the prizes and the trophy. So there it is then, through the time qualifying, the heat races, the Super Heat, and maybe the repechage and the Super Final. That is your road to the podium.
He's here in spirit, is Kev Harris. As you can see, drivers are getting themselves ready for the first Super Heat of the day. Of course, we kick things off with the junior Rotax, and like I was saying, it's Jacob Ashcroft that leads the way in the championship. He has got 126 points in favour of Matteo Palazzo, and I've just worked out the most points you can earn for a weekend is 157. So it is possible Jacob Ashcroft could well be crowned champion of the junior Rotax this weekend if all goes well. Of course, it's motorsport, and might not always be the case. A big hello and welcome, though. If you are now just joining us, you're probably joining us at just the right time, because we're about to get underway for the first Super Heat of the day. It's Junior Rotax Super Heat B. Excited then to get the day's action underway. The Junior Rotax always does deliver. Let's run you through the grid for Super Heat B. It will be Kai Clark on pole position, alongside him Charlie Wolfett, with Matteo Palazzo looking to gain some points in the championship alongside Joshua Smith in row number 2. Behind that, Blair Smith alongside Finley Buck from Lewis Sumner, and Luca Holmes-Ballock inside the top 10 in P8. Thomas Jackson from Jake Graffiti, the top 10, with John Buchan and Lloyd Palmer sharing the 6th row. Behind that, it's Alex Lynn and Riley Morgan who share row number 7, and behind that, the top 15 goes the way of Joseph Mills and Cody LePetrel, joining him on row number 8. Alex Goodson from Max Colbert, behind that, Jacob Jack and Henry James, the top 20 drivers in this grid. Scott McDowell from Ed Spain and Bella McConneville as well, the 23rd and final driver to take to the grid. They're making their way around, of course, on their formation lap. They'll get their tyres up to temperature. They'll then get themselves into that formation 2 by 2. To get what will be 10 minutes plus the lap underway. Like I say, for the first race of the day, and look out for Kai Clark. He's been very, very impressive over the last couple of months. In fact, joined Jacob Ashcroft at the RMC International Trophy, where he took P3 in the final. It was the 246 that, of course, took the victory. Nonetheless, we go racing. We don't. It's a false start, as you can see with the chevron flag. So they're going to go round again. It gives the drivers a good eye in for the circuit, get those tyres nicely up to temperature, and then get this race underway. Like I was saying, big hello and welcome to everyone that's now just joining us. Whether you are in the paddock, I mean, you know, I'm on the PAs this weekend, so that's great. And then also, obviously, with the broadcast and things as well. Big hello and welcome to everyone that's cheering on drivers at home, and let us know your thoughts, feelings, queries, questions. Of course, joining us on either the UKC or the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Make sure, of course, you're keeping us up to date with your thoughts throughout the day. I'm all by myself in the comment box. So give me something, guys. It's always good to hear what you guys think at home. Let us know who you're cheering for, who you're supporting, and your thoughts throughout each of the races today. It's a very busy schedule, as it always is for the UKC, and I'm very looking forward to getting this race underway. Quick reminder, of course, it'll be the 67 of Kai Clark alongside Charlie Wolfett. He's in the 95, maybe trying to channel some of that Lightning McQueen energy to start this race. Going very slowly, rolling their way around the final couple of corners. A hairpin bend to kick things off, and then controlling the pace is the 67. The green flag will wave, and we'll go racing for round number 5 of the Ultimate Karting Championship. And towards turn number 1, a quick look over the shoulder, and the 67 seems to be safe. A couple of moves being made in the background in the fight for third as they make their way through the very twisty section up the hill towards the right-hander, and they're going to make their way through that quite nicely now as well. Use all of the curb as you make your way through. Try and make that as straight a line as possible. The fight for the lead, though, still is boiling down. Matteo Palazzo has been able to pick his way through up into second. Not been the start, though, at all for Charlie Wolfett on the front row. He's been tipped by the 45 of Blair Smith as well. They make their way into the Dunlop chicane. A quick right-left, right again as you make your way onto the back straight. Flat out completely all the way into the downhill braking zone. A good overtaking opportunity heading into Gasworks Bend as the track once again dips away from you, and Kai Clark still able to control the pace towards the front of the field. Not really been too many movers throughout the rest of the pack. I'm sure a couple of people will be making some moves very, very shortly. The first lap then in the books, and it's Kai Clark from Matteo Palazzo, Charlie Wolfett and Blair Smith at the top 4. Finley Buck just in behind that as well. Remember, he had a sensational race at Dunkswell. Really was able to capitalise with the final. Got up and under Matteo Palazzo and Jacob Ashcroft, who were too busy fighting each other. Finley Buck was then able to capitalise himself. So look out for the 31 over the duration of today. Still got 8 minutes and 38 seconds left to go in this race. And once again, through the Dunlop chicane, the right, left, right, onto the back straight where the exit is all important, and the slipstream definitely is going to be felt. And there's a move to the inside. Finley Buck, speaking of him, makes the dive on the 45 of Blair Smith. That could well open the door for the 38 of Lewis Sumner to try and find a way through as well. Still plenty of time in this race, so don't need to be in too much of a hurry. The key thing is just getting your way into the final. Those towards the back end will be fighting to stay out of the repechage, trying to get their ticket straight into the final and not have to go through the very brutal top 4 only promotion of the repechage, but sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles. So those towards the back end of the field will be very much looking to fight their way forward and maximise their points, or both for the championship and then obviously to get their way into the super final at the end of the day. Kai Clark leads just over a quarter of a second or so, back car length back to Matteo Palazzo, who has been really, really impressive this season. A bit more luck has gone his way. We could have a really close battle for the championship. He's had some very standout moves as well in a battle with the world champion. Last time I was here at Dunkswell, I'm sure it was the case at Raura for Palazzo, who, just looking as well, did not have a good time in the final. It was a P29 going the way of the 16. So, yeah, while Ashcroft was continuing his win streak, he's taken 5. We'll see him in a few moments' time in the Super Heat A. Kai Clark looking over his shoulder quite a lot, trying to assess the situation from the 16 just in behind, just sort of seeing, gauging what it's like. Is he a threat at the moment? Got to be very careful, obviously, not to focus too much on what's going on behind you, that you lose focus of what's going on in front of you, the driving. The race is only going to be in front of him. For Kai Clark, he needs to be using that clear track in front of him to try and build a bit of a gap. It's pretty equidistant through the rest of the field. A couple of people that are quite close, but no one really close enough to really go for any meaningful dive. It's all about staying nice and close. There is a black and white flag out there for the 64 of Scott McDowell. Could well be for contact or track limits or something or other. There we are following the fight for the lead. The 67 very closely followed by the 16. So the white overalls, that's Kai Clark. Just in behind the darker overalls is the 16 and Matteo Palazzo. The cuts themselves very similarly liveried, but the orange helmet is the one of Matteo Palazzo. He's the one chasing, trying to find his way through. He definitely knows a thing or two about racecraft. The pair of them are pulling away from Charlie Wolfert, so I do wonder if they are going to maybe work together, at least for a couple of laps or so, just to try and pull a bit away from Charlie Wolfert. In fact, the last time through, Wolfert was actually matched with Palazzo. Both of them just 1/100th of a second quicker than Kai Clark. Another lap ticked off in the books, and still 5.5 minutes left to go, so plenty of racing action still to unfold, and I think we still have got a decent fight for the lead on our hands. Of course, the better you do in the super heats, not only do you score more championship points, you still score 40 points for a super heat win, which is different to 36 for the heats that they did yesterday. So you're scoring more in the championship, but then also you're giving yourself points for the grid in the final. It's not done on qualifying. The final race of the day, the better you do in the heats and in the super heats, you're going to be starting further forward, and that's always going to be giving you a lot of favours. P1 and P2, of course, separated not by very much at all. Matteo Palazzo will be looking at that rear end of the 67 of Kai Clark. Will be wanting to put it behind him as soon as possible. There you can see all the team cheering them on, waving their hands frantically, trying to get the message across to the drivers to get a bit of a hurry on. But that 16 has definitely closed the gap. Last time by was the fastest lap of the race for Matteo Palazzo, a 50.76 going the way of the 16, and I think Kai Clark might have reason to be looking over his shoulder very, very shortly. Don't forget, of course, it's 4.5 minutes plus the lap, so when that timer ticks 0, that's not the final lap of the race. They get one more tick through. Look over the shoulder into Gasworks Bend, of course, a heavy braking zone down the hill, so going with gravity, which usually should open the door for a couple of sends up the inside because you're on the brakes for just that little bit longer, but doesn't seem the 16 has got the, whether it's a can't or won't, I can't quite figure out yet. He seems to be quite close. I'm sure maybe towards the end of the race we'll see if he has got the aggression and got the ability to find a way through to take the race victory. Pretty tame start to the day. A couple of moves being made for the rest of the field. Matt Colbert has been able to make up 3 places over the last few laps. The Dan Horner racing machine, the 254, he's on the fringe of a top 10 as things stand. Once again through the chicane, like I say, it's just a case of trying to put your foot to the floor as quickly and as effectively as possible. Contact warning coming in for the 228. That's Luca Holmes-Ballack, who started in, what was P8? He's still P8, not really had any moves. On the back of John Buchan, who has made some moves forward as well. Bless Smith has dropped back a few places. We saw the 45 initially make some good moves forward and then unfortunately dropped down just a couple of positions. Hello and welcome, of course, like I say, to everyone into the YouTube chat. Don't be shy to let us know what you're feeling. That's the 38. That's Lewis Sumner, who has pulled his way to the edge of the circuit. That could well bring out, I think, yeah, some yellow flags, definitely. Just as a warning, he started P7, was running quite well, and for whatever reason is now out of the Super Heat. And he's got to be careful as well, because an issue now could well see him into the repechage a little bit later on, where he has to deliver. And even if you get yourself into the top 4, you're only scraping the barrel to get yourself onto the final 4 places of the grid. Look to the inside there, the 45 of Blair Smith finds his way through very nicely on the 228 there of Lucas Holm-Ballock, who is now demoted into 8th place. They all got promoted to place because of Lewis Sumner's incident. So this battle is raging on, but between a good few karts actually. Blair Smith is the one leading it in P7, trying to chase on to the back of John Buchan and Joshua Smith, who are fighting themselves for P5. Just under 2 minutes left to go in this race. There you can see that battle for P5. It's the 15 of Smith, just in behind that the 13 of John Buchan. Kai Clark still leads, just looking, trying to follow the race towards the front as well. 45 of Blair Smith has to go defensive, nip up the inside there nicely from the 89 machine. That's going to be Cody Lepretrell, who's been making some places, nicely moving his way forward, and a good eye to the inside there through the hairpin gasworks corner. Not too bad going at all. Minute and 20 seconds going to translate into 3 more laps of this race, and defensive in towards turn number 1 there goes one of the drivers. Could well have been Lepretrell potentially. Nonetheless, it's not really a corner that you typically have to go defensive for, but thinking that the run out of the final corner was that good for the driver behind that they thought they needed to. You have got to be careful as well with packs like these that you don't get that drop down penalty. If you make contact to the rear end of the car in front and it drops your nose cone down, you get yourself a 5-second automatic time penalty added on at the end of the race. And with packs as close as these, you've really got to be careful, because that could lose you up to 5 or 6 positions at a time, maybe sometimes even more if you're not overly careful. 40 seconds on the clock. Like I say, going to be 2 laps at the line. Depends, of course, as to when Kai Clark crosses it, which of course he broke the beam a little while ago. We're following the pack a little bit further behind inside the top 10. Charlie Wolfert at the moment is the one with the fast lap of the race. Went a little bit quicker than Matteo Palazzo that last time by, so is slowly chipping away. There you can see our 2 leaders, the 67 from the 16. The white overalls is the leader, that's Kai Clark. Just in behind that, Matteo Palazzo, who's been looking at that rear end for the best part of 10 minutes now and wants to find a way through. Is running out of opportunities to do so. Next time by will be the final lap of the first race of the day. It's now or never really if Palazzo wants to win this race. Of course it is, I say, just the Super Heat. You still want to win as many races as possible, but it's not a do or die moment. It's not like it's for the big trophy in the finals. But on to the final lap then of the first race of the day here at Warden Law, which of course is a fantastic circuit here in the northeast of England. Definitely a driver's favourite. I know, looking at your YouTube comments, it's definitely a fan favourite as well. Could well be one of my favourites by the end of the day, I'm sure. Kai Clark able to bridge just that little bit of a gap. However goes, no, not too bad actually. I thought he was going to run a little bit wide there, but relative to Matteo Palazzo, was able to keep the gap pretty decent as they make their way through the Dunlop chicane onto the back straight. Quick look over the shoulder. He most definitely is safe. It's going to be a very good victory then for Kai Clark. He's a little bit further down in the championship. He missed a few rounds from Larkpool all the way to Rowrep, but let's kick things off. Checker flag will wave. Kai Clark will take the victory. Another one in 2025 for Kai Clark. That takes his 4th victory in the UKC in 2025. Matteo Palazzo and Charlie Wolfert will join him on the podium. We'll run you through the full results in a few moments' time, but yeah, pretty tame race to start the day, as all of the drivers will immediately funnel their way back into the Parc Fermé area. There is our race winner, Kai Clark. What a race that was. And even though that Matteo Palazzo wasn't really able to put too much of a challenge onto the rear end, he did still drive very maturely to manage the gap as best as he did. Looking over his shoulder, didn't, defend nothing. And that consistency as well, didn't really put a foot wrong despite the fact he had Plateau very much charging behind him. There's Lewis Sumner, I think, walking his way back into, or back to his cart, and, well, eventually back to the paddock as well. It's not been the race that he would have wanted at all. I'm sure incredibly disappointed. Not really much that he could have done. By the looks, it just seems to be a technical failure on the cart, so that's going to be something they have to look at, get hopefully sorted for later on in the day, whether it's the repechage or whether it's going to be straight into the Super Final. Next up, of course, will be Junior Rotax Super Heat A. We'll run you through the results, of course, of this one as soon as we can. But I can promise you it was Kai Clark that took the victory from Matteo Plateau and Charlie Wolfert, who did put the fast lap of the race in, but wasn't quite up to scratch to stay with the top two. I think the slipstream very much in favour of Kai Clark and Matteo Plateau, who round up 1 and 2. Charlie Wolfert, Finley Buck, Joshua Smith, the top 5, with John Buchan not quite able to tip him into the top 5. Luca Holmes-Ballick from Blair Smith in the fight for P7. Alex Lynn and Cody Leputrell, who worked his way nicely into the top 10. Alex Goodson from Lloyd Palmer, then comes Max Colbert and Thomas Jackson. Riley Morgan will round out the top 15 from Jake Grafferty and Joseph Mills. Jacob Jack, Scott McDowell and Henry James will be the top 20 drivers that cross the line. Behind that, Ed Spain, Belly McConville and Lewis Sumner, our lone DNF from the first race of the day. Junior Rotax Super Heat B in the books. We will see more, of course, from the Junior Rotax. They'll be out next for the Super Heat A, and that will be where we see the world champion. We've got just under 8 minutes until we get the next race underway, so we've got a little bit of time just to chill and chat about things. Hope everyone at home is doing well. Can see a couple of people cheering on from pretty much every walk of the world, really. We have a very international audience for the UKC, which is always great to see. And I hope everyone in the paddock as well is having a fantastic day. It seems to be quite a sunny one, which is nice as we are in the middle of August. It's been a pretty up and down one in terms of weather in the UKC. We had Larkhall, we had Dunkswell back to back. Both in the north of the UK, then straight down to Devonshire, and we had pretty much the same weather both. Cheering on some Albi Lapper fans. He'll be starting P4 in the next race, and he's at the moment at P3 in the championship. And good news as well for Albi Lapper. Recently, one of the biggest racing events in the UK, the Cutmasters GP. Happened, of course, a couple of weeks ago. And what a weekend it was. Albi Lapper, by the way, was the one that was able to take the GP plate for Junior Rotax, and is coming into this, I'm sure, with a ton of confidence now wielding the plate, and with it, of course, knowing that he's been able to fend off some incredibly competitive drivers. Some other ones that we had, Eli Baden was up there in P3 as well, so on the podium at Car Masters, not bad going at all. And of course, Albi Lapper being cheered on at home by his grandparents from Barbara Lapper. And yeah, they've been watching along from very exotic places at home at some points as the Albi Lapper fan group. But always good to see these young drivers getting their support. Of course, a lot of these drivers are going to be going on to some very big things throughout the rest of their career. You can definitely tell they've got a lot of talent, and the UKC, of course, giving them that platform to grow and learn and nurture their craft. You can see a lot of preparation still being made for the next race of the day, which, like I say, will be Junior Rotax Super Heat A. And again, just a quick reminder as to the championship situation for Junior Rotax. So coming into this round, Jacob Ashcroft leads Matteo Plateau by 26 points in the championship. And the most you can score per weekend, I will obviously confirm, but the way I see it is it's 157 points per weekend. So if he is able to get that gap up to that ahead of the final round at PFI, it could well be Jacob Ashcroft taking the championship. Albi Lapper will be in P3. He's not too far away, actually, from Matteo Plateau, just 11 points between the pair of them. Lewis Sumner was in P4 in the championship. However, with that DNF, we'll be losing a ton of points, especially with Finley Buck taking a P4. Could well swap those two positions around. Charlie Wolfert in 6th, Daniel Kilpatrick, Zach Starbuck, John Buchan and Riley Bishop were the top 10 in the Junior Rotax Championship. So is still very competitive throughout, and all of these drivers will be fighting over the course of the next 2 rounds in order to make the most of the 2025 season. It's absolutely flown by, to be honest. Feels like only yesterday we were at Walton Mill for the first round of this season. Guess that's the good thing about having roughly around a month. It's a very quick turnaround. You go home, you rest up, and of course for a lot of these drivers, they've got a lot on their plate. A lot of them, of course, with school and things. I know it's the summer holidays, so they've got a little bit of a break away from that. But they've got countless other championships. A lot of them, like I say, racing in Europe. You've got the likes of Kean Geraghty in the seniors who does car racing. Rachel Robertson as well, who races radicals. So a lot of these guys are very, very busy outside of the UKC, and yeah, definitely fills up the calendar. They've got a lot on their plate in terms of the racing action, but definitely keeps them busy. Gives them plenty of experience for refining their craft, which of course for a lot of these drivers, especially the minis and the micros, is invaluable experience as they learn and grow in the world of motorsport. Maybe we could see them making their way into sports car racing or single seaters or something in the future. So if you are watching along and you've got your eye on someone that you think is absolute quality, definitely keep an eye on them as the years go on. You might well see their name in the likes of GB4, GB3. Maybe one day onto the main stage, of course, on the ladder towards Formula One. This, of course, is where it all starts. It's where a lot of people started, and where some big names actually have come through. The likes of Steve Alvarez-Brown, Super GT, of course, was racing at the Nürburgring this weekend. Got another P2, I think his 5th P2 in a row at the Nürburgring. One of which, of course, being at the Nürburgring 24-hour. He used to race in the UKC with a quadrant entry, and yeah, did very, very well, and always nice to see him. I spoke to him not too long ago, actually, and definitely he said how much he misses being in the UKC paddock and just how amazing it was to be a part of this, and the level of competition that was here as well is incredibly high. So definitely only had good things to say about it, and definitely misses being here. I did tell him when's the next time he's going to be getting into a car and coming down for giving these guys a bit of a race, especially now with all of his GT4 experience. Shouldn't be too much longer until we get the next race underway. Junior Rotax Super Heat A, of course. We've just ticked off the first one. It was Kai Clark and Matteo Platzer that took P1 and P2 honours respectively, and it was a very locked battle. There wasn't really much going on in terms of side-by-side action, but the tension definitely was there all the way throughout. You can see a lot of comments coming in on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, which is always good to see. See Daniel Minto getting some cheers from Mum and Millie. Jacob Ashcroft fans in the YouTube chat as well. He'll be out on track in not too long. He'll be starting from pole position, actually. Surprise, surprise. What we'll do, ladies and gentlemen, we've got the Junior Rotax Super Heat A coming up very, very shortly. We'll have the very lovely video package coming up in a few moments' time. But yeah, gearing ourselves up for Jacob Ashcroft and Louis Radcliffe on pole position. It's time for Junior Rotax Super Heat A. Well, it is time then for the second race of the day. It'll be Jacob Ashcroft starting on pole position. Alongside him, Louis Radcliffe with Ryan Gandor, and Albie Lapper, of course, now wielding the GP plate, starting this race on the second row of the grid. Behind that, of course, it's the third row of the grid. It'll be Daniel Kilpatrick alongside Rory Armstrong, so keep an eye out for the two LN Kart chassis machines as they work their way forward. Eli Baden, of course, who took P3 at Kart Masters, will start this race from P7 with Finley Smith alongside him in 8th. Behind that, Lucas Howland, Sebastian Clark, the top 10, with Leon Hasty, of course, who took that home victory at Lark Hall a couple of months ago, will be alongside Alfie McBain on row number 6. Riley Bishop from Sam Mott on row number 7, ahead of Daniel Minto, who's got the cheers in the YouTube chat from Thomas Harper in P16. Longman Wilcox, Connor Large in P18 from Blair Smith, and Luke Sawyers in 20th from Kieran Stewart, Molly Misen and Maya Simpson, the 23rd and final driver to be taking to the grid. Once again, it'll be 10 minutes plus the lap. Still myself, Zach Sweeney, all by myself in the commentary box to talk you through all of the racing action here at Warden Law, and so far, so good. Like I said, it's a good day. People are feeling good. No threat of rain at all. Touch wood, of course. We don't know what can happen. It looks to be okay, though. I don't think we're going to be having any trouble from the weather. So it should be some fairly straightforward affairs for each of these drivers. Definitely the last two rounds that I've been here, round number 2 and 3, Lark Hall and Dunkswell, were very changeable. Nonetheless, we've finally got karts out there on circuit then for their formation lap. So like I say, it'll be Jacob Ashcroft, Louis Radcliffe alongside each other on that front row, and very much looking forward to getting this race underway. Louis Radcliffe, by the way, up there on the front row, only recently has really started to get into a bit of a swing of things. This track seems to be playing well to him. He wasn't inside the top 5 at all season until yesterday, where he took P3 and P4 respectively for the 82. So nice to see that he's at final cylinders. It was his best result in a final up until this point was a P12, and that was all the way back at Wilton Mills. So maybe fortunes can change. That is a piece of bodywork that should probably be attached to a car, I'd imagine, that isn't. So that's going to have to be recovered as soon as possible. Zooming straight in on that, yeah, something has come off, and I don't know what part of the car that is. Probably a bit of bodywork that, like I say, probably should be attached. They're making their way around the final corner. I'll be interested to see if this gets underway. The green flag will wave, and we will go racing. 10 minutes, of course, plus the lap, and Jacob Ashcroft will lead us in towards turn number 1. Side by side as well as the GP plate. Albie Lapper picks his way through from 3rd into 2nd. Picking up some grass there, one of the carts as well. Got to be very careful on the ascent up the hill now through the right and left, as Ashcroft still leads, though, followed by Albie Lapper, who, like I say, is going to be filled with confidence. Has to go defensive, though, as the 24 of Ryan Gandor tries to pick a way through and does indeed find his way through on the Tony Kart machine. So Albie Lapper dropped back to 3rd place. In behind that is the 20th, Daniel Kilpatrick. He's worked his way up a couple of places, really capitalised in the early part, and that's allowed Jacob Ashcroft to get released out in front. The 24, though, has to go defensive. That's Ryan Gandor. And meanwhile, all that's doing is allowing Ashcroft to build as big of a gap as possible, which is going to be invaluable to extend that win streak. It'll be 6 in a row in 9 minutes plus the lap if he's able to hang on. Albie Lapper then still there in 3rd. Ashcroft leads from Gandor. Lapper, like I say, Kilpatrick up a couple of places. Nicely done as Rory Armstrong rounds up the top 5. There's Rory Armstrong himself going for a bit of a flight over the curb, picking up that front end very much so in his pursuit to find his way up in a 4th place. That could have been nasty if he nipped it at the wrong point. But able to land on all 4 wheels, all good. Out once again of the hairpin and towards the Dunlop chicane. All about the exit, all about putting that power down. The number 20, that's Daniel Kilpatrick, finds a way through on the 24, Ryan Gandor, nicely done. Albie Lapper as well, there's a spinner for the 14, Alfie McBain. Not at all where you need to be going round. There's so many carts and he's got to wait. Is he still able to continue on in this race? I think so. Another lap in the books then. Albie Lapper gets his way ahead of Ryan Gandor. So too Daniel Kilpatrick. So not the lap at all the 24 would have wanted. Once again at the top of the hill, all the way round, back into the infield section. Through the left, you bring it back up. Quick look over the shoulder there for the 24 of Ryan Gandor, and well, he needed to defend that a little bit harder. The 266 of Rory Armstrong picks his way through, and Ryan Gandor was up in 2nd that place not too long ago, now all the way down in 5th place. Finley Smith as well eyeing up. That's the the light blue and the orange and the yellow and the white 34 carts just in behind this pack with the dark overalls on, trying to chase down the oh my goodness me, what's happening here? A little bit further back, that's the 19. That's Lucas Howe. This is the fight for what is 15th place. That got very argy-bargy for a moment there. A little bit further back. Took me a second to realise what was going on. There was a car up in the air, and a full course yellow, I think, could well be in effect, or double wave yellows, I should say, out in effect. Green flag, of course, through the rest of the circuit. The 24 of Ryan Gandor, once again, picking up some dirt. So people have got to be very careful here. It can be very easy to pick up a puncture if you go off the circuit at the wrong point, and the tyre is very limited. You only get 1 set usually for the weekend. You don't want to be doing that by any means. Switch back there, very nicely done from the 34 of Finley Smith on Ryan Gandor, capitalising on some dirty tyres and maybe an out-of-rhythm driver. Side by side as well, the 266 of Rory Armstrong sends the move to the inside of Daniel Kilpatrick, finds his way through now into 3rd place. Very nicely done there with Dan Holland Racing Machine. Of course, the 2 teammates in the LN Kart chassis looking very, very strong. Another lap in the books. Ashcroft leads Lapper from now Rory Armstrong, Daniel Kilpatrick and the 34 of Finley Smith. Leon Hasty has worked his way through from 11th place on the O-plate to now 6th. So slowly but surely carving his way through, and like I say, did take that victory. It was initially, I think, Jared Fox-Whiteley, but maybe a penalty back at Larkhall. Was initially 16th place to the win for Fox-Whiteley, but Hasty was there, held off Palazzo and took the victory in the end at his home circuit, of course, a couple of months ago. What a weekend that was, and looking to replicate some of that success here at Warden Law as well. Contact warning coming in for the 24, Ryan Gandor, who has tumbled down 5 places now since his peak of P2. Now to 7th, and to add with it a contact warning as well. Really rubbing salt in the wound there. Now through the final corner once more. Ryan Gandor was able to work his way back through Leon Hasty. So the O-plate was a momentary switch there for Hasty, who, like I said, did very much get a hasty start to this race. Picking up a few places almost immediately. The 251 you can see there just making his way through the left. That's Sebastian Clark up in P8. Caught a glimpse there of the O-plate of Leon Hasty. He's going to try and work his way back through on Ryan Gandor. This battle here, though, the all-green machine, the 232, is Riley Bishop. He's inside the top 10 in the championship, only just trying to chase down John Buchan, who did very well in Super Heat B a few moments ago. Gap at the front is extending in favour of Jacob Ashcroft, who is chipping away bit by bit, bridging that gap more and more. New fast lap of the race just come in, a 50.5. I think the fast lap that we've seen today thus far. There you can see the GP plate and the Peppermint OTK livery. Bit of a twitch on the exit. The uphill right hand there is Albie Lapper on the GP plate, tries to keep Rory Armstrong at bay. I think his attention firmly is focused on keeping the 266 behind him. Rory Armstrong started this race in P6, definitely has got an opportunity to work his way through in a second. That's what I love about karting, is that even if you start towards the back end or in amongst the pack, you can still carve your way forward to the front just by being opportunistic and finding the space, finding the gaps. Something that the DHR driver has done in bucket loads and will continue to do so. You can see not all of the drivers using an extensive amount of that curb on the outside. Probably too much of a vibration for them to deal with, and probably get away with just opening up the steering enough just to not have to run on too much onto that curb and upset the cut just that little bit. But you can see no strangers to using all of that curb on the left-hand side as they make their way back into the infield section. Just under 4 minutes left to go. Of course, bust the lap. Still plenty of racing to go with it as well. Once again, the Dunlop chicane through the right, back through to the left as well, trying to minimise that steering all the way through. Try not to scrub off too much speed because you're going to need to put that power back down onto the back straight. Following the battle, the GP plate, like I say, in front, Albie Lapper, just in behind that, the 266, the LN kart chassis of Rory Armstrong, trying to find his way through in a second. Definitely going to be pushing for it. Down in P20 in the championship is Rory Armstrong. His best result was a P2. He's had that on 2 occasions. Looking to replicate that. Had one yesterday as well, the first heat of the weekend. Follow that up by a P18. So wants to maximise some good points to get a good starting position for the Super Final a bit later on. Definitely has got the pace to be running towards the front end of the field. It's just a case of whether or not you can deliver a quick look over the shoulder. Rory Armstrong definitely is safe. He's got a good couple of kart lengths back to Daniel Kilpatrick in 4th, so is pretty much free to battle with the GP plate of Albie Lapper. 2 minutes plus the lap. I think we're going to translate into 3 laps left to go. Personal best come in there for Albie Lapper, so under pressure, still delivering some incredibly quick lap times, matching that of Jacob Ashcroft. In fact, actually was a 10th quicker than Jacob Ashcroft that last time through, who I think is in a bit of a cruise control mode up in front. He's got a 2nd lead and trying to manage the tyres as best as possible. Like I say, you only get 1 set for the weekend, so if you don't need to push, why would you? Save it for the Super Final a bit later on. Of course, Ashcroft won't be needing to take to the repechage, so won't have that extra 8 minutes of strain onto the tyres. Time running out though in this race, and Jacob Ashcroft sort of looked over his shoulder, looking back at the battle behind that's led by Albie Lapper, Rory Armstrong. Kilpatrick still in the mix. The 266 though definitely looks to be a bit of a threat on the back end of the GP plate. Albie Lapper. Oh, and a huge send to the inside there. That was sensational. Caught me off guard. Probably caught the GP plate of Albie Lapper off guard as well. Huge send and that's going to put him off rhythm. That's going to open the door maybe for the 20 of Daniel Kilpatrick. That was sensational from the 266 of Rory Armstrong. That's going to really put the GP plate now on the defensive. Side by side, it's a very short fuse, and that was the spark. The 24 of Ryan Gandor finds his way through on the 34 as well of Finley Smith. Everyone's bunched themselves back up, all because of a huge send to the inside from Rory Armstrong there. He's going to be chuffed with that one. Saw the space, sent the move. Very nicely done indeed. Just a couple of laps left to go. This will be the penultimate lap of the race. The timer will tick 0 on this lap, but they do get the extra one as well. So now Albi Lappo is trying to keep his way on the Super Heat podium. Bit over the bump as well. That maybe is what offset him, and learn from his mistakes there. Covers off the inside into that hairpin. However, the inside opens up. That's going to be the 24. Ryan Gandor tries to go for the move, and once again, Finley Smith tries to pick his way through. It was a mistake of the driver that now holds the fastest lap. He found his way through, or at least tried to, and that's now allowed Leon Hasty to pick his way past. So a good look, but just losing all of that momentum, and Kilpatrick was able to keep his footing around the outside. It nearly opened the door for Finley Smith to get the pair of them. Picking up a contact warning as well to go with it for Ryan Gandor. That's the second one of the weekend, or of this race even. Final lap though, the second race of the day, round number 5, of course, of the Ultimate Karting Championship here at Warden Law, and well, it was looking to be a pretty tame one, similar to Super Heat B. However, it's definitely been quite electric the last couple of laps. Leon Hasty swapping around with Ryan Gandor, and now Daniel Kilpatrick under pressure from the 34, the orange helmet of Finley Smith. Running out of time though, only a handful of corners left to go in this race. Jacob Ashcroft has had a very easy run of it, almost sideways into the hairpin there. Braking incredibly late is Daniel Kilpatrick, and a country mile in front, Jacob Ashcroft. He's going to make it now 6 victories on the bounce as the world champion. Sees the checker flag first, takes victory for Junior Rotax Super Heat A. Rory Armstrong with a sensational dive to the inside of Albi Lappo will take second place from Albi Lappo, the GP plate himself. Then comes Daniel Kilpatrick and Finley Smith, the top 5. Ryan Gandor as well in 6th. We'll run you through the full results in a few moments' time, but yeah, what a race that was for Ashcroft. Makes it, of course, the DHR 1 and 2 with Rory Armstrong there in second place. I have to say, I was sort of looking at it thinking, yeah, it's going to be the status quo, absolutely fine. No moves being made, similar as it has been for the last couple of laps, and I think Albi Lappo thought the same. Rory Armstrong very clearly got a different memo. Sent the move to the inside and picked his way through. Very nicely done indeed. Albi Lappo, though, still able to take a pretty decent 3rd place. That's going to be crucial for the championship. However, it is going to drop him off the back of Plateau a little bit. For the Super Heat, you get obviously 37 for 2nd place. So Palazzo is going to be gaining a couple of points on Albi Lappo. We'll run you through the full results though. Jacob Ashcroft, for the 6th race in a row, will take victory ahead of Rory Armstrong and Albi Lappo at the podium. Daniel Kilpatrick from Finley Smith, the top 5, ahead of Ryan Gandor, who had an up and down roller coaster race in 6th. Leon Hasty working his way up from P11 to 7th. Daniel Minto up from 16th to 8th as well, very nicely done indeed. Sebastian Clark and Riley Bishop round out the top 10. Behind that, it's going to be Eli Baden from Louis Radcliffe, who started this race on the front row, dropped down to P12. Loman Wilcox from Lucas Howell and Sam Mott, the top 15. Blair Smith and Thomas Harper from Conor Large, who started 18th, finishes 18th. Luke Sawyer from Maya Simpson, making up a couple of places into the top 20. Molly Mize and Alfie McBain and Kieran Stewart, the 23rd and final driver to take to the checker flag of this race. In fact, I don't think Kieran Stewart did take the checker flag. I think he retired quite early on, in fact. So will be classified as P23. And a good 2nd race of the day nonetheless. That's going to conclude things for the Junior Rotax until we see them out a little bit later on for the repechage. Next up, of course, will be the Senior Rotax. They'll have their Super Heat B up next, and very much looking forward to that. Of course, for the final for the Junior Rotax, it's going to be probably Jacob Ashcroft looking, you can never count him out, can you? But Kai Clark looks quick. So too Matteo Palazzo. Rory Armstrong looked very, very quick towards the tail end of that race as well. You can see it's all hustle bustle in the holding area. Let's take a look at then some of the highlights potentially of that last race. The Junior Rotax Super Heat A was very, very good indeed. We'll have a look at that in a few moments' time if we can. Always good to have a talk over, and what a good start from Jacob Ashcroft. In towards turn number 1, the 246, of course, was able to hold the lead. The GP plate of Avi Lapper picked his way through up a place into second, which of course he would hold for a good few moments until the charge came in from behind as well. The 24 and the 20 did battle. Daniel Kilpatrick with a huge send to the inside of the bottom hairpin. Very nicely done indeed, and that battle would spark on for quite some time. The 24, of course, of Ryan Gandor, who got sent a couple of times. The 266 of Rory Armstrong giving us a taste of what he would give a little bit later on. It was a very electric race all the way from start to finish. I thought it was going to be another tame one, but it was very interesting. Carts bouncing here, there, and everywhere. That was the battle for P15. It was Lucas Howell that tipped up a couple of wheels into the air. And it was all like this at the front, side by side. The 34, very nicely done from Finley Smith. Up the inside, a very nice move indeed into the Dunlop chicane. Just picked his way through, saw the space, and claimed the corner, easy as that. Rory Armstrong was a man on a mission though, and you can see him there picking up a place on the 20 of Kilpatrick, and then firmly had his eyes set on the GP plate in front of him. Leon Hasty as well, making up some moves from P11 all the way up into P7 by the end of the day. Then the focus shifted into the fight for second. Jacob Ashcroft was gone and done, and then a huge send there. Look at that, you didn't think there was space. Even then I didn't think that was going to be the move coming in from the 266, but it most definitely was. And then Albie Lapper firmly had to turn his attention backwards, trying to keep Kilpatrick, Gandor, Smith and Hasty all at bay. Then it all kicked off here, and up and under there for the 34, picked him up nearly 2 places. Then Jacob Ashcroft does exactly what Jacob Ashcroft does best, and that was 6 victories on the bounce for him. His second this weekend at Warden Law, or his third, in fact, I should say, this weekend at Warden Law. So that concludes, of course, the Junior Rotax action until, like I say, we'll see them about a little bit later on for the repechages. But nice to see that we're getting a nice taste of what to expect later on for the finals. Got just under 5 minutes until the next race gets itself underway. And that's, of course, like I say, going to be the Senior Rotax action. And just to comment, that's a much closer championship than the Junior Rotax. Cian Geraghty from Tristan Rene, very, very close. Cian Geraghty, of course, has been incredibly consistent all season long, but a string of not great races, in all honesty. At Rowra, he took a P4 and a P2 in the Saturday races, but onto the Sunday, it was only P11 and P7 going the way of the 79. This weekend as well, it's been 17th and 8th place for Cian Geraghty, and to be fair, for Tristan Rene, it's not been much better either. He had a win in the Super Heat at Rowra, translated that to a P4 in the main final, so clawed back some points. The gap between them at 12, 543 to 531. Behind that, 2 points is the 11 of Gabe Fairbrother. So we've got 3 cards all in the shout for the championship. And what we'll do, we'll have a quick explainer as to how it works, because I know with heats and super heats and stuff, if this is your first time at a karting event or following karting, let's explain as to how we get all the way to that super final.
Well, it all starts on a Saturday morning with time qualifying, which will determine your start position for the heat races. And it's those heat races that are up next, and all drivers will take part in a minimum of 2 heat races, where you can gain championship points and determine your start position for the Super Heat. The Super Heat comes next then, and it's from here that you will gain even more championship points, and it's the results from the qualifying heats and this Super Heat that will determine your start position for the Super Final. But new for 2025, and in classes of over 34 drivers, the top 30 will automatically qualify for the Super Final. The rest will go into the repechage, with the top 4 getting promoted to that Super Final. We will then have the top 34 drivers who will be competing in the Super Final to gain championship points and determine their finish position. And if you finish in the top 3, then you'll be on the podium come Sunday night, picking up the prizes and the trophy. So there it is then, through the time qualifying, the heat races, the Super Heat, and maybe the repechage and the Super Final. That is your road to the podium.
So all starts on Saturday with that time qualifying. You have to fight your way through, well, trial by fire for the entire weekend to try and maximise your points all. And also, by the way, while we're on the topic of championship points, I also forgot the fact there's drop scores as well. So the total score between Kian Geraghty and Tristan René is not actually representative of the actual gap in the championship. That would be 12 points total. The points that count, the gap is only 4 between Kian Geraghty and Tristan René. So it is very, very close indeed. Behind that as well, Gabe Fairbrother, still not a million miles away, only 9 points between himself and Tristan René, and like I say, only 15 between himself and Kian Geraghty, so still very much alive. Jack West and Ewan Charman still, as well, like I say, because of the drop scores, very much still in the shout. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the third race of the day, about to get itself underway. It's Senior Rotax Super Heat B. With 3 carts then heavily in the championship battle, it's time to go racing once again for Senior Rotax, and it'll be Gabe Fairbrother, P3 in the championship. We'll start this race from pole position. Jack West alongside him with Jack Lilly and Max Taylor in 3rd and 4th place respectively. Angus Scrivener from Neo Clark making his return to the UKC in 2025, very much delivering with some top 10 performances. Harry Hertzgrover from Kian Geraghty, our championship leader, all the way down in P8. Stephen Napier from Jack Thompson, the top 10. John Brown and William Antrobus sharing the 6th row of the field. Luca Palazzo from Kai Hunter share row number 7 from Marcus King and Caitlin Seabrook on row number 8. Dominic Darling from Sam Kelbrick in 18th. Kieran Eyes and Benjamin Lee, the top 20. Elliot Foster and Michael Dalton rounds out the 11th and final row of the grid, ahead once again of another 10 minutes plus the lap of racing here at Warden Law. The Senior Rotax is, of course, the fastest of those on offer. Hope everyone, of course, watching along at home and again here at the circuit is very much enjoying the racing action that we've got. It's been a pretty decent start to the day, especially that last Junior Rotax race with some awesome sends up the inside all the way around the circuit. Let us know, of course, who you're cheering on. Make sure to like, subscribe to the Alpha Live YouTube channel and, of course, to the UKC as well. Remember at Wilton Mill when we tipped over 50k subscribers on Alpha Live, I think we're upwards now of somewhere like 55 or so. So definitely it's been some incredible progress and support over the last couple of months. An absolute pleasure, of course, to be here in the commentary box, albeit all by myself. Kev Harris, like we saw a bit earlier on, very busy over in Laguna Seca, looking at some historic Formula 1 cars. Begs the question, of course, what a Formula 1 car is going to be looking like when this generation of talent, the likes of Jacob Ashcroft, make their way all the way up the ranks to that level. Could we see them, maybe one of their cars in a few years' time, taken to one of those events? Of course, very exciting future, and of course with the likes of series like Formula E, which has been coming up the last decade or so, now have been extended to 2048. Could we see some of these talents taking the more electric route up through motorsport? Definitely more reminiscent of karting as Formula E. Nonetheless, we've got karts making their way onto circuit. A couple of issues there for the 11 of Gabe Fairbrother. All good though. I think it was maybe just the car a bit hesitant to start. Hopefully not going to translate into any major qualms for the start of this race, because, well, he's starting on pole position alongside the 192 of Jack West, who definitely has been very impressive this season. Went on a bit of domination when we took to round number 3 back at Dunkswell. Took all 4 victories through the heats, the super heats, and into the super final as well. That really helped him in the case for the championship. Sits just 37 points back on Kian Geraghty, who qualifying-wise has not really been that great, but when it comes to racecraft and picking his way through and maximising race results, that's exactly what the 79 is able to do very, very well. Drives MX-5s. I think it was Hills Motorsport, who race in the likes of GB3, GB4, those sorts of things, and definitely in the right place. Runs, in fact, actually the car of the championship leader in the Miata Trophy. So Kian Geraghty in the right place to make that transition into car racing, and we'll be looking to start this race from 8th from the grid and work his way forward. Nonetheless, it will be the 11 of Gabe Fairbrother in behind the number 10 of Jack Lilly. So I think he's actually settled in into the wrong place. Nonetheless, green flag waves and we go racing. No, we don't. The false start waves. I think because a couple of karts are in the wrong positions. So they'll go around again for the formation lap. just to make sure everyone's neatly packed in, and that's going to be Gabe Febler taking to his pole position start. I did look to that and think, well, hang on, that's a little bit strange. He should be on pole position, so him and Lily need to do a quick little swap around. Couple of questions in the YouTube chat about getting yourself into senior Rotaxes. So I think the age limit off the top of my head is either 15 or 16, and then beyond that there's no age restriction, there's no maximum age as long as you're capable. Although if you do weigh more than 177 kilos, you're better off being in the 177 class with not you yourself weighing 177, but with you and your cart combined. That would be not ideal if that was the case. But nonetheless, you and your cart weigh more than 177 kilos, you're better off in that class, so definitely look into it. Nonetheless, these guys most definitely do not weigh 177 kilos. They're out there on circuit for Senior Rotax Super Heat B. We're back into the correct positions now. Jack West and Gabe Fairbrother share the front row of the field. Foot to the floor and we go racing. And it's the 11 machine that will hold the inside line towards turn number 1. Noah's Ark formation between the top 2 rows. Bit of contact as the number 10 of Jack Lilly picks his way through nicely in a second. It seems that third place definitely is a nice place to start, just because you sort of ram P1 through on the inside, opens up a nice gap on the inside. Quick look over the shoulder for the orange and white machine, the 11 pole sitter of Gabe Fairbrother, who's trying to claw back some points in that championship. A couple of moves being made towards the back end of the field. The likes of Elliot Foster, Michael Dalton maybe working their way forwards. Quick look over the shoulder as the S-plate of Max Taylor tries to find a couple of way through. The 26 really bouncing up onto one wheel there. That's Marcus King. Really just making the most of the lateral load going into the downhill right-hander, so really putting a lot of strain on that left-hand side of the car, and definitely feeling that with the inside right lifting up. 1 lap in the books. Max Taylor's worked his way up in a 4th, trying to put some pressure onto Jack West in the fight for 3rd, who himself is trying to stay in touch with the 11 and the 10. Gabe Fairbrother will lead from Jack Lilly just in behind. So the orange versus then the peppermint livery car just in behind him. That's the fight for the lead. Nice move there, the 28, that's Neo Clark, who started P6, has dropped his way outside of the top 10. Jack West having to go half defensive just to deter the move more than anything from Max Taylor, who definitely did have a think about going for the send into the bottom hairpin there. Now through the final corner, very twisty end to the lap with a downhill right-hander hairpin. Can open the door maybe for a move, but you're better off just waiting. It's a very long straight towards turn number 1. 8 minutes plus lap still left to go, so ticking through the laps very, very quickly. And we've got the top 6 locked in. Keane Geraghty with the fast lap of the race has worked his way up a couple of places, up now into 6th, and they're side by side. The S-plate and Max Taylor finding his way through on the 94. That's Angus Scrivener trying to put some pressure onto him. That could open the door maybe for Keane Geraghty to pick a way through. Also as well, Jack West under pressure, Jack Lilly, so the 192 worked his way through quite nicely. So Lilly now down to 3rd, West up into 2nd, Fairbrother with the fast lap of the race, Max Taylor down to 6th, Kai Hunter, of course on the O-plate joining us. He's there in 7th place, so working his way nicely through the field, and well, what hasn't he won in the world of karting? 7 minutes plus the lap left to go. Still a fantastic battle still to go with it. Look over the shoulder there for the 192, the blue, yellow and the white machine of Jack West on the Yellen Cut chassis. Through the Dunlop chicane, and when you're in a pack and you're trying to have so much commitment, it is very difficult to carry that speed through. The inside opens up then. The Sam Pollock racing cart of the 79 of Keane Geraghty, of course, swapping overs that team not too long ago, and definitely sharing some success with the new livery, but definitely the same driver under the helmet. He's locked in, he's focused, he's up now into 4th place. So like I say, he might not qualify too well, he might not start very well, but he does fight his way through. That racecraft is definitely there, and definitely reminiscent of a championship winner for Keane Geraghty. Gabe Fairbrother, though, still doing a fantastic job, just controlling this race up in front. Has got a 2nd clear of Jack Lilly in 2nd, so definitely more of a fight for P2 than anything, because it very much is a Lilly Express starting to form, a train just in behind as we approach the half-distance mark for the 3rd race of the day. Send there to the inside. The O-plate of Kai Hunter sees the gap on the inside of Max Taylor. Very nicely done indeed. Spotted that very well. Committed to the move, saw the gap, claimed the apex. Jobs are good and up now into 6th place. Very nicely done from Kai Hunter, who started this race, by the way, P14. Already using those years of experience in racecraft to carve his way through. Up 8 places now already with the fast lap to go with it. Kean Garrity as well is knocking on the door of working his way back onto the podium. It's been a while since he's been on it. The last time we saw that was race number 2 at Rowrep. So it's been a good 4 races since he's been inside the top 3 as our championship leader. Wasn't the best day for him yesterday, but definitely seems to have sorted out any issues coming into today. Quick look over the shoulder though, because Angus Scrivener is knocking on his door. Yes, play as well, Max Taylor. Trying to work with now Kai Hunter, who could well open some doors for him. So if Hunter goes through, you'll probably see Taylor at least try and find a way, whether a switch back or just using the open door on the inside to work his way through. Got to be careful not to use too much of that curb on the left. Seen a couple of drivers dip their wheel just beyond the curb, and again, like I say, you don't want to have too much of a thump, because a puncture definitely is prone. Sent to the inside there, nicely done from Kai Hunter. However, the switch back was there for Angus Scrivener, who read that very quickly to pick his way back through. A good attempt, good effort from Kai Hunter, who's definitely showing his intent to go forwards in this race. Max Taylor sat with him all over the rear end then of the O-plate through the final corner once more. 4 minutes, 10 seconds, plus the lap still left to go, and last lap at the moment sits with Jack Lilly, so 49.3. Last time by though was quicker than Gabe Fairbrother, definitely closing that gap in more and more, and if he can just get a whiff of that slipstream, could well close in the gap the extra little bit that he needs in order to really contend for the lead. Kean Garrity has dropped off the back of Jack West as well, just that little bit, I think, with his battle with Scrivener. And now, of course, with Kai Hunter and Max Taylor making their way onto the scene. I think Garrity has got more things to worry about rather than going forwards. He definitely needs to be looking at keeping that position locked in as he has. About 4 laps left to go then of this race. Taking them through definitely thick and fast. The senior Rotaxes. Contact warning has come in for a couple of drivers. That was William Antrobus with the black and white flag. Like I say, just a bit of a slap on the wrist. So don't do that again. Not the brightest ideas, especially with contact as well. You've got to be careful. You can get a self-inflicted penalty if you drop that on that nose cone too much, or just drop it down. It's an automatic 5-second time penalty that drivers have to be aware of, so no rear end contact can be made. Sometimes it's not really your fault. Sometimes you just sort of, that Constantina effect, you don't mean to go into the back of them. But as long as it drops down that nose cone, 94 goes to the inside. Kean Garrity not really able to defend it. I think trying to think long game here, allowing Scrivener through as to not have the arrival of Kai Hunter or Max Taylor on his tail in the too near future. 2.5 minutes left to go. Scrivener, like I say, then works his way through past Kean Garrity up into 4th place. The lead fight is closed. Back again. There it is, the orange and white cart. That's the 11 of Gabe Fairbrother. Then it's the Peppermint OTK of the 10 of Jack Lilly, who looks over his shoulder. Definitely feels safe to go for a bit of a battle with just 2 minutes left to go on the clock. The win still is on then for both of these drivers. Jack Lilly down in P12 in the championship, of course, missed Rowrep. Not going to be doing him any favours in the championship, but now Gabe Fairbrother has to go defensive, and that means we're locked in this battle. It's going to be extremely difficult now for him to pull away. As soon as you start defending, you focus so much on whether or not you're going to be attacked that you really start to lose focus about just driving that kart forward. Minute and a half left on the clock. 3 laps left to go. Fairbrother leading Lilly. Jack West as well, about second behind. We'll be looking at this battle and hoping they come to blows, because that's going to allow him to capitalise. Loading up the kart then through that right-hander, bouncing it just that little bit as well through the Dunlop chicane and putting that foot down with the slipstream. We could well see a move here. I think Gabe Fairbrother is going to go defensive. To the outside goes Lilly, tries to get the up and under, but not quite able to on that occasion. Definitely thinking about it and definitely putting some pressure on. That's going to allow the 192 of Jack West then to start to reel in that gap. 52 seconds on the clock. It's going to be very close. I think we are going to get 2 more laps. It's going to be a case of a couple of seconds or so, but this will be the penultimate lap of the race. Lilly knows that. He can see the timer ticking down on the gantry. He knows that time is of the essence and he needs to find a way through if he wants to win this race. But is it a case of, does he throw everything at the Super Heat win, risking maybe a crash and then a poor starting position for the Super Final later on, or does he consolidate a second place? I think we're going to find the answer to that one very shortly on this run towards the hairpin at the back end of the circuit. Look over the shoulder. Fairbrother knows he needs to defend, and I don't think Lilly is going to fight that one too hard on this occasion. Not really a move that you can win around the outside. Setting up that final corner very nicely though is the number 10. Really able to open up the entry to get that power onto the straight. 1 lap left to go then for Senior Rotax Super Heat B here at Warden Law. Gabe Fairbrother definitely under pressure. Jack Lilly was tempted by the move to the inside of the right-hander, but I think a bit too risky. Jack West has really been pushing the last couple of laps, definitely ignited something, seeing these two have a bit of a tussle. Now trying to find his way through. See if he can get involved with just 1 lap left to go. You can see very much on the back end of the top 2 now, especially if they come to blows. Defensive once again, not really taking any risks, and that was the big opportunity done. Gabe Fairbrother, as long as he can keep it tidy now, should well be able to find his way through. I don't even think this could well be the final lap. We might actually be able to get 1 more left to go in this race. So now it's the final lap. An extra opportunity then for Jack Lilly and Jack West just in behind as well. It was a very, very close call, just a couple of seconds in it, plus the extra lap. So this now is the final lap of the race. So it's all been boiling down to this. Almost thought that maybe Gabe Fairbrother was going to think about, you know, slowing down the pack just that little bit, maybe a couple of seconds or so, just to make sure that he gets the lap done a bit earlier. However, he's not going to have to worry too much about that because Jack West is putting in on a bit of a challenge on the number 10. That's going to allow Angus Scrivener to close in towards the heaviest braking zone for the final time, and the top 3 all go defensive. They follow each other line astern. Going to be a status quo then, I think, for the last couple of corners, unless the inside opens up for the number 10 of Jack Lilly. Sensational stuff there from the 10. The checker flag will wave. He'll take victory. A move at the penultimate corner for Jack Lilly, capitalising to perfection. Gabe Fairbrother then, at the death of it, 40 was safe. But through the long left, the inside opens up, and Jack Lilly just thought, you know what, I'm going to go for it. Nice move indeed to take victory right at the death of it. Jack West will round out the podium. We'll run you through the full results, of course, in a few moments' time, but a lovely little move there from Jack Lilly. There you can see him getting out of the car. He's definitely going to be very chuffed for that one, I'm sure. Look out for him as the day goes on. Oh, don't do that. That was embarrassing for Jack Lilly. Just won a race with the penultimate corner and then trips over on the on the way to high-fiving someone else. That's not what you want to be doing by any means. And of course, a huge congratulations as well to all of the drivers. Very well done to them. You should all be very proud of the work that you've done. Jack Lilly especially, that was a very good move. Gabe Fairbrother did a fantastic job as just to defend and make the most of each and every single lap in terms of the defensive driving and the consistency there, but as soon as a gap opened up, Jack Lilly on the final lap was able to just nip his way through. Very nicely done. Like I say, indeed. We'll run you through the full results in a couple of moments' time as all of the drivers have made their way back into pit lane. Jack Lilly then will take victory for the 3rd race of the day. Gabe Fairbrother and Jack West will join him on the Super Heat podium. Angus Scrivener from Keane Geraghty, the top 5, as Kai Hunter worked his way through 8 places from 14th to 6th. Max Taylor just in behind from William Antrobus, Neil Clark and Jack Thompson, the top 10. Of course, behind that, it's Harry Hertzgrover, Marcus King, Luca Palazzo and Caitlin Seabrook, who worked away up a couple of places into 14th. Kieran Eyes and Benjamin Lee, the top 16, from Dominic Darling and Sam Kelbrick. Michael Dalton and Elliot Foster, the top 20. Just then 2 carts behind that, Stephen Napier and John Brown, the 21st and 22nd carts to be classified in this race. Both of them, though, non-finishers. One of them 6 laps behind the other 8. But yeah, decent 3rd race and a decent introduction to the senior Rotaxes today as well. Very much looking forward to their repechage and, of course, their Super Final a bit later on. Of course, we've still got another Senior Rotax race to go. Let us know then what you're thinking in the YouTube chat, ladies and gentlemen. What are you making of the racing so far? I think it's definitely been a nice introduction to round number 5 of the Ultimate Karting Championship. Still got a lot of racing still to go, by the way. So we've just ticked off the 3rd race of the day. Before lunch, we still have another Senior Rotax race. We then have the Micros, the Minis, and the 177s. And then we have the Junior and Senior repechage. Because they're classes that exceed the maximum grid limit, they have to have essentially what is the last chance qualifier. So the top 30 of the heats will immediately go through. They'll set the grid for the Super Final, and then the top 4 of each respective class repechage will then battle for the final 4 places on the grid. Super Finals, of course, will be taking place a little bit later on. The first one kicks off with the Microax around about, I want to say tentatively, it depends, of course, to schedule. It should start at 1:45 this afternoon. But between now and then, of course, the setup for those Super Finals. And like I say, always a good taster. The Super Heats always give us some action and just that tease that we always want going into the finals, where drivers really do leave it on the line. That's where the trophy is, and that's where the main bulk of the points are scored. Of course, still get championship points for each of the heats and the Super Heats as well. So there is still stakes here outside of starting position for the final. You know, there are still championship points on offer that drivers need to be focused on, particularly that's of Kieran Geraghty, Tristan Rene, of course, who we'll see in this next race. He'll be starting from P9, so a little bit further down for the 173, who, of course, Kieran Geraghty finished P5, so Rene needs to, at the very least, match that if he wants to keep that championship battle nice and close. Of course, because with how it works, you've got the total points, but then, of course, you know, you have drop scores and things, so the worst results of the season will get discounted. So Kieran Geraghty in total, up until, obviously, the race that has just gone, scored 543 points. His total that count is 498. So just means that you can have a couple of off weeks or, you know, not attend a round or whatever, and you can still definitely be in the fight for the championship because, like I say, there's still, you know, 157 points on offer a weekend. So to miss one, you'd be missing out on quite a lot in that championship battle. It would make it almost impossible. You can see the wind turbines. It's not the windiest day in the world, but it definitely is there. You can see some of the flags maybe around the circuit. You'll see that wind is prevalent. It's a nice tailwind actually towards turn number 1. So drivers will be making up some pretty decent speeds in towards the opening corner. Gives them a nice boost. Just got a couple of minutes until we get karts back out onto circuit for the second Senior Rotax Super Heat. There you can see them all sat in the dummy grid waiting to make their way onto circuit for their formation lap, where they've got to get those tyre temperatures up to scratch, get themselves warmed up and get that adrenaline focused and get their composure for 10 very intense minutes. We got 14 laps that last time. Of course, it was a very close call with the time, so we could well get 13, maybe even 14 for this one. Depends obviously on the pace of the field, which definitely does look to be pretty decent. We'll run you through, of course, the grid in a few moments' time. Thank you, of course, for those that are now just joining us. You've, again, like I say, you've joined probably at a very good time, as we've got karts soon to be out there on circuit. Hope everyone has been enjoying the 2025 season of the UKC as much as I have. I've absolutely loved every single round of it. It's been crazy to watch, and we've had some incredibly memorable races. But coming up is the second Senior Rotax Super Heat with Super Heat A. It's time to get karts back out on circuit then. The second Senior Rotax Super Heat about to get itself underway. Let's run you through the grid. It'll be Macaulay Bishop and Joshua Turnbull that keep each other company on the front row. Alexander Cole from Ewan Charman, they're just in behind in 4th place. It's going to be a good fight towards the front end of the field. Jamie Perrelli from Adam Wooden keeping each other company on row 3 from Jack Baker, and Morgan Hudson-Brown in 8th place. Rounding up the top 10 just in behind that as well. You've got the likes of Tristan Rene, of course, fighter in the championship, needs to work his way forward. He's alongside Ethan Critchley, and Lewis Merricker, James Philip King keep each other company on the 6th row. Lewis Harvey from Harrison Crowther, then comes Ben Horner and David Mitchell in 16th. Ben Donkin, Matt McGilvery, the 18th driver to take to the grid. Nathan Smith and Jack Gillingham in 20th. Elliot Surtees, Molly Pugh and Rhys Bale, the 23rd and final driver on a very lonely 12th row of the field. Of course, like I say, it's been a very good day of racing thus far. Very much looking forward to seeing what we've got in offer for the second senior Rotax Super Heat. Look out, of course, in this race. Like I say, for Tristan Rene, the 173, he's starting this race from P9 and is the driver 2nd place in the championship. Was coming into this 4 points behind Cian Geraghty in the counted scores. And Cian Geraghty finished P5 in Super Heat B. So, Tristan Rene ideally needs to finish above that to close the gap in the championship. At the very least, needs to minimise the damage and, with a P6, P7, keep it manageable or match it. That's sort of the options that he's got. Starting P9, though, it's going to be a hard task. However, we have seen some good moves being made. I mean, Hunter in Super Heat B not too long ago climbed his way from 14th up to 6th, 8 places gained. We've had some big gainers as well. Pre-penalty back at Lark Hall, it was 16th place to a provisional victory for Jared Fox-Whiteley as well. So overtakes definitely can happen. So if this is your first time, of course, watching or following karting, I know it can be quite overwhelming initially with so many karts, so many names, teams, liveries, and action all on the circuit, but it is one of the rawest forms of motorsport that you'll get. It almost as, in essence, its own sport in of itself. A lot of people see this as sort of grassroots, but it's definitely a very high level of karting. People stick around for years and years because of the level of competition, and we're about to get a bit of a taste of that as the drivers take their way to the circuit for their green flag, their formation lap. They'll get their way into that 2x2. Ahead then of, like I say, another 10 minutes plus the lap. Of course, any aspiring young racing driver out there that's sort of looking at the UKC thinking, hang on, I want a bit of that. Definitely look for 2026. There's some huge prizes and a fantastic grid, great atmosphere as well. You'll definitely learn a lot being a part of the UKC grid. So look into it for 2026. If you're one of those drivers out there that wants to take that next step of competition, it's definitely one of, if not the most competitive karting championship here in the UK. A lot of these drivers go on to do very well in Europe. Like I said, with the RMC Trophy, the likes of Jacob Ashcroft did very, very well, took P1 in his respective class. Same too did some of the minis and micro drivers as well. These are the senior Rotax though. Like I say, it's Macaulay Bishop, the #1 plate, alongside Joshua Turnbull on that front row. They'll put their foot to the floor, the green flag will wave, and we'll go racing for Super Heat A of the senior Rotax. Ewan Charman, the 421, ducking and diving, trying to get his way off of that outside line towards the opening corner, because you just get sort of washed out wide, as we saw there. Was that the 92, potentially Ben Horner going off at the background, cutting his way across the dirt there, because the inside line just opens up, similar to what we saw at Dunkswell actually, with a hairpin opening up the track. If you're on the inside, you just muscle off the driver on the outside. Even if you start third, it's better actually to start third than second. I think that could well be the case here at Warden Law as well. Same too with so many hairpins. Having that inside line firmly is favourable. Good start then for the 13. Alexander Collins works his way up a couple of places. Having a good offensive is the 39. Lewis Merricker has worked his way up, I think maybe into the top 10 from starting P12. Plenty of racing action still to come though. It's only the first lap. Let the dust settle and see where people are. Breaking the beam then, Macaulay Bishop leads Cull from Perrelli, Wooden and Turnbull the top 5. The 27 dropping then 3 places as a result of being sort of stuck on the outside of turn #1. Cull in third, just immediately tried to pick his way through. Ewan Charman as well, a driver on the outside of the grid. Drops his way to 7th place. So now is on the fight back is the 421. Got to be careful of those curbs. One of the drivers running wide there, we'll see as they make their way past. That's going to be into the Dunlop chicane. That's the number 20. That's Ethan Critchley, who started at P10, dropped down now to P12. So Senior Rotax definitely keeping themselves very much entertained. The 41 there, that's Reese Bell, who started right at the back end of the field, 23rd, quickly making some progress forwards and picking up another victim towards the inside of the back end hairpin. Breaking the beam, starting another lap. Macaulay Bishop leads, the 13 of Alexander Cole. Then comes Jamie Perrelly as well, keeping each other firmly honest at the front end. So it's the Ellen liveried 11, closely followed by the orange and white 13 of Alexander Cole. So through the hairpin, then into the right-hander as well, climbing up the hill, long right-hander, which then leads you into this chicane. Through the right, then the left, use the curves as much as you can, keep that speed up, put your foot to the floor and get that acceleration. It's not really a straight, but it is a back flat-out section. Huge turn there. Ewan Sharman was very late on the brakes, trying to pick his way through on, that's Tristan Rene, who's now worked his way through on the 41. I think that was the counter-attack that we were seeing there. So Rene, of course, P2 in the championship, trying to work his way forwards, make some light work of this race. He's got a queue of karts in front of him and will be looking to find his way past them as soon as possible. 7 minutes, 17 seconds left of this race. We're on lap 3. Super Heat B got 14 laps. So still got a while yet to go. Gap at the front, hovering around about 0.3 of a second or so. A good couple of car lengths. Just in favour of Macaulay Bishop, keeping himself pretty much where he needs to be. Down in P15 in the championship, purely because he hasn't joined us for most of it. Look there, huge sideways moment, locking the rears air for the 177 Nathan Smith. But Macaulay Bishop, similar to Jacob Ashcroft, is on a run of victories. He's taken the last 6. This will be his 7th consecutive win in the UKC. He took 2 further ones as well, did 2 wins in the heats back at Lark Hall. Joined us for Rower as well. And here at Warden Law, it seems to be a similar case of domination. If he's able to win this race, will the streak come to an end? Will he be able to carry this all the way to that super final a bit later on? Of course, we saw the road to the podium. All of these battles, not only do they score championship points, but they also do themselves favours. The better you do in the super heats, the better you start for that super final. It's not just a case of time qualifying, that just starts the weekend. You've got to carry that momentum throughout the entirety of it, minimise those technical problems and contacts and spins to consistently be towards the front end of the field if you want to start well for the all-important final later on in the day. For a lot of these drivers as well, some of them aren't going to make it that far. Some of them will be eliminated just before lunch. They're not able to work their way through the top 4 of the repechage, that last chance qualifier. So those towards the back end of the field have definitely got some pressure on their shoulders to make sure their day does not end early. They need to be maximising all of those points. Nearly making our way towards half distance of this race already. 5 minutes plus the lap still to go. Ewan Charman on the back of Tristan Rene. The 173 being tailed, now tailing the 421 of Ewan Charman. The up and under though is there. Rene though can't get the switch back because very quickly you're into a left-hander. So even if you do run it a bit too deep like Ewan Charman did, you still have the inside line for the next left. Very nicely done. Another lap in the books. Macaulay Bishop stretching that advantage to 3/4 of a second. Alexander Cole sort of suspended in a bit of a no man's land. He's not really putting pressure in front, but he's not really being pressurized from behind. Now in the back, Lewis Merica of Tristan Rene. So that's the orange and white karts chasing down the 173, the driver in the blue overalls. There you can see Tristan Rene. Just been overtaken by the 421 of Ewan Charman. Who did very well actually at Kart Masters a couple of weeks ago. P5, took P5 in the Grand Prix final. So a very respectable result in one of the most, or probably the most, competitive grid you'll get in the UK karting scene. Running very well at the moment, running P7 for UKC. A lot of familiar names, those that tuned in for Kart Masters. Definitely were in for a treat. It was great to catch up and watch all of the super finals. There was some amazing racing. And all of those names, a lot of those names are here at the UKC. Stars of the future, you'll see them absolutely everywhere. Just under 4 minutes left to go, so still a couple of laps still to turn over. Macaulay Bishop still not out of the woods just yet. Has also as well, like I said earlier, you've got to manage your tyres. You only get one dry set for the weekend, so he's going to need those for the Super Final a bit later on. So if he takes too much out of them now in the Super Heat, he might not have too much left later on in the day. So an element there. Even in karting, you've got to be thinking about the longevity of tyres and things. Make the most of them while you can, especially on what is a pretty warm-ish day. I mean, it's not as warm as we've had before, but maybe in towards the afternoon it could get a little bit toasty. And you're under a lot of demands. There are a lot of braking zones where you're locking those rear end. Of course, only rear brakes on these karts, so you know, you use that for that rotation, almost like ripping up the handbrake to get the rear end sliding a little bit, get that slip angle into each of these corners, and that is going to be scraping the tyres quite a lot. And with some demanding corners around here, the heavy braking zones, the change to the direction, you're putting a lot of load through those tyres. 2.5 minutes left to go on the clock. Still plus the lap. There's a battle a bit further down. The 177, that's Nathan Smith. So the battle that you can see on screen now is the battle for what is P16. Just behind Jack Gillingham in the 34. Back towards the front, the 347. Adam Wood in there in fourth. Trying to chase down Jamie Perrelly for third. It's the 40. But they're sort of nicely spaced out, actually, the majority of the top 10. So not really on each other's bumpers. Still very close, so a small mistake can ignite a bit of a battle, but not really close enough to go for any almighty sends like we saw earlier on in the junior Rotaxes. Towards the inside of the centre S's, the left and then into the right, that leads you into that Dunlop chicane. The lap ticked off. Macaulay Bishop still very, very quick. His best lap time of 49.4. His last lap time of 49.6, and that's really where he's been running. So consistently running within a 1/10.5, 2/10 of his fast lap time. Showcasing some very impressive consistency, which, you know, it's one thing to be quick, it's another thing to be quick lap after lap after lap, and especially under pressure, knowing that you're leading a race, what could be your 7th victory in a row as well for Macaulay Bishop. Now, there is an element of pressure there he's got to be mindful of. Minute on the clock, so time ticking down. Be close to see if we get an extra lap out of this. They cross with 49 seconds left on the clock. We'll get what will be 3 more laps left to go. So they get this one, then they'll cross over with 1 second left. They'll get that one, and then they'll get an extra one. So we still have 3 laps left to go. Just. It's a very close time for the senior Rotax with the lap times that they're running, and because Macaulay Bishop has just been free up in front, he's not really been slowed down by battles or anything over the duration of this race. It could have been a different story if Alexander Cole was on the back end of him. There you can see him as well, the orange, the white with the green accents and stuff. That's the second place driver being chased down by the sort of tealy green 40 of Jamie Perrelly. The white and blue overalls. So just making their way through now. He's being chased down by Adam Wooden in the 347. But again, the pace is so close. I mean, Adam Wooden there was able to take a 10th out of Jamie Perrelly, so keeping that gap very manageable. There you can see some cars that are very close. That's the 48 of Ben Donkin being chased down by the 62 of Mac McGilvery. Through in towards the centre S's. Timer has ticked 0, so this is the penultimate lap of the race. Next time by will be the final time through. Is there any change, maybe, for the top 3? Could we see Adam Wooden find his way through on Jamie Perrelly? Final lap then. Macaulay Bishop is more of a parade lap for him. He's been dominant since the start of the race. He's been dominant since the first session back at Rowra. Will we see a similar level of domination here at Warden Law for round number 5 of the Ultimate Karting Championship in 2025? I hope everyone has been enjoying the racing action thus far. Definitely senior Rotax is one to keep an eye on. The 37 all over the rear end of the 27. This is the battle for P5. The DHR liveried machine, the 27. That's Joshua Turnbull, has to go defensive into the hairpin. But all eyes then on this driver right here, Macaulay Bishop. 6 victories in a row. He'll now make that 7 as he sees the checker flag first. Macaulay Bishop will take victory for Super Heat A here at Warden Law. Next cross line, Alexander Cole, Jamie Perrelli. The top 3, Adam Wooden, was close, but not quite close enough to find a way past. Another race in the books. It's been a really good day so far, and that's going to round out the senior Rotaxes. So Macaulay Bishop, big congratulations to him after a 7th victory in a row. That sort of level of domination with, you know, we've been talking about how competitive karting is. To do 7 on the bounce is remarkable. Alexander Cole as well did a good job as to just manage the gap in. In second place. We'll run you through the full results then after 10 minutes plus the lap of racing action. Macaulay Bishop once again will be taking to the top step of a race. Alexander Cole and Jamie Perrelli will join him inside the top 3 from Adam Wooden, who was close but not quite able to break his way into the top 3. Joshua Turnbull, the top 5 from Jack Baker and Ewan Charman. Tristan Rene, of course, not able really to match the result that Kean Geraghty, his championship rival, did earlier on in the day. Lewis Merica from Lewis Harvey, the top 10 of that race. So both of them doing a fantastic job as to work their way nicely forward. Behind that, of course, we'll run you through the rest of the finishing order. Morgan Hudson-Brown from Harrison Crowther, then comes Rhys Bale, up 10 places, by the way, started all the way back in P23. Mac McGilvery was able to find his way through on Ben Donkin in the end ahead of Ethan Critchley. Then comes Jack Gillingham, Ben Horner, Nathan Smith, and James Philip King, the top 20. Behind that, Elliot Surtees, Molly Pugh and David Mitchell, all of them, by the way, taking to the lead lap and taking to the checker flag. So I think our first race of the day with no retirements. So another one in the books. Next up, of course, we'll be taking to the Micromaxes. Very much looking forward to how these guys get themselves on. And what we can do is we can take a quick look over the action of that last race. Senior Rotax Super Heat A, of course, got things underway. Macaulay Bishop controlled the pace from pole position, and you can see those on the outside line. Ewan Charman, the 41, immediately darts his way to the right-hand side to minimise the damage of being an even-numbered starting position. A good start, though, for the majority of those drivers. The couple of drivers, actually, you saw there, the 62 darting over the grass. So it was a very action-packed opening lap of the race. And then it all sort of started to mellow out just that little bit. 177 getting very sideways. That, of course, was Nathan Smith. That was about a little bit further down. So, again, the heavy braking zone, it's a very demanding circuit, is Warden Law. And then Ewan Charman and the 173, of course, of Tristan Rene went to battle. And Tristan Rene, of course, stalling his progress. Stopping him from maybe maximising his points all in that championship battle. So Ewan Charman being a bit of a thorn in the side of Tristan Rene, but all action, all eyes towards the front. Macaulay Bishop taking a 7th consecutive victory in the UKC. And one that he is very much going to be celebrating. Can see some very enthusiastic Alexander Cole fans as well in the YouTube chat. He's done a very good job as to hold out for 2nd place as well. So it won't be long until we get the Microaxes out there on circuit. If you are now just joining us, hello and welcome. It's an absolute pleasure to bring you all of the racing action here for the Ultimate Karting Championship. It's been a very tame start to the day, but very much enjoying all of the action. Kev Harris is missing a very good one. He's left me all by myself in the commentary box. He's over at Laguna Seca celebrating some motorsport events. Was surrounded by Formula 1 cars a bit earlier on. We saw from him earlier on in the day, and nice to see that even while he's away, he still very much cares about the UKC. Of course, he's been a part of this for the last few years, and we'll throw to him actually. Let's see what he's been up to.
Well, hello to all of the UKC racers competing in round 5 up at Warden Law this weekend. Apologies from me, Kev Harris. I'm not going to be with you for the live stream and the commentary because I'm here at Laguna Seca at the Rolex Monterey Motorsport Reunion, where I'm hosting the live stream, and they're celebrating 75 years of Formula One, and what a place to be stood if you're a young kart driver right now. We've got a 2025 Max Verstappen Red Bull car there, and I'm in front of a 2024 Lewis Hamilton and George Russell Mercedes that's sitting in here. How about that? That's the cockpit that those guys have sat in, and then it goes all the way back, showing your cars back to about 1980 at the bottom end over there. It's a really phenomenal event, but I am sorry not to be with all you guys at the karting this weekend. I will be back though for the final round in October, round 6. So best of luck to all of you racing. And if you want to follow any of this, just search the internet for the Rolex Monterey Motorsport Reunion. See ya.
Yeah, like I said earlier, it's been a while since I've seen Kev, but it's been an absolute pleasure to be alongside him in the commentary box, all by myself this weekend. So you're hearing a lot of me. Unlucky. It's been a great day thus far, and like I say, this has been my first season commentating on the UKC. My first season commentating on karting as well, so it's been a huge learning curve for me to get involved, and already at the penultimate round of the season, when we started all the way back, of course, at Wilton Mill, that really kicked things off and set the tone for what was going to be a fantastic 2025 campaign. Lark Call as well, a couple of months ago when we took all the way up near Glasgow in Scotland. A long trek for a lot of drivers, but one that was very much worth it indeed with the changeable weather that we had, and that was mirrored when we took to Dunkswell down south in the UK as well. That was a fantastic weekend of racing action. And then again, a couple of weeks ago when we took to the Cumbria Kart Club at Rowra. And again, a very picturesque circuit, one of the most picturesque in the UK as well. So it was always good to take to that. And I'm sure Chaz Draycott, who talked you through all the action a couple of weeks ago, was very spoilt for all of the racing. And we're here now on the other side of the north of the country. We went from northwest to northeast, and we're here at Warden Law, and very much looking forward to bringing you the rest of the day. Quick reminder, of course, as to what we've got left. We've ticked off the juniors and the senior Rotaxes. So now we've got 3 more classes to tick through. The Micromax into the Minimax. Then comes the Rotax 177s. We then go back to the juniors and seniors with their last chance qualifying, their repechage, to see who makes their way, scraping their way into the top or the bottom 4 places of the Super Final grid. After that, we'll go to lunch, and then we kick things off once again. 5 races to end the day. We start it off with the micros about 1:45. We then go to the minis, the 177s, the juniors, and then we end the day off with the senior Rotaxes. And I, for one, definitely cannot wait to get all the way over there. We're anticipating the start then of the Microax Super Heat. It's the entire grid can fit onto one race, so no have to worry about Group A or Group B. And we'll run you through the grid in a few moments' time, of course, as soon as they're ready to get going. Hope everyone around the circuit's having a good time. It's, like I say, it was meant to be, I think, a little bit warmer this weekend. So, you know, I didn't pack a hoodie or anything, but it seems to be quite chill, quite breezy. I love that helmet there, the 68. Who's that? That's Jensen Kelly, the Lego helmet. That looks awesome. Always good to see all the drivers' helmet designs. A lot of them can get very creative. I know Ewan Charman has a Charmander, the Pokemon, on the back of his helmet. We just saw him there. And as well in this field, speaking of kartmasters and things, you'll see the GP plate being wielded by Alfie Garrett, who will start this race in 5th. You'll also see out there as well the O plate of Benedictus Masiokis, who's really set this championship alight this season. He took couple of victories to start it off, and there you can see a close-up on that helmet. You can see it's a Lego go-kart, which is just awesome. And then obviously his social media handle on the back, which is always good to see. Always good to show some support for these young drivers right at the beginning of their journey. Climbing the ranks, of course, in the world of motorsport, and social media following, attracting sponsors is incredibly important. So definitely go and give as many of these drivers some support as possible. Definitely not going to be spoiled for choice in terms of talent out there. Microax Super Heat A, though, is about to get itself underway. I'm ready. And I very much hope you guys are ready as well to get this race underway. Let's talk you through the grid then of the Microax Super Heat. Sebastian Crawford will join Dean Singh Pahal on the front row. Benedictus Masiokas alongside Harris Barber on the second row of the field, just in behind that. Alfie Garrett now wielding the GP plate will be alongside Dimitar Usanov on row number 3. Teddy Murphy from Albi Farrow in 8th place. Behind that, Ethan Lloyd, Arlo Gamble, Ralph Martin, from Freddie Walker, the top 6 rows. Behind that, Ollie Brunt, Jensen Kelly, the amazing Lego helmet in 14th, from Oliver Whittle in 15th, and final place on this grid. Moments away then from getting this underway. And like I was saying, Benedictus Masiokas, in terms of the championship, is leading the way by just 7 points from the GP plate of Alfie Garrett. Dean Singh Pahal as well, the 23 kart will be is a good sort of 27 points or so behind P2 of Alfie Garrett, so got a bit of ground to make up there, but his battle for P3 is fairly safe. He's a good 50 points clear, or just shy of 50 points clear of Albert Farrow in 4th, so not too much to worry about the top 3 in terms of the championship. However, that battle between P1 and P2, the O plate of Masiokas and the GP plate now of Garrett, both of them have been trading some victories. In terms of final victories, Masiokas took the final at Wilton Mill. He took the final at Larkhall. Didn't quite take it when we took to Dunkswell, then fired back on all cylinders when we took to Rowra. So it was all but one final. The other one was won by Alfie Garrett. So both of them just been trading blows all season long, and I'm sure we're going to be treated to something very, very similar this weekend, especially with Masiokas starting 3rd and Alfie Garrett right behind him in 5th. So they'll be sharing a lane going into turn number 1, and probably follow each other through to make the most of their favourable starting position. We were talking about it earlier. Starting P3 is actually probably better than starting P2, just because the inside opens up just that little bit better into the right-hander of turn 1, and you can naturally then run the driver on the outside wide. Cars out on circuit then. Microax Super Heat about to get itself underway. The 5th race of the day. Hope everyone has, like I say, been enjoying the coverage. Fantastic shots that we've seen all around the circuit here at Warden Law, and it's been an absolute pleasure to be here in the commentary box to talk you through each and every single moment of racing action that we've had. Definitely look out for the rest of the day in terms of the Super Heats. The repechages as well always do get intense, and then when we get to the all-important Super Finals, that's where the drivers are going to be giving their absolute everything. That's when they're going to be throwing everything they've got left of the weekend. Of course, we've already seen the road to the podium, how they get there, so you know championship points are scored for these Super Heats, and the better you do, the better you start later on in the day. Sebastian Crawford and Dean Singh Pahal will share the front row. The green flag will wave, and we'll get this race underway. 10 minutes plus the lap in towards turn number 1. Sebastian Crawford will hold that inside line, but Dean Singh Pahal all the way around the outside. From 2nd now into the lead. Harris Barber as well from 4th, the number 12 machine. It's the flipped narrative from what we've seen all day long. It seems in the Micromaxes it's actually starting on the outside that's more favourable. The 23 got the better launch, so too did the 12. Sebastian Crawford then lost a couple of places. You'll see there to the inside the O plate. That's Benedictus Masiokas working his way through into 3rd place. It's been a disaster start then for Sebastian Crawford in this 16 machine. The rest of the field work their way through quite nicely as well as they make their way into the Dunlop chicane. You can see the GP plate of Alfie Garrett trying to work his way through and keep actually at the 42 of Albert Farrow at bay, who's making contact actually with a couple of karts. That's the 66 of Ethan Lloyd, who's worked his way up a couple of places quite nicely. Side by side as they work their way into the final couple of corners. So these drivers, they maybe little, but they certainly do not like anything in the form of aggression. They will go for moves. They do not have any fear. Inside line being taken there. A swap for what could well be P7. Albert Farrow, I think, was to look over his shoulder and cover off a bit of a move there in towards turn number 1. Leading the way, though, Dean Singh Pahal, currently P3 in the championship, yet to take a final victory. His best result in the final was a P2, but has taken a number of victories in terms of the heats and super heats thus far this season. Definitely knows what it takes to take victory in the UKC. We'll be looking to continue that form this weekend. Has taken a 2nd and a 3rd place over the course of yesterday. So the pace is there for the young driver in towards the heavy braking zone, of course, for these karts. Because they're not carrying as much speed, it's not as much of a braking zone for them. Maybe that could make overtaking just that little bit more tricky for them. However, despite the fact they're some of the youngest drivers on the ladder of UKC, they do sometimes, in fact a lot of the time, deliver some of the best racing that we get all weekend long, and I'm sure that's going to be no different this weekend. with the lower powered karts, the slipstream becomes that much more important, and you'll see the top three very, very close. It's the 23 of Dancing Bahal, then comes the number 12, that's Harris Barber, then the O-plate of Benedictus Masiokas, also the championship leader, in towards the infield section, towards the center S, and maybe Harris Barber pointing forward there to Dancing Bahal, saying, I'm not going to fight you just yet, I do kind of want to get away from the championship leader if we can. He's giving me a bit of a hard time over my shoulder. That's the red and black car of Masiokas. The inside could well open up. Dancing Bahal, though, choosing not to defend from Harris Barber. That was the right decision because the number 12 did not go for the move. Still got plenty of time left to go in this race. I think the inside momentarily opened up there for the O-plate. Indeed, it did into the final couple of corners. Benedictus Masiokas saw the gap, did not hesitate, finds his way through, proving why he's the championship leader. And of course wielding the O-plate. That's the 33, that's Freddie Walker. Unfortunately, that's going to be another retirement for the day. But nonetheless, Benedictus Masiokas is now the one leading the charge against Dancing Bahal. Like I say, similar to what we saw earlier on in the day with the final lap, final couple of corners move. That was very similar. Masiokas, like I say, the gap opened up and he went for it. However, Dancing Bahal not taking the same mentality with keeping Masiokas behind. He didn't defend Barber, but he most definitely is defending Masiokas. He was a driver, like I say, who will not hesitate. He might be young, but he definitely has got that experience and that racecraft behind him. A couple of warnings being done. 23, Dancing Bahal actually getting a black and white flag there for blocking, so has to be careful. You can take one move to defend, but you can't weave in front of a car. You can't be too reactive, because that then is blocking and not giving the driver behind a fair chance to actually see a bit of a move. Can also result in a bit of contact as well, so have got to be careful. Of course, the stewards did a fantastic job just trying to stay on top of everything, and a big thank you to everyone here at UKC, all the marshals, medical crew and staff for all of their hard work getting these young drivers a platform to go racing and giving us something to watch here at home as well. 5.5 minutes left on the clock. The inside opens up. Benedictus Masiokas will take the lead of the race. Very nicely done indeed. Also, you can see there Alfie Garrett working side by side with the pole sitter of Sebastian Crawford. That's the fight for P4. So nice move there from Masiokas to take the lead of the race. Now Dancing Bahal has to be careful not to lose his rhythm, lose his momentum and allow Harris Barber through. A look back to the inside already. The 23 launching the counter-attack not 2 corners later. Dancing Bahal then back into the race lead. Nicely done indeed. Now ahead of the O-plate of Benedictus Masiokas. So very quickly swung back in favour of the 23. Back in towards the infield section. The inside opens up once again. This has been a mighty battle beginning to brew between Masiokas and Dancing Bahal. For the large part, though, been kept as a 1v1. Harris Barber has not really been able to get involved just yet. He's got to be careful because Crawford and Garrett behind. We've got 5 cars all fighting for the lead. So Masiokas back into the lead. Send there, inside line for the GP of Alfie Garrett. Sebastian Crawford, though, able to hang it around the outside, sees it coming, turns out just with enough time and keeps that momentum to hold the inside line. A good effort, though, from Garrett. You can definitely tell with very little fear in the eyes of these young drivers. They're not scared to go for those moves. Four minutes plus the lap still to go. They're running at 56, so we're probably going to get maybe 4 or 5 more laps left to go in this race. Hopefully Singh Bahal can launch another counter-attack on Masiokas. That would be an awesome mid-part of this race to see those two going toe-to-toe. Masiokas, of course, starting third. Picked his way past Harris Barber into second. Now picks his way through on Dancing Bahal up into the lead of the race. Have to say, like I was saying to the about these guys earlier on, the Microaxes very often will deliver some of the best racing action of the weekend. So far, this is a contender for the best race of the day thus far. The number 12 of Harris Barber having to keep the 16 at bay. So very quickly the tyres can change. The 16 was under pressure from the GP plate not a lap ago. Now is trying to put some pressure on the driver in front. All of the top 4 looking over their shoulder, assessing the situation. The fast lap trades hands. Inside line for the 23 of Dancing Bahal, who goes to the inside and works his way through into the lead. And that's going to cost Masiokas not second, but also third place. He drops to 4th, maybe even 5th place. I think Alfie Garrett was getting involved. The O-play, oh my goodness me, it's catastrophic. Masiokas goes from the lead in a matter of 3 corners now, has to settle for what I think could well be P6. Still having a good offensive, as well as the 62 of Dimitar Usanov wants to demote him down to 7th and make his day even worse. That was an excellent move from the 23 of Dian Singh Pahal. Used the slipstream, saw the gap in towards the opening corner, put his kart there, committed to it very nicely indeed. The GP plate, that's Alfie Garrett looking to go to the inside of the 42 of Pharaoh. Also trying to follow him through is the 62 of Usanov and also Masiokas. Another lap ticked off then, and you'll see Masiokas tumbles his way. He is able to recover upper place into 5th. But now it's between Barber and Pahal. I think maybe the 12 was playing the patient game to get Pahal all by himself, and well, the pendulum is firmly swung in his favour. 2 minutes plus the lap still left to go. A look to the... No, I thought you were maybe going to have a look to the inside. Barber is being very passive in this race. Not showing his nose too much, maybe just waiting for that very high percentage yield opportunity. Doesn't want to take too many risks, especially with the orange and white kart of the 16 of Sebastian Crawford, who of course started this race on pole position. Creeping up behind them, inside line for Masiokas. He's on a bit of a comeback drive. Dimitar Usanov works his way through on Albert Ferrer, who is now under pressure from Ethan Lloyd in the 66. So it's here, there, and everywhere. All of these drivers arguably have got the pace to go on and you know, top 5 podium, maybe even win this race in terms of raw pace. However, that racecraft and that experience, positioning the car exactly where it needs to be, is a skill in of itself, and one that the 23 of Singh Pahal has done in bucket loads thus far. 1 minute and 10 left to go. So the next time by will be the penultimate lap of this race. Deep there from the 12 of Barber, and that's because he had the 16 of Crawford on his inside. So nicely done there to pick his way through. The up and under though in towards the Dunlop chicane. We haven't seen side by side here yet today. Those two are going to do that. This is the fight for P2. The orange and white car has to go to the inside. That's Crawford. The up and under though is there from the 12, who runs out of space. Now it's the outside line through the long left. Could that open the door for the GP plate of Garrett? Not quite. The 12 then has to settle. Harris Barber drops down another place. Benedictus Masiokas trying to work his way through on the GP plate of Alfie Garrett. Point forward though, they want to work together. Could we go 3 wide towards the opening corner? I think that could well be Dimitar Usanov trying to make it 3 wide towards turn number 1. Yeah, this by far is one of the best races we've seen of the day. These guys leaving absolutely nothing on the table. 9 seconds left to go. This is the penultimate lap of the race, so time is ticking. Next time by will be the final lap of the Microax Super Heat. What are these guys going to deliver for the final? That's what I want to know. Masiokas in the slipstream, could well be finding a move into the hairpin. The number 12 as well, Harris Barber, who, like I said, has been very passive. Ethan Lloyd up the inside of the 62 of Usanov. But Usanov did a good job as to just hang his nose around the outside in towards the final corner for the penultimate time. Foot to the floor. Final lap board is shown. Defensive there goes Garrett from Barber, who tries to put some pressure into the opening corner. Has to look over his shoulder because, well, there's Masiokas. So 3 karts there. That is the fight for what could well be 3rd place. It's been swapping hands here, there, and everywhere. Dian Singh Pahal has opened up the gap to Sebastian Crawford just that little bit into the Center S's for the final time. Into the Dunlop chicane. Exit is going to be important, especially in these low-powered Micromaxes. Foot to the floor towards the heavy braking zone for the final time. Look over the shoulder there from Harris Barber, who's going to be forced to attack. Inside line opens up, though, for Benedictus Masiokas. Just when you thought the 12 took the inside line, Masiokas finds an even tighter one, picks his way through another place. However, out of the final corner, Dian Singh Pahal has dealt with this race so beautifully. Checker flag will wave. He will take victory for the Microax Super Heat. Sebastian Crawford and Alfie Garrett climbs his way onto the podium, with Masiokas a good recovery drive despite dropping all the way down to nearly 7th place at some point in that race. Of course, we'll walk you through the entirety of the finishing order as soon as everyone has crossed the line and we're ready. That was an amazing race from start to finish. Masiokas and Pahal doing battle right at the beginning. Masiokas then dropping back and having to find his way through. They're peeling their way back in to the paddock now, and well, Super Heat is going to be very chuffed for that one indeed. That's going to mark his 3rd victory of UKC in 2025, his 2nd in the Super Heat. He won the Super Heat at Roura as well. So continuing in that good form, he went on to finish 5th in the final then. Let's see if he can do a little bit better today. He's definitely got the pace to do so, so a big congratulations to all of the drivers now making their way in. Some of the youngest on the ladder, like I was saying earlier, but definitely delivering us some very mighty racing action out on the circuit. Super Heat, of course, getting that counter-attack done on Masiokas. Dropped the O-plate driver all the way back and then caused the championship leader to have to fight his way back through. Alfie Garrett as well, capitalising and clawing back some points in the championship. Super Heat then will take victory for the Microax Super Heat from Sebastian Crawford, who started the race on pole position, dropped back and had to recover. Alfie Garrett, P3 from Benedictus Masiokas, and Harris Barber, the top 5. Then comes Albert Ferrer and Dimitar Usanov. That could have gone any which way at any point in the race. Ethan Lloyd from Teddy Murphy and Ralph Martin, the top 10. Behind that, Arlo Gamble, Ollie Brunt, Jensen Kelly, and Freddie Walker, who unfortunately did have those issues early on in the race. The 33 Strawberry Racing Machine did not finish, and will be starting towards the back end of the field when it comes to the Super Final for these guys a bit later on. That was the best race of the day so far. I'm sure a lot of people in the YouTube chat are going to agree. That was a good way to introduce the Micromaxes for round number 5 of the UKC. Of course, next up we'll be staying with the younger drivers. Will be heading to the Mini Inters for their race. And again, similar to the Micromaxes, they may be mini, but they are very much mighty, in fact. So looking forward to delivering that race and seeing what we've got in store over the 10 minutes plus the lap for their race. What we'll do, we'll have a quick look over what just happened in that race, because I'm sure there are going to be plenty of highlights to talk through. So we'll throw to that as soon as we're ready, and very much looking forward to having a look back. And even though it happened just 5 minutes ago, there was so much racing that it'd be nice to see it all over again. So the race got underway, and like I was saying, it's usually the right-hand side that prevails, but you'll see it now towards turn number 1. Dian Pahal just saws his way around the outside, really got the jump. I think maybe getting pushed from behind just to give him that little bit of a bump draft towards the opening corner. So he was really able to capitalise. Masiokas as well picked his way through. A couple of moves being made on the opening lap in towards that back end hairpin. We saw a lot of action throughout the entirety of the race through that corner, and well, that was not just exclusive to the opening lap, it was all throughout the entire 10 minutes plus the lap, the 12 laps that we had for the Microax Super Heat. Masiokas picked his way through, of course, on the 12 of Harris Barber, and then firmly had his eyes set on going for the race lead. Did not wait around too long. The inside opened up, he pulled out, he worked his way through up into the race lead. However, it was a quick swing back in favour of the 23 of Dian Pahal, who once again was not happy having the O-plate in front of him. The O-plate was not happy having him in front of him either. He sent a move to the inside of the first hairpin, and then of course it all kicked off just in behind that, of course, with Masiokas then dropping back a few places. Some side-by-side moments as the 16 of Crawford works his way back forward into what was P2 at the time. And then Harris Barber, who did take quite an idle outlook into this race. Masiokas was side-by-side with the GP plate of Garrett, and they were all sort of trying to work together to go forwards. However, not all of them got that memo. They were all interested in fighting their own specific battles, and that gave us plenty to watch over the duration of the race. And then we saw here an insane move from Masiokas, nearly going into the side of the GP plate there, but just spotted the gap on the final lap. And at the final corner, Dian Pahal would take his 3rd victory of UKC in 2025. Saw the checker flag first, and a very well-driven, very maturely driven drive from the 23. So always good to see the Micromaxes, always very much delivering. I hope everyone at home, like I've been saying, very much enjoyed that. Let us know what you've been feeling as well in the YouTube chat, whether you're watching on the UKC or here at Alpha Live as well. Let us know your thoughts, feelings throughout the rest of the day. Let us know who you're cheering on, where you're watching from, and make sure, of course, to like the video and subscribe. Get as many eyes onto these young drivers as possible, and of course follow around Alpha Live as well. We cover a lot of motorsport here, and I'm sure there'll be something to tickle your fancy over the next few weeks. Mini Inters will be out next. And very much looking forward to getting the Mini Inter Super Heat underway. After the success of the Microax, we're here for the Mini Inter Super Heat. I'm very much looking forward to getting these guys underway. We'll throw to the grid in a few moments' time, but of course it's looking to be a very, very good race indeed. 19 karts will take to the start, and this race has been very, this race weekend has been very, very good thus far. Mini Inters, in terms of their 2025 campaign. Let's run you through the sort of the gist of the standings. It's Emerson McCangy-Uren who has, well, I'm looking at this sheet. All I can see is gold, silver, or bronze. He's only finished outside. Well, he's never finished outside the top 3. He's only not won a race on 4 occasions, and none of them have been a final. He did utter domination at Wilton Mill. He won the final at Lark Hall. He won the final when we took to Dunkswell as well. He only lost 1 race. That was the Super Heat, but it was a very intense Super Heat. Max Jolly, of course, doing the up and under to get through 2 karts, and it could have gone any which way. Did the domination, did the sweep at Rowett as well. Has not been able to carry that forward into Warden Law. Took a victory and a P2 yesterday, but continuing his very strong form. And of course, with the success of him at Kartmasters as well, now wields the GP plate. Could we crown a champion in a few weeks' time as well for Emerson McCangy-Uren, who, by the way, starts this race from pole position. Oliver Spencer will join him on the front row, ahead of Alfie Mayer and Arthur Farrow. 4th. Austin Oman from Max Jolly, who had some amazing moves a couple of weeks ago when we took to Dunkswell, and well, he'll be starting from 6th. Alfie Ward from Hugo McCluxley in 8th. Then comes Hamish Gordon, Eddie Duncan in the top 10. Then comes Ryan White and Ryan Townsend in 12th. Behind that, Serene Gallagher and Hakeem Bart will share row 7 from Otis Cleary and Ian Campbell on row number 8. Stanley Stafford, Adam Barton, Riley Moreau will be the 19th and final driver to take to the grid for the Mini Inter Super Heat. Now this is one to watch. Remember, like I say, the couple of rounds ago at Dunkswell where we had some intense battling in the Super Heat, especially Max Jolly fighting away with Emerson McCangy-Uren from start pretty much to finish. Ryan White was involved as well. It was absolutely electric, and I'm sure we're going to see very similar stuff here at Warden Law. McCangy-Uren then, now with the GP plate, takes to the right-hand side of the circuit, foot to the floor, and we go racing once more here at Warden Law. The number 8 of Oliver Spencer immediately over to try and minimise the disadvantage of being on the outside. The inside loader opens up for the 24 of Arthur Farrow, who tries to pick his way through, but I think it's swung in favour of the green and black cart of Oliver Spencer. McCangy-Uren, though, will still lead, able to keep firm of that pole position. Now in towards the infield section, a point forward there from the 15. Alfie Mayer works his way up from 4th, now into 3rd place. A couple of carts side by side, the 11 of Austin Oman getting overtaken as we make our way into the Dunlop chicane. So the point forward there from Alfie Mayer sort of says to me that they want to work together. They want to be contending with McCangy-Uren and stop him from winning yet another race this season. The 41 works his way through. Serene Gallagher up the inside into the hairpin. Now into the final couple of corners, this long left into a very quick right-hander. Slightly downhill as well, and you put your foot to the floor. That puts you onto this back straight. Couple of karts side by side. It's the 23 Ryan Townsend. That's the battle for 12th. Change for the lead though, as the 8 of Oliver Spencer has worked his way through on McCangy-Uren. That slipstream towards turn number 1, working in favour of Spencer, who has had probably one of the best starts from the front row that we've seen all day. Capitalised on that just a lap later in towards turn number 1. The inside opens up for Alfie Mayer up over the curb, thinking about a move to the inside of McCangy-Uren. That was definitely brave, and well, it's going to cost him. The 11 of Austin Oman finds his way through, up now into 3rd place. Nicely done indeed, just to capitalise. Max Jolly now on the O-plate, looks to go to the inside, but that gets covered off slightly later on the brakes then is the 15. Now the green and black cart leads. And now, of course, the GP plate of McCangy-Uren is in 2nd, though cross the line, they break the beam. Oliver Spencer doing a fantastic job just to command this race, and it's not easy to fend off a driver of the calibre of McCangy-Uren, who has won pretty much everything there is to win at this level of and his age of karting. So Spencer has got a very tough job ahead of him just to try and bring home this lead. Austin Oman as well, now up into 3rd place ahead of Alfie Mayer. So let's see if he can keep tabs and keep pace with the top 2. Still 7.5 minutes left to go in this race. Side by side as well, the 183 Alfie Ward getting overtaken by the 24 of Arthur Farrow. That battle's going to continue in towards the final corner. You've also got the 47 of Ryan White getting involved, who has been a front runner for quite a lot of this mini-inter season of the 2025 campaign of the Ultimate Karting Championship. Another lap in the books, and it's still Spencer that leads Makanju Uren. Once again, back into the infield section. Max Jolly trying to eye up a move on Alfie Mayer. He's been a very successful driver, is Jolly. And now a battle for the lead ensuing. Defensive goes Spencer. Makanju Uren thinking about going for a move, but can't quite. They bunch back up, and there's contact as the inside opens up for Austin O'Man. He forces Uren wide. He works his way now in his second place. I'm sure Makanju Uren is going to be feeling a bit hard done by that. Max Jolly now, speaking of his caliber, now trying to go for a sensational overtake on the 15 of Alfie Mayer. Gets the up and under, draws alongside, but runs out of space in towards the next left-hander, and you can't really go for a double switch back at this part of the circuit. Another lap ticked in the books then, and what was a promising attack for Makanju Uren now has dropped him into third place. They've got a couple of kart lengths back though to Alfie Mayer in fourth, so Austin O'Man could be thinking about going for a move on Oliver Spencer. Austin O'Man himself, by the way, did take P5 at Kartmaster, so he's definitely up there and involved. Look to the inside there. Makanju Uren finds the space. Nicely done. Spotted the gap. Did not think twice about going for a move. Those two definitely getting a bit argy-bargy a lap ago. That was a much more precise and clean move there from the GP-plated kart. Catching Oman off guard just that little bit. 5.5 minutes still to go. Oliver Spencer leading, and if the GP plate of Makanju Uren and Austin O'Man can continue battling, that's going to only work in favour of the number 8 machine. He can creep just that little bit further and further away, but the gap as they break the beam, still just under 1/4 of a second. Half the race still to go. There's the battle now making their way into the left-hander. The 15 of Alfie Mayer leads the train for 4th place. Just behind that, Max Jolly and Arthur Ferro keeping him honest. Back to the fight for the lead. The half distance left to go. We're going to take a look back at a moment a bit earlier on. Of course, the battle that's been raging on for quite some time. I'm getting told there's a bit of debris or something that comes flying off. Is that Oliver Spencer's kart going into the Dunlop chicane? Indeed so. Did he hit something? That doesn't look to be his bodywork, but definitely looks to be something that he either hit or did come off. Nonetheless, they're still racing on and doing their thing. So not offsetting him even at a young age. Could be some debris from another kart or something. We don't know. We won't speculate, but nonetheless, there was something being kicked up. 4.5 minutes left on the clock. Oliver Spencer leading Emerson Makanju Uren. The two karts that we're following now in towards the infield section. Makanju Uren is no stranger to going for a bit of a send into these hairpins, and I'm sure Spencer knows that. He's going to be wiser as to try and cover it off as best as he can. Once again into the Dunlop chicane. Good exit there from both drivers. The slipstream, though, could be in favour of the GP plate. The inside opens up. He's going to go late on the brakes, picks his way through. Makanju Uren takes the lead back. Nicely done. The number 8 of Oliver Spencer. Just getting told in the YouTube chat, actually. Thank you very much for your information. The chain guard is on. So it wouldn't have been that for Spencer. It could have been something. So someone else's chain guard has come off, so it isn't Spencer's. Someone else has come off, which obviously is not ideal in of itself. But all is good for the front 3 at the very least. So no concerns in terms of this battle being prematurely ended by some technical problems. Thank you very much for your information in the YouTube chat. Always good to keep me updated. I can't see everything in the commentary box. Makanju Uren now leads from Oliver Spencer and Austin O'Man in 3rd. Through the Dunlop chicane. Once again, another lap ticks by. The slipstream once again now in favour of the number 8. Makanju Uren is aware of him. Inside line opens up. The counter-attack is there. But the up and under, very expertly executed from Makanju Uren. Spotted that, forced him to the deep inside part of the circuit to send him even further into the corner. And then he spotted that, got the up and under, got his car ahead before the next left-hander. Very nicely done indeed. But a very good effort there from the number 8. Definitely showing his intent and definitely showing his capability to still fight for this lead. A little bit wide there, though. A mistake from Spencer. Austin O'Man tries to capitalise. Zero hesitation from the 11. The up and under, though. The switch back for Spencer as he fights for 2nd place. This is going to allow Makanju Uren to get away and bridge a couple of kart lengths clear towards the tail end of this race. A small mistake there from Spencer. His pace was there, but maybe the bulletproof nature of Makanju Uren The cracks in the defence are starting to show. Do they work together to try and get back on tabs for the race lead? I think so. I think that was a mutual understanding between Austin Oman there. Once the dust had settled back in, they need to work together to try and chase after Makanji Uren and stop him going for yet another victory in the UKC in 2025. Along with, of course, winning that GP plate a couple of weeks ago. We'll be feeling very confident going into that final round in October when we head to PF International. Max Jolly still unable to find a way through on Alfie Mare. There you can see the red and black versus the Peppermint OTK. So the 15 is Mare, the O plate is Max Jolly, who has had some really standout moves. I remember his double switchback twice on 2 separate occasions into the first hairpin at Dunkswell a couple of months ago. Definitely knows what it takes to do well, definitely knows what it takes to win. Arthur Ferry chasing these guys down as well. So this is a battle for 4th, while we have got as well the 3-kart battle for the race lead. They break the beam once again. Makanji Uren stretching the advantage. However, that last time through was a personal best in the fast lap of the race for Oliver Spencer. Not by much, only half a tenth of a second, but still clawing that time back in. If he can get a whiff of slipstream and work his way back in, we could still have a battle on our hands. I think we were on to the penultimate lap of the race. We'll see when the timer ticks 0. As soon as it does, it'll be the next lap that'll be the final lap of the race. Back to the front in the GP plate of Makanji Uren. Feeling pretty safe for the time being. Looking at the trailing pack, Alfie Mare, that last time by, was a bit slower. So initially I did think that maybe there was a chance these 3 could try and catch the top 3, especially if they can continue to battle. But in terms of raw speed, it doesn't seem that this trailing pack has got the pace to go and catch. Max Jolly did get very close to that final sector though. Onto the penultimate lap of the race. So it's still, well, now the timer ticks 0. Penultimate lap of the race is this one. Next time by will be the final lap, the Mini into Super Heat before we head to the 177s. I have to say, Emerson Makanji Uren, even though he's a driver that's not, completely immune to mistakes and things, or not always going to be on raw pace the fastest driver, does somehow always find a way to deliver. Towards the tail end of this race, though, we've got to fight for 4th place. Max Jolly putting some pressure onto Mare, who had to go defensive there and very late brought it back out to the left-hand side as to get as close onto that optimal race line as possible. Onto the final lap of the race, and the top 2 very closely separated, having to go defensive. Very late move there from the GP plate. Spencer in his head, putting some pressure on. He's been closing for the last couple of laps, getting back on tabs with Makanji Uren, the championship leader in the Mini Inters. Oliver Spencer is running out of opportunities to maybe go for this lead. It was a mistake in a battle with Austin Oman that cost him a couple more laps, a couple more bites at the cherry. But now he's got to lay it all on this final lap. He needs a good run out of the Dunlop chicane. He needs a good run in slipstream towards the heaviest braking zone on this circuit. Defensive goes Makanji Uren, a huge sweep to the outside there from the number 8 of Oliver Spencer. But not to be. If Makanji Uren can keep it nice and tidy through the final couple of corners, it'll be yet another victory in the Mini Inters in the UKC. Round number 5 here at Warden Law goes the way of Makanji Uren. He sees the checker flag first. We'll take victory for the Mini Inters Super Heat. Oliver Spencer on that will take P2 and with it the fast lap of the race as well. Dipping under 53 is the only driver to do so. A 52.8 going the way of the number 8 machine. Very well defended there from Makanji Uren. Didn't want to take any chances towards turn 1. It was a very late move, but fair enough indeed. They immediately make their way back into the Parc Ferme area. And very big congratulations to Makanji Uren. I'm just going to count how many victories he's taken so far this season. Took 4 at Wilton Mill, took 2 at Lark Course, that's 6. Then took a further 3, which was then, that takes it to 9. Then 10 with the final at Dunkswell. Then did 4 at Rowers, there's 14. Did 15 yesterday. This is his 16th victory of 2025 for Emerson Makanji Uren in the UKC. He obviously took the victory for the GP play as well. It's been a lot of trophies going the way of the young driver, and very well done to him. Oliver Spencer, though, gave it a very good effort. Really, really strong stuff from Spencer there. Should be very proud of himself. Just got to recompose himself, get himself ready. He's got another go at it later on in the all-important final. That's where the trophy is won. And that's the one where maybe he can lay it all on the line and give it a good go. We'll run you through the results in a few moments' time because, well, once again, the Micro gave us a very good race. The Mini Inters gave us a very good race. These guys definitely do know how to deliver. And Warden Law, a fantastic venue for them to showcase all of their talents. 10 minutes plus the lap in the book, and let's run you through the results. It was Emerson McAndrew-Uren that took victory once again, the 16th time, like I say, in 2025 in the UKC. Oliver Spencer from Austin Oman, and at any point in that race, it could have gone any which way. Alfie Mayer able to hold off Max Jolly for 5th, ahead of Arthur Farrow, Alfie Ward, Ryan White, Hugo McCluxley, and Serene Gallagher, the top 10. Behind that, of course, it's Otis Cleary from Hamish Gordon, Rian Townsend and Ian Campbell from Hakeem Butt, the top 15. Then comes Adam Butt just in behind that. Stanley Stafford and Eddie Duncan, the 18th and final driver there. I don't think we had Riley Moreau take to the start. He was scheduled to start, or was gridded for P19, but I don't think took to the start. Didn't show up on our timing screens. So unfortunate there, and we'll be starting towards the back end of the pack for the Super Final a bit later on. We've got a bit of a... Once again, the time in between races. Next up, of course, will be the 177s. So what we're going to do, while we've got a little bit of time, for those that are now just joining us, let's go back to Kev, who's not here, but we're hearing a lot of him today. He's going to explain the journey and the road to the podium.
Well, it all starts on a Saturday morning with time qualifying, which will determine your start position for the heat races. And it's those heat races that are up next, and all drivers will take part in a minimum of 2 heat races, where you can gain championship points and determine your start position for the Super Heat. The Super Heat comes next then, and it's from here that you will gain even more championship points, and it's the results from the qualifying heats and this Super Heat that will determine your start position for the Super Final. But new for 2025, and in classes of over 34 drivers, the top 30 will automatically qualify for the Super Final. The rest will go into the repechage, with the top 4 getting promoted to that Super Final. We will then have the top 34 drivers who will be competing in the Super Final to gain championship points and determine their finish position. And if you finish in the top 3, then you'll be on the podium come Sunday night, picking up the prizes and the trophy. So there it is then, through the time qualifying, the heat races, the Super Heat, and maybe the repechage and the Super Final. That is your road to the podium.
Well, hello to all of the UKC racers competing in round 5 up at Warden Law this weekend. Apologies from me, Kev Harris. I'm not going to be with you for the live stream and the commentary because I'm here at Laguna Seca at the Rolex Monterey Motorsport Reunion, where I'm hosting the live stream, and they're celebrating 75 years of Formula One, and what a place to be stood if you're a young kart driver right now. We've got a 2025 Max Verstappen Red Bull car there, and I'm in front of a 2024 Lewis Hamilton and George Russell Mercedes that's sitting in here. How about that? That's the cockpit that those guys have sat in, and then it goes all the way back, showing your cars back to about 1980 at the bottom end over there. It's a really phenomenal event, but I am sorry not to be with all you guys at the karting this weekend. I will be back though for the final round in October, round 6. So best of luck to all of you racing. And if you want to follow any of this, just search the internet for the Rolex Monterey Motorsport Reunion. See ya.
Well, another race is upon us. Let's take a look at the starting grid for the Rotax 177s. It's Reg Hayward from Harrison Crook, the top 2. Jamie Zaro from Samuel Cornwell will share row number 2. Joshua Gollan from Scott Clee, row number 3, ahead of James Lingard and Cameron Crockett in 8th. Behind that, Jack Taylor and Josh Howard from Mark Gillian, Edward Matthews, the top 12 starters, and Matt Lear, a very lonely 7th row of the field. Getting ourselves underway then for what is a very nice championship in the form of the Rotax 177s, of course relating to the combined weight of 177 kilos. That's driver, kit and kart. Getting ourselves underway then, looking forward to this one. It's Reg Hayward and Harrison Crook that share the front row. making their way around the final corner, foot to the floor, green flag waves, and we go racing once again for the final super heat of the day. Inside line then for the 73 of Reg Hayward, who picks his way past quite nicely. The 95 though, Jamie Zyra, works his way up in a second from what was third place on the grid. Very nicely done indeed, picking his way through and now in towards the infield section once again. Jamie Zyra, very aggressive, however has to go defensive as the counter-attack could well be there for the 72 of Harrison Crook. And that's going to allow Reg Hayward to try and at least get away ever so slightly. However, bit of a slide there, and that's going to close the gap once again. The 77, a lot of 70s in the 177. That's the 77 of Josh Gollan, who did very, very well over the course of this season. Huge inside snap of oversteer there for the 79. Edward Matthews, of course, our championship leader coming into this. Starting a little bit further back, and there's contact and into the barrier. That's the 88, that's Cameron Crockett that's gone off. Someone else has gone with him as well. There's the, well, that's 82, that's Crockett now rejoining the circuit. There was contact into the final couple of corners there. Not entirely sure who else was with him. We'll see. I think it could well have been Mark Gilly. I think it could well have been, yeah, the 18 that went off. So there was contact between the pair of them. Didn't quite catch all of it. But yeah, that's the first major bit of contact that we've seen all race, or all day long, in fact. The inside opens up for the 72, Harrison Crook. These guys, of course, slightly more older, slightly more seasoned in their racing experience, and definitely not scared to go for some very aggressive moves. Jamie Zyra having to look over his shoulder, having to defend from the 72 of Harrison Crook, who gets the up and under. Now comes Josh Gollan onto the scene. So it's Zyra from Crook, then Gollan just in behind as well. Gollan, of course, is really been impressive. Some top 5 finishes in most of the finals thus far this season. Reg Hayward leading the way. Jamie Zyra, though, having to go defensive because the pressure is being put on there from the 72. So he very late had to cover the inside in towards turn number 1. Of course, these carts incredibly quick. Senior Rotax spec having to cover off the inside once again. The up and under could well be there, and a nice drive from the 72. The inside opens up, gets forced all the way to the inside. Jamie Zyra tries to go for the switchback, but once again it's another hairpin, and the inside opens up for Josh Gollan, who forces his way through. Jamie Zyra has the outside through the Dunlop chicane and is just able to hang on, but a lovely move there from Harrison Crook as Zyra was defending arguably maybe the wrong places, and now we've got 5 carts all on the scene, all queuing up behind Jamie Zyra, who got a very good launch, but initially the rhythm and the pace in this race has not quite been there just yet. Less than 8 minutes left to go on the clock. In towards turn number 1, the race leader, Reg Hayward, leads now by 2.2 seconds, and with it the fastest lap. He's looking to go on a bit of a domination streak. Coming into this championship, only joined us for this round thus far. Took a win and a second place on Saturday. Looking to go back to winning ways as well for their super heat. In towards the infield, the 95, Jamie Zyra, holding firm as best he possibly can, but under a world of pressure from the red and white Birrell ART, the 77 of Josh Gollan. Edward Matthews as well, the 79, the Dan Honda racing car, is now up the inside, going in towards the hairpin. Nicely done indeed. That could open the door for the 23 of James Lingard as well. Look out for the 79. Ed Matthews is our championship leader by a comfortable margin as well, just about 58 points clear of James Lingard in second. So both of those two carving their way forwards in this field. Not the best starting position for them, but making the most of it, and all the way forwards already, knocking on the door of Jamie Zyra as well. So look out for the slightly yellow helmet. That's Jamie Zyra now under pressure from the very aggressively stance. Edward Matthews looking over his shoulder, trying to set up a move. The up and under is there, but the inside line closes a bit too quickly for the Dunlop chicane, so you're better off setting up the move with the slipstream towards the heavy braking zone, but it's not the drive that Matthews would have wanted. Zyra has to go partially defensive, parks it in the middle of the road. James Lingard as well, nicely trying to poise a move on Gollan, but the gap not quite opening up just yet. They're all scrambling, trying to get side by side with the driver in front of them, trying to keep the driver behind them at bay as well. 5.5 minutes, this race has already flown by. The gap at the front is closing though. Harrison Crook has got himself into a bit of a rhythm and has got that gap at the front now sub 2 seconds once more. Jamie Zyra just doesn't seem to quite have the pull out of each of the corners, especially in this sector here. This where, of course, Harrison Crook was able to find a way through. Seems that on that initial bite doesn't quite have the torque that Edward Matthews behind does, and that could well be where the 79 tries to go for a move in the slipstream towards the heavy braking zone, but you're sort of turning and braking, and the inside line doesn't quite open up soon enough for him to pick away past on that particular occasion. But I'm sure he's going to keep looking, tries to set up a switch back. However, the inside line opens up there. Josh Gollan thought about it. I think he has. He's worked his way through. Edward Matthews now tumbles down 2 or 3, maybe even 4 places, now to 7th place. So that's why you've got to be so careful when you're sandwiched between a kart in front. He tried to set up a move, and it was a very wise decision. You can justify it very easily. He was trying to set up that final corner to get the switch back on Jamie Zara. In doing so, opened up the inside for Josh Gollan, who, without any hesitation, sent the move up the inside. And, well, as soon as you're stuck on the outside of a corner in karting, everyone behind that is just going to try and invite their way through. And that's exactly what's happened to Ed Matthews. He got off-sighted, and all of that progress for the last half of the race has now been undone. He needs to work his way back forwards once again. 4 minutes plus the lap still to go. Haven't really seen much of Reg Hayward, to be completely honest. He's been so far up in front. However, Harrison Crook continues to set fastest lap after fastest lap. That gap is closing. You can see them just in the right-hand side of the shot, making their way around through the infield section, so far clear of Jamie Zira. Now Josh Gollan behind him. James Lingard has worked his way forward and ahead, crucially, of his championship rival. If there's any chance that he wins the championship, well, it's got to start right here, right now. I think Ed Matthews has worked his way through on the 116. That's Scott Clee. So Ed Matthews now ahead and back into 6th place. Nose to tail, though, at the front end of this train. Zira with Gollan goes with him. Matthews trying to find a way through on Lingard, who himself had to go defensive. So what you'll see is a lot of the train, as soon as Zira goes defensive, is to prevent what happened to Matthews happening to anyone else. They'll all go defensive. Towards the opening corner. Quick tap on the brakes, get the kart rotated, get yourself through. 3 minutes plus the lap. Only going to be a handful of laps left to go in this race. Defensive Zira, thinking about covering off the move. Bit of contact to the rear end as Josh Gollan closes the gap. Ed Matthews not quite able to find the space on the 23 of Lingard. However, gets a nice drive. Just runs out of space before the turning in point for the Dunlop chicane. I think he might well be thinking about going for a move here. That's the first time in a while that I've seen Jamie Zara not have to defend into that hairpin. So maybe finally able to get into a rhythm and use some of the pace that we definitely know he's got. Very famously took off at Larkhall over the huge curbs at turn number 2. Has not fallen victim to that just yet here at Warden Law. Reg Hayward, fast lap goes back in his favour. He did that on lap number 8. Himself and Harrison Crook are pretty much matched. I think there they are. Pretty much matched in terms of their pace, so a bit of a stalemate at the front. The gap is 1.5 seconds. It's pretty much stayed at 1.5 seconds for the last couple of laps. Outside line, Ed Matthews trying once again on the 23 of Lingard, but in that part of the circuit, the 23 doesn't really, as long as he defends, he's absolutely fine. However, the inside opens up. Matthews has got the space. He's worked his way through. However, there's contact. Once again sent into the barrier. Another kart's making his way through. Lingard rejoins. That's the 29 of Matt Lear that, very closely. And there's more contact. That's Jamie Zara's that's been sent round. Oh my goodness me, straight into the path there of, was that? I think that could well have been Edwin Matthews. I think it was. That was a very close rejoin. A pair of very close rejoins, in fact. So Matthews very aggressive on the inside of James Lingard, trying to make amends, and unfortunately it's put him on the back foot. We didn't quite see what happened to Jamie Zara, but that was into the penultimate and final corner. So we're just under a minute left to go. A couple of laps left to run. I think we're going to get 13 for these guys. Reg Hayward, Harrison Crook though. Harrison Crook has taken a couple of attempts out of Reg Hayward the last couple of laps, so the gap now was 1.5, now 1.2. Is there still a chance that we have a lead fight? If there's a mistake for Hayward, I think we could still have something. Just begs the question, if Crook didn't get stuck behind Zara for a couple of laps, maybe could have kept in contention. The gap now under a second. The consistency is there for Harrison Crook, and Hayward is going to be feeling that pressure, no doubt. And as soon as he gets in the slipstream as well, I think there's a chance. There's the gap. Visually, you can see not very much at all as they make their way through the center S's. The 73 leading the 72. Josh Gollan, though, inherits 3rd place. Did get a contact warning, did Josh Gollan. and so too did Edward Matthews a couple of minutes ago, I think just in time with the respective contacts. So not bad enough to deem a penalty, but definitely enough for the steward to take a look at it and say, probably don't do that again. Timer has ticked 0 though, so the next time by will be the final lap of this race. And there is the gap for the lead. So following him through turn number 1 now, Reg Hayward, who has led every single lap of this race, cannot take his foot off the accelerator, cannot get complacent, cannot make a single mistake as to throw all of that hard work away. Harrison Crook has been chipping away at it bit by bit. Fastest lap after fastest lap, and just sheer consistency from the driver in 3rd place in the championship. Has only taken 2 victories thus far, but I can see plenty of seconds, I can see plenty of thirds. Incredibly consistent, always up there or thereabouts for the 72. Into the final main overtaking opportunity, and defensive just to cover it off, I guess. The 73 not taking any chances, but that does allow Crook to close the gap into the final couple of corners. Is there anything that he can do? Out of the final corner, it's going to be very close, the closest finish that we've had yet, but it is going to be Reg Hayward very marginally taking the victory for the Rotax 177 Super Heat. Harrison Crook just a 10th.5 behind. Next across the line, Josh Gollin, Scott Klee and Jack Taylor, the top 5. What a race this was. Thrills and spills from start to finish for these guys. Definitely setting us up for what could be some very good finals a bit later on in the day. Pulling their way into Parc Ferme, Reg Hayward, very deservedly so, taking that victory. The pace at the start was incredible. Of course, was just getting chipped away there. You could see the two of them sharing some respect, and a good effort there from Harrison Crook. One more lap and it could have been a different story, but Reg Hayward did the job that he needed to and took the victory. Another one after the success that he had yesterday, who, well, Heat 2 yesterday went the way of Harrison Crook, so it seems to be sort of their narrative. They've been the top 2 all weekend long. That continues into Sunday. Will it continue later on in the day when we get to the Super Finals as well? The Rotax 177s always do deliver in one way or another. Let's run you through the results then. And it was Reg Hayward, like I say, who took from pole to flag victory, but wasn't the story. It was very, very close all the way to the end. Harrison Crook and Josh Gollin in 3rd, from Scott Klee and Jack Taylor in P5. Behind that comes Josh Howard and Ed Matthews at a very up and down race, a couple of thrills and a couple of spills for the championship leader. James Lingard and Jamie Zyra with late contact finishes P9, from Matt Lear getting his way inside at the top 10. Behind that, we've got a few more drivers as well. It's the likes of Mark Gilley, Cameron Crockett, who had issues very early on in the day, and Samuel Cornwell as well, who I don't think took to the start, or, well, retired after the opening lap. Of course, it was Mark Gilley and Cameron Crockett that had contact very early on in the race, saw them on the back foot, and saw them have to fight their way back forwards again. Well, that's the first time that we've seen the Rotax 177s today. Of course, won't be the last. They'll be back out for the 3rd of 5 Super Finals later on in the day. Next up, of course, we'll be going to the repechages. We've got a little while until we get the repechages underway. Of course, that's going to be just preceding lunch. So it'll be the junior repechage and then the senior repechage. This is effectively a last chance qualifying. They'll settle the final 4 grid slots for the junior and senior super finals. Of course, I'm going to step aside for a second. We've got a bit of a break, and I'll be back to bring the action of the junior repechage. Welcome back then, ladies and gentlemen, as round number 5 of the Ultimate Karting Championship in 2025 continues here at Warden Law. We've had an amazing morning of action, and we've come back after a short break to have our 2 repechages, our last chance qualifiers for both the junior and the senior Rotax. Still myself, Zach Sweeney, talking you through all of the action. Let's get into the action. Almost time to get us go racing then. I hope everyone has been enjoying all of the coverage this morning here, both on the Alpha Live YouTube channel and, of course, on the UKC channel as well. Make sure you've liked, subscribed, and share this to anyone that you think will be entertained, which probably is everyone. Get as many eyes on all of these fantastic talents as possible. Like I say, my name is Zach Sweeney to bring you all of the action here at Warden Law. I'm all by myself in the commentary box. Of course, we've heard from Kev a couple of times over the course of today, explaining things like the road to the podium and what he's up to over on the west coast of the US at Laguna Seca. But the show must go on for the UKC, and it's been an amazing morning of action, especially in the minis, the micros, and as well in the 177s. We've had thrills, spills, and a bit of everything as well when it comes to the action. And I, for one, cannot wait to get our repechage underway, and then, of course, after the lunch break, into our 5 finals for each of our classes, where the drivers will be leaving it all out on the line. For those that have never seen or are aware of what a repechage is, it's essentially a last chance qualifier, a final opportunity for drivers that haven't done as well through the heats and into the super heat to get their place onto that super final grid. So grids from 1P1 all the way down to P30 have been set. They're set in stone. Those drivers are all the way through. This one, the top 4 will progress to make up P31 to P34. Alfie McBain will start this from pole position. They have Thomas Harper, Blair Smith and Alex Goodson in prime position to get straight promotion straight into that super final. Those just in behind, though, look out for them as they'll be looking to work their way forward. Connor Lage from Max Colbert share row number 3 from Jacob Jack. Luke Sawyers just in behind on row 4. Riley Morgan and Henry James, the top 10 from Scott McDowell and Kieran Stewart in 12th. Behind that, Ed Spain and Molly Misen, the front 7 rows, Maya Simpson and Bella McConville in 16th. That sets the grid then for what is going to be an amazing repechage race. We've had quite a few exciting repechages, and fair enough, this entire race only sets 4 grid positions. But for these drivers, you know, this is the difference between them going home a few hours early or them actually progressing and getting all the way to that super final, where you never know what can happen. You have to be in it to win it. And these drivers, the top 4, will be progressing their way onto the super final grid. They're rolling their way out of the final corner. They'll put foot to the floor and we'll go racing. But Bain and Harper share the front row. The 14 has the inside line towards the opening corner and will work his way through quite cleanly. The 26 as well, Alex Goodson, the 3rd place driver, will work his way immediately up in a second. Couple of issues actually, I think, for the front row starter, and a bit of contact as well as they make their way into the infield for the opening time. There you can see the 296 Maya Simpson kicking up some dust as they make their way onto that curb. And, well, the top 4 surely need to be the ones that settle here, because whether you're P31 or P34, I don't think it makes too much of a difference as long as you're there. So it'll be interesting to see how much battling that we get going on amongst the top 4. And, of course, look for those in 5th, 6th, 7th, those that are just on the cusp, working their way forward. Side by side as the number 12 of Blair Smith works their way through. That's the 32 of Luke Sawyers. They've just overtaken very nicely to the inside of the hairpin. Once again, making their way into the final couple of corners. The top 4 breaking away. A couple of kart lengths clear then of the 5th placed driver, now of Blair Smith, who breaks the beam and is there in the number 12 machine. 7 minutes plus lap, so slightly shorter races for the repechages. Keep it short and snappy and keep the stakes very much high indeed. McBain doing a good job just controlling this race. So too Goodson just there or thereabouts. Again, a move to the inside. The 26 spots the gap and very cleanly works his way past. Didn't lose too much time doing that. Didn't carry too much risk doing that. So will get himself into the top spot. Obviously, makes no difference. All 4 of them will be making their way into the super final as things stand. It just depends which position in which they'll be starting. The 254, Max Colbert, under pressure. Side by side there is the 73 of Connor Lage. Sends the move to the inside. Gets his way back into 5th place. But if they battle too much, they're going to be losing touch on the top 4. There are no championship points scored for this race, so it's top 4 or nothing for these drivers. The 222, Riley Morgan, found their way through, now into 8th place. So very much all kicking off. And for some of these drivers, it's their last race of the day, so They're going to go out with as much excitement and as much fun as they possibly can. And you never know what can happen with motorsport. It's incredibly unpredictable, and anything can happen at any time and to anyone. Most crucially, less than 6 minutes left to go, and there's an issue there. A slam of the steering wheel, a very unhappy driver, the 33 there, Jacob Jack. Clearly not happy with something that's gone on and was going very slowly and is now at the back end of the field and, well, any chance of really going through. I know I just said that motorsport is unpredictable, but realistically, not really much that he can do in that sense. All the top four making their way through quite cleanly. And then the battles behind are the ones that we're keeping our eye on for the time being. Alfie McBain, though, is leading the 254 of Colbert. Back onto the pit straight once again. Those in behind, so the likes of Conolage and being very closely followed by the red and white machine of the 32 of Luke Sawyers. They're the ones that need to sort of be bump drafting each other and helping, because like I say, there's no championship points. So whether you finish 5th or 6th in this race, it means nothing because you're not going through. It's a case of go through or not. So they need to work together to claw back some time onto the top four and work their way into some sort of contention, especially if the top four start to battle. But I think they've got the memo, is the sense that, well, all of us are making it through. I just want to get there. Don't want to carry too much risk, because you'd rather start P34 in the final than not start at all. 4.5 minutes still plus the lap. So as it stands, Alex Goodson, Alfie McBain, Max Colbert and Thomas Harper will be the four progressing into the super final. They'll get their ticket to the final race of the day, or for the juniors, it'll be the penultimate race of the day. There's the 73, Conor Large, the leader of the chasing pack. Last time by, he set a 51.5, which was slower than Thomas Harper in front. So he needs to pick it up a little bit. The 222 there of Riley Morgan finds their way through on the 12 of Blair Smith. And very nice move done indeed. Up now into 7th place and slowly picking your way forward. The 132 as well in towards the hairpin. There's the 12 there, nicely done, of Blair Smith. Luke Sawyer's just in front of him, but the 222, Riley Morgan, very nicely picks the switchback. So they're trying to chase after the 32 of Luke Sawyers. Just in front, that's the driver in 6th. So now the 222 of Riley Morgan leads that train, and a good little battle there with Blair Smith. I think Ed Spain is looking to somewhat get involved. There's an issue there for the 227. Kieran Stewart will be out of this race, very clearly out of the kart, and the marshal doing a great job is to just push it out of harm's way. This train here, Alex Goodson, you can see getting away. Alfie McBain, though, the 14, closely followed by Colbert, Harper. Now, Colbert and Harper, just the two behind. Conor Large is just a little bit off the back of these two. The 254, though, sends a move to the inside, spots that gap very nicely. Thomas Harper tries to go with him, looks to go around the outside of the 14. What this is going to do, it's going to allow Conor Large to creep in just a couple of tenths of a second, but I don't think it's going to be enough. With just under 3 minutes left to go in this race. So Max Colbert basically gains him an extra position on the starting grid. So he'll be starting P32 as things stand. Is that really where you want to start? I mean, we've been talking about the even numbers not being ideal for starting positions because you get muscled off. Maybe it's different further down the pack because there's a lot more going on. You know, there's a bit more of a pinch point on the inside. I don't know. Either way, he's worked his way up into 2nd place. Saw the move and definitely took a little bit of a risk sending it late, but don't think McBain was willing to carry the risk by being overly aggressive turning in all honesty. Following a bit of a train further back, the 32, Luke Sawyers, who we've seen make a couple of daring moves thus far, has been overtaken by the 222 of Riley Morgan. There you can see Ed Spain on the inside of the number 12 of Blair Smith, and a pretty, again, just tidy moves being made into the inside of that hairpin. Usually what you'd see, and what we have seen, is a lot of switchbacks, but unless you've got an insane run where the driver in front goes in way too deep and really can't get back on the power, the switchback doesn't really work because you get back underneath them, but then the next corner is a left-hander, so they then have the advantage anyway. And it's not like a very tight left-hander where you can almost do a double switchback. It's a really long one, so the double cutback doesn't really work there. So the inside line is one that drivers very much do want because it's very easy to defend. Inside line there, Ed Spain works his way through on Luke Sawyers, up now into what is 7th place. So just having a bit of fun out there, end of the day on a high, and the weekend on as much of a high as possible. Of course, we say goodbye to all but 4 of these drivers, and they've been battling very hard all weekend long. They've probably been here since maybe Thursday evening, Friday for practice. all in the hopes of working their way all the way to that super final and delivering a good result. But each of them gets valuable track experience and race experience, more importantly. So obviously for a lot of these junior Rotax guys, some of them, you know, all of them less than 15 years old. All of them very, very young and still learning a lot of their craft. So this track time is incredibly valuable for them, getting those side-by-side moves, making those mistakes with those around them. Hopefully for PF International in a couple of months' time, we could see them maybe progressing quite easily into the super final or even into their 2026 campaign. Doing a good job. "30 seconds left on the clock, or make that 23, I should say. Plus the lap still to go. Alex Goodson comfortably leading this race from Max Colbert, Alfie McBain and Thomas Harper, the top 4. Like I say, that's the cutoff. They'll be the ones making that qualification into the super final. Time it took 0, so this will be the penultimate lap of the race. Next time by will be the final lap, so no mistakes can be made. However, I think Thomas Harper is pretty safe from Connor Large, unless there's a huge error, a huge mistake, something falls off. Realistically, there's not going to be much that Connor Large can do, so it's going to be a case that he's suspended in his own bit of track. Then we've got a battle here. This is the 14 of Alfie McBain, kept company by Max Colbert, so the 14 worked his way back through up into what is going to be the P32 starting position for the super final. Out of the final corner, Alex Goodson will start the final lap with the repechage for the junior Rotaxes. And a point forward there from Max Colbert to Thomas Harper, just to say, let's see if we can get Alfie McBain and demote him a couple of places. Into the infield then for the final time. Of course, these guys, while it is extra track time, so they're getting practice relative to those in the super final that are straight away qualified. They get an extra session. They do, however, have an extra race worth of tyre wear onto those tyres they're going to have to manage. So you are fighting an uphill battle. As soon as you find yourself in a repechage, it's going to be incredibly difficult for you to do anything meaningful into that super final. But we've seen incredible gains be made. Those that start P32, P33 can work their way up, you know, into the top 15, sometimes into the top 10. So you have to be in it to win it, and Alex Goodson has taken that in full stride. He comes across the line. We'll see the checker flag first. We'll get his ticket to the super final. So too Alfie McBain, Max Colbert and Thomas Harper. We'll see them on the grid a bit later on. The rest of them, unfortunately, we'll be saying goodbye to for round number 5 of the Ultimate Karting Championship here at Warden Law. But overall, a decent race. An unfortunate DNF, I think. We lost Molly Myers and we lost Kieran Stewart as well. In fact, Molly Myers did cross the line, just a little bit off the back of Scott McDowell. Kieran Stewart, though, you can see the 227 being pushed off, and that car will have to be recovered. Unfortunate, we've had a couple of retirements over the course of today as well. But a very big congratulations then to the top 4, Alex Goodson, McBain, Max Colbert and Harper as well. All of them making their way into that super final. We'll see them a bit later on. Let's see what they can do in terms of carving their way forwards. Of course, like I say, you've got to be in it to win it, and you never know what opportunities are going to swing your way in the world of motorsport, and karting especially, with just how unpredictable and how crazy it can sometimes be. Would be surprised if we see a couple of these drivers at the very least make their way inside the top 20. It's all about just delivering when it counts and being consistent as well. So that's going to wrap up the junior Rotax repechage. Of course, still to come, we've got the seniors. Let's run you through the results, though. Like I say, Alex Goodson, Alfie McBain, Max Colbert and Thomas Harper will be the top 4 that progress their way into the super final. And we say goodbye to Connor Large, Riley Morgan, Ed Spain, Luke Sawyers, who all had a fantastic battle. Blair Smith involved as well. Maya Simpson round out the top 10. Behind that, Jacob Jack, Bella McConville. Then comes Scott McDowell, Molly Meisen, and our lone DNF of Kieran Stewart there in P15. Unfortunate for him, and we'll be saying goodbye to all but the top 4 as we gear ourselves up again for the senior repechage, the final race before we head for lunch. We have a bit of a recoup. The drivers will look over some things, get themselves prepped, get themselves fed, I'm sure, and be ready to go for a very intense wave of finals. We'll start with the micros, the minis, the 177s, the juniors, and end with the senior Rotax final for round number 5 of the Ultimate Karting Championship. Like I say, here at Warden Law, what a venue it's been thus far. course, last time out at Rowett on the west of the UK, and of course this time on the east. Both incredibly picturesque circuits at very beautiful parts of the country. Always love heading my way to Rowett. It's a shame that I was miss it, but Chaz had a very good time in the commentary box and was treated to some very good action as well. Absolutely loved commentating on the Ultimate Karting Championship in 2025. Like I said earlier, it's been my first time commentating on karting, and honestly, it has been one of those series that you do just love. The action is non-stop. So many times have I come away from a race weekend with just zero voice left whatsoever, because there's just always action. There's no opportunity to pace yourself. There's no dull race or such where you can take it a bit easier with the voice. It's always action here, there, and everywhere, constantly being stimulated out there on circuit. And it makes it so intense. Karting, at this level especially, is a sport in of itself. And a lot of people will look at karting and see it sort of as grassroots, or, you know, look at things like indoor karting championships and their local, you know, rental karts as such. That's what people have an outlook of go-karting to be. And then they, you know, look at paddocks like this, and the investment that people are making into their careers at this stage and the level that they're racing at is incredible. And we were just talking actually during the break that we had between the super heats and the repechages. You know, there is a very likely opportunity that at the very least one of these drivers will make their way all the way up the ladder towards Formula One. You know, you look at the British drivers in Formula One now, the likes of Lewis Hamilton, Lando Norris, George Russell, of course Alex Albon, who himself rose up through the ranks of British karting. You know, they all start in a championship similar to the UKC, and will go on to do some very big things, especially with opportunities in racing. Definitely being out there, you know, the likes of GB4, GB3 in terms of making their way into the single-seaters. You've then got Ginettas and sports cars to wake your way into the tin-top, more endurance side of things as well. So there's plenty of opportunity out there for these drivers, and it's always good that everyone watching at home, you're all doing a fantastic job giving these guys that platform and that support to progress their career. And make sure you go, you know, shout them and follow me, social media and stuff. Go and give them a follow and claim your ticket, because a lot of them probably are going to be very famous one day. And like I say, I hope everyone is having a fantastic day around the circuit as well. You can see it's a pretty decent day. Bit of wind, so it did get a little bit chilly at some point, but I think for the most part has been nice and warm out there on circuit, which is exactly what we want to see. No rain threat at all, which again was the talk of the town at Lark Hall and Dunkswell, and it's been a very memorable season in terms of so many races that just stand out. In terms of when the finals are going to be, of course, that's going to be a little bit later on. We're with the repechages now, so the last chance qualifiers, so to see those that make their way just scraping into the super finals later. We'll then have a lunch break, and then we'll kick things off with the Microax final. Then it'll be the mini inters. That'll be around about 1:45-ish when finals will start. Then we go to the 177s, the juniors. Then we'll end the day with the senior Rotax Super Final for, like I say, round number 5 of Warden Law. We'll then have actually, I think since April, September is going to be the only month where we don't have any round of the UKC. We go back at the beginning of October. That's when we head to PF International for the final round of the season and crown a few of our champions. There is an opportunity that we crown one today. Off the top of my head, it could well swing the way of Jacob Ashcroft, although that is not taking into account drop scores. So with drop scores, the gap between Ashcroft and Palazzo after the Super Heat earlier on is, 97 points or so. So a good, 60 points off what you can score. So I don't think Jacob Ashcroft is quite able to crown himself a champion this weekend, but he's putting himself in very good stead to do it when we head to PF International in a couple of weeks' time. And that's a good point about drop scores and things, keeping those championship battles alive all the way to the end. It means that you can afford just to have one weekend of a bit of bad luck or something, because yeah, it always happens. Your chain falls off. There's a mechanical problem with the cart. You get involved in a bit of a scrap. Things can definitely go wrong very quickly. So always good to keep those championship battles alive all the way to the end of the season. And well, it's going to be a very good coronation, I'm sure, for a lot of those champions. Very deserved champions as well in 2025. We've had a lot of domination, some very standout drivers in a lot of our championships, but also it is still very, very close, still very, very open. And we'll all go pretty much all the way down, I think, probably to the final lap of the final race in a few months' time. Let us know your thoughts, though. What has been your favourite race of the day thus far? Those watching along in the YouTube chat. It's been fantastic to have your company and been keeping an eye on the YouTube chat pretty much all day long as well. It's been good to keep your company, like I say, because I'm all by myself in the commentary box. So let us know your thoughts, feelings, queries, questions, anything that sort of tickles your fancy. Let us know where you're watching from, who you're supporting, and what race you're most looking forward to as well. A huge thank you to all of the marshals around the circuit, the medical staff as well, and all of the staff here at UKC for allowing this racing to go ahead. And, of course, to all of the drivers as well for giving us some fantastic action. It's been a huge effort. It's not logistically easy by any means to run a racing series, but they do a fantastic job week in, week out to give us that platform to go racing and to give me a job as well, because without any racing, there's no racing to talk about. So always is good. It won't be too much longer then until we get the senior repechage underway, like I say, in a similar format to what we saw for the junior repechage. There you can see a lot of the drivers sat waiting and raring to go. And similarly to the juniors, it will be the top 4 that progress to make up P31, 2, 3, and 4 on the Super Final grid. So those starting towards the front end of the field will be looking quite good. In terms of the junior repechage, by the way, there was only one driver that started outside of the top 4 that, you know, made it through, and that was Max Colbert, who started 6th. So 3 of the top 4 that started on the grid made their way through into the Super Final. So you're definitely doing something right by starting further forward. It just puts you in that better position to defend, and it means that you're starting the race in the position you need to be. You don't need to go and chase. You don't need to make any overtakes or anything like that. You just need to hammer in some decent laps and defend where you need to. Those behind, though, those that start outside of the top 4, very much the opposite. The ball is in their court. They need to be the ones that are aggressive. They need to be the ones forcing the hands and making those moves if they want any chance of still being in the hunt for the Super Final later on in the day. Of course, the seniors will be the last Super Final. They'll be the one that we end off round number 5 on. Hopefully it won't be too much longer and we'll get karts out on circuit. They all seem raring to go, and of course it won't be too much longer, like I say, until we get the senior Rotax repechage, the last chance qualifier, underway. Last chance then for these drivers. The top 4 only will be the ones to progress into the Super Final. Let's take a look then at the grid. There you can see 5th to 8th. These are going to be the drivers that really have to work very hard into climbing their way forwards in this race. They're starting outside the top 4. There you can see John Brown, Caitlin Seabrook will share the front row from David Mitchell and Kieran Ives, the top 4. They're in the prime position to work their way through into the Super Final. Like I say, Sam Kelbrick, Nathan Smith, Benjamin Lee and Dominic Darling will have to be fighting forward. Same too, Matt McGilvery, Jack Gillingham, Elliot Foster and Elliot Surtees, who shares the 6th row. Reese Bale from Molly Pugh and Michael Dalton, the 15th and final driver to take to the field. All of these drivers need to be working their way forwards. And looking at a driver like Reese Bale, who started the Super Heat earlier on in 23rd and final place, he worked up 10 places to P13. So yes, he's in the repechage, but keep an eye on him to maybe work his way forwards in this race. He'll be one to watch out for, and that racecraft is going to be paramount if you want to succeed and not end your day before the lunch break. You can see the drivers just sat with a lot of anticipation on their shoulders. For a lot of them, they know that this could well be their last race of the day and a long break until we go racing again for the UKC. I know a lot of them do have other racing series and stuff to go and do and what have you. But in terms of the UKC, this will be the last time that we see them for, you know, a good month and a half. So they know that they need to deliver. There's a lot of pressure on each of these shoulders. They need to get themselves into the zone and try and muster up whatever they can. And like I was saying earlier as well, it does, even if they make their way through, it does put them at a slight disadvantage going into that Super Final. They've got an extra race of wear onto those tyres. And it's not exactly a cold day. It is warm, so you are getting quite a lot of temperature in, a lot of sliding through those tyres, wearing them down. So it is an uphill climb, but a lot of talent, even in the repechage, that can work their way forwards and deliver some good racing action. Those in the top 4, though, really do need to make sure that they've hold firm. Crucially, not make a mistake. The junior Rotax repechage, I mean, a lot of the top 4, they ran away, really. There wasn't really much of a contest from 5th backwards, but the top 4, if they had made a mistake at any point or got into a bit of a crash or a skirmish or any point at any point, it would have been disaster for them. So even if you get a good start, you cannot take your eye off the ball. You have to keep that focus. Something these drivers will know very, very well indeed. They've got years of racing experience underneath them. Getting ourselves ready then for the repechage. Carts out onto the circuit. John Brown, Caitlin Seabrook, David Mitchell and Kieran Ives are the top 4. They're the ones already in their position that they need to progress out of the repechage and into the super final. Look out for the likes of Sam Kelbrick, Nathan Smith, the 2 just in behind. Also look out for Reece Bale as well, who was known for making up some places earlier on in the day. Plenty to keep our eye on then for. Also look out for John Brown, actually. He's inside the repechage, but is inside the top 10 in the championship. Really has not been the weekend that he'd have wanted. Some of his worst results yet. So he'll be looking to recover and trying to salvage something from the super final later on if he's able to get there. Foot to the floor, the green flag will wave and we'll go racing for the senior Rotax repechage. Inside line then for John Brown as Caitlin Seabrook actually catapults herself around the outside in the 22 machine to take the lead of the race. Hop, skip and a jump for the 47 of Dominic Darling, who goes over the grass. And oh my goodness me, a huge jump there. Contact. It was rear right to front left. The 46 of Kieran Ives made contact with one of the other drivers. We'll confirm in a few moments' time, but that is basically going to spell day done for them. Back at the front, I think we've got a bit of a top 3 breakaway. Caitlin Seabrook leading from John Brown. The top 4 still with them as well. In towards the heavy braking zone for the opening time. The 95 of John Brown defends. Kieran Ives, of course, no longer with them. So that will promote the likes of David Mitchell and Nathan Smith into it. We'll confirm when we get there. The 46 then, Kieran Ives, is out of this race. That's day done on the opening lap, following contact with another driver. Something's gone wrong for the 22. I think Caitlin Seabrook through the final couple of corners has lost a few spaces. So John Brown is back through. David Mitchell, Nathan Smith at the top 3. Caitlin Seabrook is there. Benjamin Lee, though, the 133, now the one on the cusp. Now the one that could well be able to find a way back through. I think it was Sam Kelbrick, the 66, the other driver that did not make out of the opening lap, the 2 that made contact. Caitlin Seabrook just got overtaken as well by the 133 of Benjamin Lee, so a good, really initial start there for the 22, but losing a bit of rhythm, needs to lock back in, find a way back into the top 4. Huge sideways moment there. Jack Gillingham really locking the rears in towards that hairpin. Dominic Darling involved as well. Look out for the 47. 6 minutes, 18 seconds left on the clock. Across the line, John Brown ticks past, sets the fastest lap and extends the gap out in front. David Mitchell follows him. Smith and then Lee, the top 4. Of course, still yellow flags being waved through this part of the circuit because of those cuts, I think, still in the way. So with the barriers that were contacted through that part of the race, they need to make sure they're rebuilding in case anyone else goes into them. The 47 of Dominic Darling up the inside, fighting away with the 62 of Matt McIlvery. That is for P7. So with another overtaking opportunity with the yellow flags being taken away, they have to be crafty. They have to do it down here. The 133 of Benjamin Lee overtaking the 19 of David Mitchell, capitalising on the move that Nathan Smith himself made. Moving forwards very nicely, of course, all swapping inside of the top 4. So all of them will still make their way into that super final. John Brown leads Smith, leads Lee, leads Mitchell. Caitlin Seabrook, I think, looking over her shoulder, trying to keep Jack Gillingham at bay, who's just set the fast lap of the race, a 50.0. Up the inside, nice little move there from the 133 of Benjamin Lee. Just saw the gap, and I don't think Nathan Smith was overly eager to fight that one. However, he's still going to have a look to the outside. That's more because he's got David Mitchell on his inside. So despite the fact all 4 of them are making it through as things stand, they're fighting very hard and reeling back in the likes of Caitlin Seabrook and Jack Gillingham. So the 22 of Caitlin Seabrook is the first driver outside of the top 4. So Mitchell is the cut-off point. If you can overtake him, you're working your way back through. 4.5 minutes left to go. Nathan Smith now is at the back end of that. So it's the 177 that's the cut-off. Barriers seem to be rebuilt, so green flag's back through here. So you can overtake now as you're through. So you get an overtaking opportunity back through this part of the circuit. That's going to be good news for the likes of Seabrook and Gillingham, who are just on that cusp of making their way through. Of course, all of these drivers, for a lot of them, it's a long drive all the way up here, a few hours at least. It's a lot of work. Like I say, getting here Thursday, practicing Friday, racing Saturday and Sunday. You know, you don't want that to end before the lunch break. You want to be pushing all the way to the checker flag just to give yourself the best chance possible should anything happen in front. So Brown is, well, absolutely gone up in front. But we've got a good 3 back to 6 karts all fighting for those places inside the top 4. With it being a race for second, only 3 of them are going to get there. The very fast on chicane where you're turning in and then you're trying to get the kart slowed down. You're then flinging it back to the left and then straight back onto the power. Look to the inside there. Rhys Bailey thinking about a move on Caitlin Seabrook. Finds his way through, I think, on the 34 of Jack Gillingham. So has picked his way past. Slowly creeping his way into contention, but time of the essence. Just under 3 minutes plus the lap left to go. Through turn number 1 for another time. And it is a very short fuse. We saw it earlier on that the race itself was quite mellow up until one key overtake that then bunched everyone else back up, and everyone then saw it as an opportunity to get involved. I think a similar case here. As soon as one person sort of finds that bit of extra speed, we've got Dominic Darling, the 47, has had a spin. That's, I think, just on the exit of the center S's, so maybe locked the rears and went round. That's an unfortunate way for Dominic Darling's day to effectively now come to a close down in P8. Won't be really able to close back any meaningful ground with just such little time left to go in the race. Because of that, yeah, Elliot's, everyone gets promoted. Dominic Darling now down to P12. No championship points on offer, of course, for the repechage, so only the top 4 go through, and that's really the only stakes that you've got in this race. So whether you finish P5 or P6, it doesn't matter. The focus is on getting into the top 4, and Rhys Bailey is trying to put his best foot forward in order to do that. So now the 41 on the back of the 177. There you can see Matt McGilvery out of this race and out of the day as well. But still the 177 of Nathan Smith is the cut-off point. He's inside the top 4, and Rhys Bailey, like I said, he started a bit further back, but he's slowly been carving his way through the field. 1 minute and 10 left to go. So 3 laps, including this one. Next time by will be the penultimate lap. Time after that will be the final one. John Brown is very much in control of this race, and a look to the inside there. Goodness me, what a move that was from Rhys Bailey to get his way inside the top 4. Wanted to catch Nathan Smith off guard and does exactly that with a surprise move to the inside of the left-hander. Up now in the 4th, has got the pace maybe to pull away and secure that spot in that super final. It'll be P34 and last, but at least he'll be on the grid. Unless there's something that Nathan Smith can do. Caitlin Seabrook as well, closing her way in. So now the cut-off is the 41 of Rhys Bailey, but I think he's going to be looking to work forward, maybe get onto the back of the 19 of David Mitchell in 3rd. Timer clicks closer to 0, 4 seconds on the clock. Penultimate lap of the race is right here, right now, and I think Rhys Bailey is under a bit of pressure, or trying to put some pressure, oh no, has put pressure on the 19 of David Mitchell. He's already worked his way through into 3rd place. Very nicely done indeed, not waiting around for an invitation by any stretch of the imagination, and gets his way up an extra position on the starting grid. It's all coming undone though for Nathan Smith, as the 177, who for a while looked quite comfortable, now unfortunately is looking over his shoulder trying to hang on to 5th place. Last lap of the race, it's all boiled down to this. You've got to deliver. At the moment it's Brown, Lee, Bailey and Mitchell that will make their way into that super final at the end of the day. They'll be starting, like I say, P31, 32, 33 and 34. But at least they'll be on the grid. You've got to be in it to win it. You've got to put your best foot forward, and at the very least, you've got another opportunity at scoring those all-important championship points. And for the likes of John Brown, who's inside the top 10, all-important championship points. There he is, the 95, just a handful of corners left to go. It's not been the weekend that he would have wanted. However, it's one that he's trying to put his best foot forward to recover from. Exit at the final corner, looks over his shoulder. He's a country mile ahead, sees the checker flag first, and will find his way into the super final with victory in the repechage. Benjamin Lee from Rhys Bailey and David Mitchell as well, the top 4, so they'll be the ones making their way through. We'll run you through the full results in a few moments' time before we head off for the lunch break. Making their way in to get weighed and make sure all is good and happy. But congratulations once again to all the repechage progressors, John Brown being one of them. So far this season, his best result has been a P4. His best result in a final was inside the top 10. That was back at Dunkswell with a P9. So very nicely done indeed. Let's see if he can climb his way forward to the top 10 finish today. After victory in the repechage from Benjamin Lee, Rhys Bailey carving his way forwards, a very late charge up inside at the top 4. David Mitchell rounds this race as well. The final driver to progress into that super final. We say goodbye to Nathan Smith, Caitlin Seabrook, Jack Gillingham, Elliot Surtees, Michael Dalton and Molly Pugh at the top 10. Behind that, Elliot Foster, Dominic Darling, who had a spin early doors, Matt McGilvery, who is a DNF, so too Kieran Ives and Sam Kelbrick as well. All of them will be saying goodbye to, and we'll see them again when we go for round number 6 back at PF International. The senior Rotax repechage then in the books, and we've got all of our grids set then for the super finals. I'm going to step aside. We're going to step aside here at Warden Law. We'll be gone for lunch. Make sure you are here, though, 1:45 for the Microax final, super final for round number 5 of the Ultimate Karting Championship. We'll be back after lunch. The road to the podium concludes here. It's time for the finals of round number 5 of the Ultimate Karting Championship in 2025. Let's go to the grid for the Microax Super Final. Sebastian Crawford and Dean Singh Pahal will keep each other company on the front row. Benedictus Masiokas, the championship leader, alongside the GP plate of Alfie Garrett, share row number 2. Behind that, Harris Barber, Dimitar Usanov, row number 3, from Albert Farrow and Ethan Lloyd in 8th. Behind that, it's Teddy Murphy and Ralph Martin that keep each other company on the 5th row of the grid, from Arlo Gamble and Ollie Brunt on row 6. Freddie Walker, Jensen Kelly and Oliver Whittle, the 15th and final driver to take to the grid for the Microax Final. And what a race these guys put on for us earlier on in the day with their Super Heat. I, for one, am absolutely buzzing for this race. I hope everyone is at home after the short lunch break. We're back and we're ready to go racing. So, like I say, if you're now just joining us on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, you've joined us at the perfect time, because it's time for the finals. You can see all the drivers getting themselves ready on the grid. They'll go for their formation lap, they'll line up, and we'll go racing. It's been an amazing day thus far. If you've been joining us since the start of the day, thank you very, very much for all of your support. I hope you've all been enjoying each and every single time these cards have been taking to the track. But if you are now just joining us, like I say, it's a great time. Make sure, of course, you've liked, subscribed, and stay up to date with all things motorsport here at Alpha Live and all things UKC on the Ultimate Karting Championship YouTube page as well. It's been a fantastic season, and we're towards the tail end of it now. We've got championship battles and drivers that are incredibly close to that crowning moment. You can just see how much it means to each and every single one of these drivers and how hyped they get, how ready they get for each of these races. It means the most to them. This is where the most championship points are scored. This is where you earn your trophies as a driver. These finals right here. And with it, you take the prestige as well. Looking forward to this. It'll be 12 minutes plus a lap. So for these guys, it's actually slightly longer than the Super Heats earlier on. And of course, for the bigger karts, the juniors and the seniors and the 177s, it'll be 14 minutes plus the lap as well. So plenty of racing to go with, and just extends that little bit more. These are the final races that these drivers will be taken to, obviously. But it's the oldest their tyres are going to be. They use one set for the entire weekend. It's been a very hot day. They've been under a lot of load, which means those tyres could well be feeling a little bit of the wear, and they need to be careful to manage that over a very, very long race, not let them overheat too much. But looking forward to a very, very good Microax final indeed. The young drivers, of course, forming these very young rivalries. We saw a fantastic battle, Dean Singh Pahal versus Masiokas earlier on in the day. Just waiting for the final go-ahead to get them going on their formation lap. Well, they'll get those tyres up to temperature, they'll get themselves psyched up. And for those on the front row, could we see Dean Singh Pahal do exactly what he did earlier on in the day, which was sweep his way all the way around the outside of the opening corner? It's not often today that we've really seen that. It's usually been that the right-hand side, because it gives you the inside for turn number 1, is favourable. And those that are second and fourth really do get sort of caught out. But it seems to be that in the littler karts, the lower powered ones, that you definitely can still get the jump. And that's what Singh Pahal did earlier on in the day. Reminder of the grid. It'll be the 16 of Sebastian Crawford, Dean Singh Pahal on the front row. Then comes the O-plate of Benedictus Masiokas. He is the championship leader. And on drop scores, just 5 points between himself and Alfie Garrett. There was a couple of issues for the 71 of Teddy Murphy, who's, well, pulled his way off the circuit and trying to pull that kart back onto the track, I think, something, or rather. There's the 33 as well, who's had a bit of an issue. Freddie Walker as well, who's trying to pull that kart onto the circuit. So we've got Teddy Murphy and Freddie Walker, both of whom are having a couple of issues, and bless them, they're trying so hard to get those karts out onto the circuit. Freddie Walker was able to, Teddy Murphy not so much yet. So it could be the case that we get an aborted start for the final. We'll of course see, and I think we are going to, yeah, we'll get another wave around just while the 71 of Teddy Murphy sorts out that kart. It's just beach, he's in, he's trying to get some weight on it just to get those rear tyres onto the tarmac. Of course, another wave around. He's not got very long left. Maybe some assistance from the marshal to get that kart back onto the road, but it could well be day done. I think he's got an opportunity just to wheel it back on and get his way onto the grid. Should be starting from P8. Should Teddy Murphy. Weird that we had two very similar incidents. He's got back going again, though, so a hero start there. Some good determination to get that car onto the starting grid for this race. Always good to see at such a young age, that determination and that willingness to go racing. Of course, that does give these young drivers an extra opportunity to warm up their tyres, get themselves sucked up, get themselves ready. Of course, the tension is building, and there you can see a person, I guess. Josh East there, obviously doing all the photography and stuff around the circuit. We got a very good view of him on that camera angle and getting ourselves ready then for the racing. All smiles, all excitement as the drivers will make their way into the final couple of corners. There on the left you can see the white and the orange. That's Sebastian Crawford, the 16. Alongside him then is Dean Singh Bahal on the front row. Behind that it's, of course, Alfie Garrett, it's Benedictus Masiokas, both of whom are the top two in the championship. And like I was saying, just 5 points between them after drop scores. Very, very marginal points. And you get 45 for a race victory in the Super Final. That's vital in the hunt for that overall Ultimate Karting Championship. Round number 5, Warden Law. It's time for the Microax Final. Foot to the floor, and we go racing in towards turn number 1. Singh Bahal has got the jump. He's around the outside. So too Alfie Garrett, trying to work his way ahead of Sebastian Crawford as well. Not quite successful on that occasion. Jensen Kelly making up the rear end of the field. Bit of contact in the background as well as they make their way into the infield for the opening time. All of them over the curb. But Dean Singh Bahal with the start that he very much well and truly needed. Sebastian Crawford having to go defensive to the inside of the first hairpin as they make their way in towards the center S's, trying to keep Alfie Garrett at bay, side by side as well as the GP plate finds his way through. The 16 can't quite launch a bit of a counter-attack. Masiokas has gone backwards off the start of this race as well. And now the number 12, Harris Barber, is in front of him in towards the heavy braking zone for the first time. And defensive goes Crawford, trying to keep Dimitar Usanov at bay. He's worked his way through on the O-plate of Masiokas, who really did not get the jump to this start that he would have wanted. But look at the gap already. Singh Bahal, a good couple of cut lengths clear of the GP plate of Alfie Garrett. Lap 1 in the books then. Still 11 minutes of this race remaining. It's Bahal from Garrett, Crawford, Usanov and Barber, the top 5. All of whom still with an opportunity to, at the very least, podium, maybe even win this race. Crawford didn't get the best of starts earlier on either in the Super Heat, so look out for him to maybe, once he's in his rhythm, launch a bit of a counter-attack against the Cut Masters GP champion, of course, of Alfie Garrett. And towards the hairpins, you can see the cart's very much bouncing over the curbs. Got to be so careful not to unsettle the cart too much through the Dunlop chicane, where the exit is the all-important bit, and under pressure you can see Alfie Garrett now maybe having to look over his shoulder to keep Sebastian Crawford at bay. The 16 not going for the move there. I think they do see the bigger picture here of going to catch Dean Singh Bahal. Even at, again, such a young age where experience is not on their side, they still know that they'd rather win than scrap for second. So maybe working together to try and reel in the 23 of Dean Singh Bahal just in front. More championship points and a slightly bigger trophy to go with it as well. Another lap in the books. And the entirety of the top 6 or 7 very much locked in a bit of a battle. Masiokas making up the rear end of it. The championship leader, of course, as things stand, with Alfie Garrett in P2, it will swap hands after Masiokas has looked so strong, but the consistency of Garrett has been there, of course, with the confidence now of winning the GP plate. Coming into the final 2 rounds, definitely has got it all to play for the Microax UKC. Let's get into the braking zone, and the gap at the front definitely has closed. Dean Singh Bahal, of course, he's got the rest of this race now. He probably will be having to look over his shoulder and defend, but at the very least, he got a good start, and he's been able to settle into a nice rhythm without the worry of carts on around him, right? So now he's settled in. He's into a consistent rhythm. He's now fighting forwards, and has had a couple of laps of breathing space where he's not had to deal with the melee. Look to the inside there. That could well have been Harris Barber, I think, having a look on maybe Benedictus Masiokas. Also very close, the likes of Ethan Lloyd and Teddy Murphy, the 71, who got his way onto this grid and is still fighting inside the top 10, which is remarkable to see. 9 minutes left to go, or just under. No major changes being made at the front, but it's definitely a short fuse. Only takes a bit of a spark, and that will definitely ignite. So making their way into the Dunlop chicane, and the gap definitely does close. If Crawford can give Garrett just that little bit of a bump draft, a little bit of a push onto the back of the 23, we maybe could see a fight for the lead. However, goes in deep there, the GP plate. That's going to force Crawford's hand. That's going to force him to go side by side, and that's going to slow the pair of them down. Don't know if there was contact or if Garrett just went in a little bit too deep there. Either way, it offset them ever so slightly. Open up the inside for Crawford. Harris Barber goes through on Benedictus Masiokas. They swap hands. Ferro sets the fast lap of the race, meanwhile, so closing in onto the top 6 in front. Running very consistently as well. The best lap times coming in for all of our top 5. Their personal best that last time through. Singh Pahal not really been put up to too much pressure, but like I say, it's a small mistake, a small misjudgment, which to be fair to him, he hasn't done thus far. He's taken victories this season as Singh Pahal, but never in the final. This would be his first of 2025. Took P8 at Wilton Mill, took P5 in Lark Hall. A look to the inside there from Sebastian Crawford. Nicely done indeed. That could open the door for Dimitar Usunov to get involved. Bit of contact between the 16 and the GP. So nicely done there from Crawford. Now is the one leading the charge versus Dean Singh Pahal. Slowly but surely now he's back in his rhythm. Started on pole, got jumped by Singh Pahal on the get-go, but is now working his way back into contention. So the 23 leads, then it's the white and orange 16 of Sebastian Crawford. Benedictus Masiokas not really carving his way through as much as it, would have expected him to. He started this race P3, of course, dropped down to P6 and just hasn't quite had the ability to go forward. Dimitar Usunov swapping around though, and a huge send there. Speaking of Masiokas, he's trying to make some headway. Harris Barber went for a move there on Dimitar Usunov. I think Masiokas is trying to get himself involved as well. Out of the chicane and onto this back straight towards the hairpin. Not quite brave enough on the brakes there. Barber looking a lot more active this time through. Looks quite passive and cautious in the Super Heat. Now in the Super Final, definitely looking very menacing and up now into what is 4th place. We'll see as they break the beam and confirm the positions, but still Singh Pahal from Sebastian Crawford. Garrett, Barber, Usunov swap, then Masiokas still make up the rear end of this train in 6th. Crawford taking a bit more speed through the opening couple of corners, but the inside doesn't really open up. Definitely not opening up in the sense that you'd be able to go for a move. Definitely not. So he's got to be a bit more crafty. Maybe out of here, maybe a look to the inside going into this hairpin. Thinks about it, sends the move, nicely done. Swap for the lead, Sebastian Crawford goes for it. Gets his way through on Dean Singh Pahal, very nicely done. Thought he was going to go for it. I think Singh Pahal was a bit too late on the defence there, looked over his shoulder. By the time he'd realised that a move was coming, it was too late to go for it. However, he's tucked back in the slipstream, could well have a counter-attack here. Also, Alfie Garrett and the GP plate. Up and under is there for Dean Singh Pahal. He goes straight back through into the race lead. Very nicely done. Forced Sebastian Crawford to go as deep as possible, because the GP plate of Garrett was putting him under pressure, didn't want him to go for a double move up the inside. And that opened the door for a switchback for Singh Pahal, who ends the lap still leading this race. Masiokas is through on Usunov and now has to get onto tabs with the top 4. Alfie Garrett under pressure though. Harris Barber could well find his way onto the podium, the up and under through that part of the circuit. We've not really seen it, but if the door opens and you can squeeze your cut through, it's worth a go. Now into this hairpin. Slight little bit of a straightaway, and we've seen sends. Sorry, huge send earlier on in the day. The first race of the day, I think it was, or first or second, where we just had an absolute launch. Singh Pahal able to open up about a car's width to Sebastian Crawford, and the hope here now for the 23 is that the GP and the 16 begin to battle. That's going to be the case. Garrett looks to go to the inside. There's contact between the pair of them. Muscled wide there is the 16. Harris Barber draws alongside now into the final couple of corners. Can't facilitate a move, but Masiokas can. He sees the gap. He picks his way through. Nicely done from the O-plate. Another lap in the books. Pahal, this is playing nicely into his hands. He's got a couple of cut lengths clear of Alfie Garrett, who saw the space on Crawford, who I don't really think was overly eager of letting him have it. So try to give him as much of a squeeze on the inside as possible, turn in as much as he could get away with. But in the end was muscled wide, and then the door opened. Very good vulture-like attack there from Masiokas, just to see a space and then really capitalise on it, almost with zero hesitation. Now into another prime overtaking opportunity. Could Masiokas chain him up? Could he go for Sebastian Crawford on this lap as well? Goes for it. Nicely done indeed. Send up the inside. Pretty textbook stuff. Harris Barber once again draws alongside. This time we'll have to go the long way around, and you're always going to be running out of space on the outside there. So Crawford losing the space to Masiokas, who once again, as soon as Crawford drifted the cut out to the left-hand side to open up the hairpin, found his way through. Back into a podium position then, Masiokas, with just under what will be about 4 or 5 laps left to go in this race. But Masiokas, it was a slow start, dropped to 6th, and now he's back in his rhythm, maybe saved some tyres relative to those in front, and he's creeping his way back forward again. Could the win still be on for Masiokas? He won Whitwell Mill, he won Lark Hall, he won Rara. Can he win Warden Law? Dean Singh Bahal, look at that gap that he's got. It's relatively huge compared to the rest of the field, which is so locked in this battle for second place. Masiokas, though, putting Alfie Garrett under pressure. Not on this occasion, as a think of a dive bomb come in there from Sebastian Crawford. He definitely thought about it. It was definitely playing on his mind, however, a bit too deep, and that's opened the door for Harris Barber to find a way through. Nicely done, number 12. Again, that long left-hander, if you're not on the inside, you're just always going to wash out wide. You're on the dirty part of the circuit, and it's just undisted central all the way through. So good for Barber there to find the inside line, and back now in a 4th place, still in contention for the podium. This race still far from over, still 2 minutes plus the lap left to go. And a good introduction then to the finals. Back through the infield section, and Masiokas trying to put Garrett under a bit of pressure. Definitely not the first time these two have done some battling in 2025. They're the two that have dominated all the finals. Every single one of them has been won by one of these two drivers, maybe until today. Inside line opens up. Here comes Masiokas up the inside of Alfie Garrett, forces him wide the GP plate. Very good stuff, and a huge immediate point forwards. The intention for Masiokas is clear. He wants to win this race. He believes he can win this race. He just wants to be the one to lead the charge. So he's got his target in his crosshairs. He can see Dean Singh Bahal. Masiokas then has to try and go and get him. Time is not on his side, though. He's got a handful of laps left to go. Harris Barber as well, once again on the back of the GP plate of Alfie Garrett. Those two have been giving each other a hard time all race long. I think once again we could still see more drama from the pair. Point forward, yeah, the consensus is there. Crawford, of course, who started this race on pole position, down in P5, not where he wanted to be, but still opportunities to at the very least recover to a podium position. Status quo as it is, I think they've all got the memo that they need to try and go and catch Dean Singh Bahal. But equally, you know, if you're Harris Barber, you can see the podium right there. You maybe know that a win is not overly realistic, so you might well just try and nip your nose in and guarantee yourself a podium. Look over the shoulder there from Alfie Garrett. He's now starting to defend. That's going to allow Masiokas to get away. Outside line then for Barber, who's forced wide. The inside then will open up. Sebastian Crawford goes through. And yeah, being on the outside of turn number 1 there in race trim this late on is never really going to work. Really well defended then from the GP plate of Garrett, and really well capitalised on from the 16 of Sebastian Crawford. Having to go defensive, though, is the 12 of Harris Barber, trying not to lose another position. That's to the 42 of Albert Ferro, who, as it stands, holds the fast lap of the race. Timer will tick 0. This is the penultimate lap of the race. One more to go. Can Masiokas catch Dean Singh Bahal? We've got about a minute and a half left of this race, if that, to decide the winner. Will it be a first-time final winner in 2025 for Dean Singh Bahal? Or will Masiokas continue his winning ways and extend that championship lead over Alfie Garrett in second? Side by side, as there you can see Harris Barber nipping his way back through in a 4th place versus Sebastian Crawford, but I think Crawford was able to hang on. Indeed was. Final lap of the race. It all comes down to this. I don't think Masiokas is going to have the opportunity to catch and pass Dean Singh Bahal. He might close the gap, but I don't think it's going to be enough unless there's a mistake from Bahal. But you know, he's been faultless all race long. Really faultless. Incredible levels of consistency at such a young age. The pace is there. The pressure was there. Started on the front row, capitalised to go around the outside. Very similar to what we saw in the Super Heat. He's won races, but it's only been heats. It's only been Super Heats. It's never been a Super Final in 2025 for Dean Singh Bahal. It's that 3rd in the championship. Out of the final corner. Has dealt with this pressure so beautifully. The checkered flag will wave. He eggs on the crowd. He points to the sky. He wins at Warden Law. Dian Singh Pahal take a bow. Beautiful race for the 23. Masiokas and Garrett will join him on the podium. And Dian Singh Pahal, now that is a way to win your first final of 2025. We'll run you through the full results in a few moments' time, of course, once everyone's crossed the line. But very big congratulations to Dian Singh Pahal. We'll grab a chat with him in a few moments' time, of course. But that was just shy of 14 minutes of intense racing on a hot day, on a very, very tough day as well. Dian Singh Pahal very much has delivered. Wasn't easy, but he very much made it look easy. Masiokas tried to close the gap, but after that slow start, it just wasn't quite enough, but still consolidating yet another final podium. All but one for Masiokas in 2025. Let's take a look then at the results for the first final of round 5 of the Ultimate Karting Championship. Dian Singh Pahal takes his maiden final victory of 2025. Benedictus Masiokas and Alfie Garrett join him on the podium. From Sebastian Crawford and Harris Barber, the top 5. Albert Ferro takes the fast lap of the race in 6th. From Dimitar Ustinov, Ralph Martin, Ethan Lloyd and Teddy Murphy, the top 10. Only a couple of drivers, of course, beyond that. We had 14 take to the classification. Arlo Gamble, Ollie Brunt, Freddie Walker and Jensen Kelly, the 14th and final driver to be classified for the Microax final. It was an amazing race from start to finish, and again a glimpse into what we can expect in the future of this talent. Let's take a look then at some of the highlights of that race, and there definitely were plenty. Getting the race underway, Crawford sent them off in formation. However, Singh Pahal just had the drive around the outside to take the lead of the race. Alfie Garrett tried to go with him. Masiokas tried to make some progress, but unfortunately was sort of stalled. So Singh Pahal able to establish a nice status quo at the front, able to establish an early lead. However, there was a couple of changes. The 16 of Crawford immediately sent a move up the inside, trying to spoil the day of the 23. However, Singh Pahal was having absolutely none of it. It wouldn't be too much longer until he's tried to put an attack of his own front on, and well, sending in the 16 deep. Of course, with the pressure of the GP plate behind, Singh Pahal just went all the way wide, arced underneath and got his way back into the lead. From that point, he did not look back. It was pressure and pressing on. The 16 of Crawford was under pressure, of course, from the GP of Alfie Garrett for quite some time, and that battling did allow the 23 to get away. Similar to this move here, a huge send to the inside and a bit of contact between the pair of them. And that was Alfie Garrett working his way through, and then Harris Barber tried to get himself involved. That then got Masiokas back in the equation. He closed the gap back in. So then we had these 4 drivers constantly swapping places for the final couple of places on the podium. Masiokas tried to press forward, and once he got into his rhythm after a poor start, dropping from 3rd to 6th, climbed his way back into contention and started chipping away at the gap, trying to maybe see if there was a chance for victory. This is where he moved his way up in a 2nd place. Look over the shoulder for Garrett, didn't defend it, so Masiokas says thank you very much and found his way through up then into 2nd place, and his intentions from the start were very clear. We need to go and catch. But it was too big of a gap to surmount, and out of the final corner, it swung the way of the 23 of Dian Singh Pahal, and you can just see how much it means to him. He knows that he has been the best driver of today. He knows that level of consistency deserving of a final victory in 2025, and hopefully we'll have a good chat with him in a couple of moments time. But yeah, a lot of highlights to talk through of the first final of the day. Very much looking forward then to the rest of the action. Of course, with the we've done the micros, we've got the minis coming up in a few moments time, and like I say, Dian Singh Pahal very, very deservedly so taking that victory. From start to finish, it was just edgy seat stuff. I mean, I'm stood up now for the finals. And, well, speaking of having a chat, let's have a chat down. Martin's down there. He's replacing Kev. He's taken the microphone. He's going to go do some interviews and have a chat with Dian Singh Pahal.
What an excellent way to kick off the finals here at Warden Law for round 5. We're here with Dian, who's just been racing Microax. Dian, I've just heard something interesting about your kart. You didn't have full throttle, and you've still won?
Well, I did my best. I was driving quite well, to be honest.
You drove absolutely amazingly, especially in this heat.
Oh, thank you.
Can you tell us how the race went in your mind? Obviously good, but a bit more detail from a driver's perspective.
The weekend's been quite good from the start. I've been driving well, engine builder's happy, Dave's happy. But at the start of this race, the nerves were kicking in. I was like, it's going to be hard. There's so many good drivers on this grid. Ben, Alfie, 2 championship competitors, brilliant drivers. They've progressed so much from the end of it, start of this year to now. Lap 1, I took it a bit risky, tried to go around the outside. It worked, and then I was happy from there. Sebastian Crawford mint this whole weekend. He made a move on me midway through the race. Didn't really want to let that slide, so next corner, and next 2 corners, went back in. And then I think the pack behind me started to battle, and I was like, come on.
Well, you certainly made it very interesting for us all watching, so thank you very much. And I'd like to see if we can get in Benedictas Masiokas. Benedictas. Labadiana. Cape Sakas. Could you please tell us how the race went for you? Obviously, you started in 3rd, you dropped to 6th, and you've managed to bring it all the way back to 2nd position.
Yeah, I didn't have the best of starts, and it was hard getting through while all the others were battling, and I managed to overtake all of the pack, and then Dean was too far away to catch up to.
Yeah, she did pull quite a gap on you. Sorry, he did pull quite a gap on you. So I can understand why it was so difficult. Thank you very much for your time. I'm going to. Sorry, we don't have time for the for the third interview. I'd like to throw up to Zach, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Martin. And some very mature answers coming in from our drivers. Dean Singh Bahal went on forever about his race, and it's always impressive to see at such a young age. You often expect the younger drivers to be a bit more nervous, but great to see there's some very mature. We're getting ourselves ready, though, for the second final of the day with the Mini Inters. After the success then of the Microax, it's time for the Mini Inters, and what a battle this could well be for the 2025 Ultimate Karting Championship. Very much looking forward to this one. Let's run you through the grid. It's Emerson, Makanji, Uren alongside Oliver Spencer, the two talks of the town this weekend, ahead of Alfie Mayer and Austin Oman sharing row number 2. Behind that, it's Max Jolly and Arthur Thero from Alfie. Warden, Hugo McCluxley keeping him company on the 4th row of the grid. Behind that, Hamish Gordon from Serene Gallagher, the top 10. Then comes Ryan Townsend and Otis Cleary inside the top 12. From there, of course, you've got very talented drivers, the likes of Eddie Duncan, Ian Campbell, of course, his first time at this circuit starts 14th from Hakeem Barton, Ryan White sharing the 8th row of the field. Stanley Stafford from Adam Barton, Riley Moreau, who unfortunately didn't take to the start of the Super Heat, will be starting the Super Final from 19th and plumb last. However, can only go up from that point. Coming into this, there was a bit of speculation about the championship and whether or not Makanji Uren's dominance has sealed the deal thus far. We'll confirm, of course, as soon as we can, but the way I've got it is that Makanji Uren on drop scores is not quite there, so it will go all the way to PF International. However, if it was done on just total scores, he's winning by a landslide at this point. It's almost impossible for Max Jolly to go and catch, and that's just thanks to the 16 victories that Makanji Uren has taken across all of the heats, the Super Heats and the Super Finals thus far this year. He's been undefeated in the Super Finals. Now with a GP plate to go with it, it's been such a dominant season for Makanji Uren, which is almost unheard of course, in the world of karting. However, he has been insane. And if he does win the championship, it'll be the first time since Kai Hunter done it back-to-back. When he done it in the senior Rotax, the first time a UKC championship has been won back-to-back, and Emerson Makanji Uren is firmly the favourite to gun for that one. After the proceedings of the race earlier on as well, it was Max Jolly that was able to pick his way through and extend the gap in second place. Behind that, Alfie Ward and Ryan White are fighting very closely for the 3rd place spot in the Drivers' Championship. So Still a lot to definitely keep our eye on heading into, well, what is just effectively 5 races left of the season for the Mini Inters. Of course, we've got the final today, then we've got all 4 races when we head to PF International. So, yeah, very much getting towards the tail end of it. It's gone by in an absolute flash as 2025. Of course, hello and welcome to those of you that are now just joining us. Hope everyone around the circuit is having a fantastic day and cheering on, of course, those that they support. It's been amazing to see just how much support there is for all of these drivers, and especially in the YouTube chat as well. It's been amazing to see each and every one of you providing that encouragement to this young talent. And let us know as well, what has been your favourite race thus far? What race are you most looking forward to? What are your predictions then of the Mini Inter Final about to get underway? Let us know, of course, and make sure to like, subscribe, and share this stream to as many people as possible. Get as many eyes on this young talent as we can. Shouldn't be too much longer until we get this race underway. And like I say, it will be Mackenzie Uren on pole position. I think we are just getting those final warnings. And there you go, final preparations, handshakes, fist bumps, high fives, everything ready to go. And Mackenzie Uren, you can see on the left-hand side, the GP plate, getting himself in the zone. It's a hot day out there, though. We were just talking with the Microax drivers about just how difficult it can be in the heat, and that opens the door for more technical problems with the tyres, with the fatigue as a driver as well. You sat right next to an engine, you sat in overalls and a helmet. It does get quite toasty. So fruition is going to be one that these drivers are going to be having to keep an eye on. Around then for the formation lap, and the number 8 of Oliver Spencer has been very aggressive this weekend, really been taking the fight to Mackenzie Uren, narrowly missing out on the victory earlier on in the Super Heat. But yeah, they've been trading wins. It's either been Mackenzie Uren or Oliver Spencer winning races this weekend. Could we see the fortune shift in favour of the number 8 to dethrone the dominance of the GP plate? Be interesting to see, of course, with him starting on the outside, and we know that in the slightly slower karts, it can actually work to be on the outside and towards turn number 1. It all depends as to who gets the better jump, though, and sharing the front row. It's the green and black, the number 8 of Oliver Spencer, very closely alongside the GP plate of Emerson Mackenzie Uren, who could well be a champion in a couple of months' time. Already got the GP plate, taking it very slowly out of the final corner. The green flag will wave. They put their foot to the floor, and we go racing for the Mini Inter Final. 12 minutes plus the lap still to go. Oliver Spencer already over to the inside to cover it off. However, the 11, Austin Oman, tries to go to the outside, takes second place from Oliver Spencer. Nicely done indeed. Now is the one driving the charge ahead towards Emerson Mackenzie Uren. In towards the infield, and a couple of moves being made in the background as well. So nice to see that the drivers making their way through quite cleanly. Mackenzie Uren then leads from Austin Oman, who got an incredible jump from Oliver Spencer, who I think just covered off the inside. Maybe didn't quite get the jump that he'd have wanted and had to settle in behind Mackenzie Uren. Now out of the Dunlop chicane for the first time, and an inside line look there from the number 8 machine, who straight back up the inside of the 11 to work his way into second. They can't battle too much though, because that's just going to open the door for Mackenzie Uren to get away through the final couple of corners to tick off the opening lap then of this 12 minute plus the lap race. So it's Mackenzie Uren from Spencer, Oman, Mayer, then Jolly on the O-plate in 5th. Oliver Spencer definitely got the pace to go and contend with Mackenzie Uren, and good to see that he picked up from that poor start very quickly. It gives him a lot of time to recover, gives him a lot of time to go maybe for an attack for the lead, and already putting Mackenzie Uren under pressure, forcing the championship leader to go defensive through that hairpin, now through the centre S's and towards the Dunlop chicane. We've got 3 karts firmly locked in this battle for the lead. Austin Oman, what can he do to try and get involved? Oliver Spencer now in the slipstream. Is he going to close the gap? Mackenzie Uren already having to go defensive. Thinking about maybe going for the dummy there was Oliver Spencer. Having to cover off the inside there from Austin Oman to prevent the 11 from finding his way through. I wonder how much those two are going to work together. Also the 15 just in behind of Alfie Mayer and Max Jolly. They're a chasing pack trying to latch their way back onto the top 3 and get themselves into contention. I think of a move to the inside there from Oliver Spencer. He definitely was tempted but thought better of it. Just showing his nose, putting the pressure on Mackenzie Uren. But definitely all over the rear end, definitely applying that pressure, definitely getting into the head of the GP plate, the championship leader. Does the inside open up into this hairpin? Not quite close enough as the GP plate of Macandrew Uren. Just thinking of just turning in a bit earlier, aiming that car at the apex, just to deter a move more than anything to the inside. But this is where slipstream is paramount. This is where exit speed is paramount. Duck to the steering wheel as well, just to get that extra little bit of reduction in drag. I think the effect is more psychological than anything, but you'll take anything that you can get in the world of motorsport. Max Jolly as well on the O plate. Of course, that peppermint liveried Tony Kart trying to chase after Alfie Mare and get his way back into the top 4. The top 3 definitely are breaking away because we've not seen too much in the way of battles just yet. Towards the infield once more, and Macandrew Uren has just opened up that gap a little bit. It's not really much to be safe about. He's just sort of opened up a jar just to give him a bit of breathing space, maybe not have to defend for a couple of corners. There was some dust being kicked up in the background, maybe by the 43 of Stanley Stafford at the back end of the field. Some huge moves being there. Serene Gallagher launching the move up the inside. And even more carnage kicking off as well. The 24 of Arthur Farah looks up the inside of the 183 of Alfie Ward. Nicely done indeed. Max Jolly has been caught off guard here. He's lost loads of places. A mistake potentially from the O-plate, who's tumbled down a lot of places. The 41 of Serene Gallagher launching the move up the inside there. So Max Jolly has tumbled all the way from 5th to 8th place now at the back end of this train. So in terms of the fight for 4th, it's now Alfie Mare, Arthur Farah, Alfie Ward, then 4th, 5th and 6th. Serene Gallagher making his way through on Max Jolly. 8 minutes still plus the lap. Gap at the front, open to about a quarter of a second or so. Not really much in it at all. A small mistake from Macandrew Uren could open the door, and Oliver Spencer needs to be applying that pressure, not lose concentration, not lose that consistency, not lose that drive and lose that momentum. Needs to be hammering some pressure onto the back end of the GP plate. Soon to tick off another lap. Ticking our way closer and closer to half distance in this race. Oliver Spencer in the slipstream is closing the gap. Macandrew Uren looks over his shoulder, thinks about defending, but knows he's safe. Oliver Spencer, though, using that slipstream to his advantage just to help close the gap. And the pair of them actually, I think, have just got the measure over Austin Oman, who is matching their lap times. But if, obviously, Spencer and Macandrew Uren start giving each other a bit of a slipstream and starting to break away, especially if they don't battle, could well become a 1v1 at the front. Austin Oman, though, doing his best job is to be there should something happen between the top 2. We saw it at Dungtwell. Ryan White was able to get underneath Macandrew Uren and Max Jolly both in one because they were too focused on each other. They forgot to see the 47 was coming through, and I think we could see something similar from Austin Oman. Back in the train for 4th. Alfie Mare still not really been put under too much pressure from Arthur Farah, who's thereabouts-ish, but very much is a top 3 breakaway. So the fight for the podium will sort itself out. Then it's a fight for 4th place in behind that. Austin Oman still over the rear end of Spencer, who himself is still over the rear end of Macandrew Uren. They've been locked in this battle. Macandrew Uren, though, not really had a mind about defending up until this point. So slightly offset through the hairpin, I think, turning a bit too early, carried a bit too much speed in just to try and prevent a look or a dive from the number 8 of Oliver Spencer. However, a bit of a mistake there from the number 8. Austin Oman now is the one to put some pressure on. Does he go for a move? No, thinking better of it. I think that definitely is the right decision. You do not want to be letting a drive like Emerson Macandrew Uren getting away. They need to work together. So the moment they start fighting for second, not only do they run the risk of those in the fight for 4th catching back up and getting involved, they also then completely lose touch of the leader. Another lap in the books. Couple of swaps being made. I think Hugo McCluxley and Eddie Duncan swapped a little bit further back in the fight for what is P13. So on the fringe of the top 10. And I think they're on a bit of a train, actually, a bit further back in the fight for the top 10. But our focus is here at the front of the field. Spencer just has a lap or two where he really closes the gap, and then we'll have a lap where he sort of drops back a little bit. Really needs to start pressing on, because there's going to be a point where Austin Oman gets a little bit impatient and says, well, if you're not going to be making some moves, mate, I want to be at the very least in second place. Side by side is, I think now we could well see a bit of pressure be mounted Arthur Farrow applying it to the 15 of Alfie Mehra in the battle for 4th place. Out of the final corner and towards turn number 1. It's just been so ebb and flow at the front. They've been very, very close, and they spread out just a couple of kart lengths apart. But of course, like I've always been saying, it's a very short fuse. It only takes a little bit for a lot to happen. The 15 of Alfie Mehra has been, well, completely thrown away here. The battle with Arthur Farrow has lost him the place to the 183 and the O plate. So Alfie Ward and Max Jolly both find a way through. Could we see a move here? So the 15 of Alfie Mehra was in P4. He'll now break the beam on this lap down in P7. So losing 3 places in 1 lap. It's going to be hard for him to close that back up, especially with 4 minutes left to go. The top 2 breaking away from Austin Oman, who does have the fast lap of the race, but now a 7/10 differential between Oliver Spencer and Austin Oman. Arthur Farrow through up into 4th place then, and Alfie Ward is the one keeping him company. So Arthur Farrow was the one applying the pressure, now he's the one trying to deal with it from behind. And at this point, of course, the top 3 are just, well, they've just checked out, they're gone. So this is the best you're going to get realistically in this final, unless something dramatic happens at the top 3, which don't count out. With how aggressive Spencer and Macandrew Uren have been this weekend, I definitely would not count it out by any stretch of the imagination. However, realistically, if you're Max Jolly, you're going to be starting to consolidate what you can in terms of the championship. Same to Ward and Farrow. They want to be putting themselves in the best position possible, and for them at the moment, that's P4. Less than 3 minutes left to go, and the fight for the lead still incredibly close. It is just a case that neither of them are really flinching. Neither of them are making that mistake, and they're so level on pace. Macandrew Uren is aware of Spencer's presence, though, and he knows that he's there. He knows that he will have to defend maybe at some point, but he's not defending thin air. He's not reeling Spencer in. He's still focused forwards. He have the occasional look back over his shoulder just to sort of assess the situation, see if he's in any trouble. But the main focus is forward, looking at his apexes, spotting his breaking points, seeing where he needs to be to try and drive away, because there's an incredible likelihood that his pace is at more than enough to get him away. I mean, they've absolutely gapped Austin Oman, who's just trailing off the back of the top 2 now, with what will be probably about 3 laps left to go as they cross the line. Through the first couple of corners now is the 24 of Arthur Farrow, who's worked his way nicely from what was P6 on the grid up into now 4th. The biggest gainer, though, is Otis Cleary, up 5 places from 12th. Actually, scratch that. Ryan White up 16. Up 6 from 16 into 10th. So really climbing his way forward. Very nicely done indeed. A couple of big movers being made. Big loser, of course, unfortunately, is Hugo McCluskey. Started this race in 8th place, now down in at 13th. Max Jolly trying to put some pressure onto the 183 of Alfie Ward. Into the final corner, the space can sometimes open up. We've seen moves there before. So this will be the 3rd last lap. So next time by will be the penultimate, time after that will be the final. So still got a couple of laps left to go. A couple more opportunities, and Macandrew Uren has led every single one of these laps. But that means nothing if Oliver Spencer gets through right here, right now, and takes control of this race. The pressure is building and building, and Macandrew Uren has been near undefeated. He's never finished off the podium in 2025. He's only lost what is 4 races of the 20 thus far. .30 seconds left on the clock. This would be a sensational 16th victory for Macandrew Uren. And an issue there, the 43, that's Stanley Stafford, who was at the back end of the field, pulls in and is retiring from this race. A huge shame, so close to the end. Macandrew Uren, though, look at that gap that he's pulled over Oliver Spencer. A good couple of cut lengths the last lap or so, really locked in. So this has really been a race of attrition between the pair of them. And it's been one that we've been very much kept on our toes with. Nearly, I think it was 2 wheels in the air there, Oliver Spencer over the curb, pushing so hard, trying to use as much of the track space as possible. But just using touch, I think maybe overdriving the kart a little bit, making a couple of small slides and mistakes. Mackenzie Uren, though, is incredibly smooth. He's got one more tour left of Warden Law to take what will be his 5th consecutive final victory on his road to the championship. You've got to argue he is the favourite to be crowned when we head to PF International in a couple of months' time. It's been a sensational performance for Mackenzie Uren this weekend. And this is the 20th race of the 2025 Ultimate Karting Championship season. And he's won, on course to win 16 of them. An 80% win rate for Emerson Mackenzie Uren, a star of the future. Remember him, ladies and gentlemen, of course, winner of the Kart Masters GP a couple of weeks ago. Will carry that momentum forward as well. And into Warden Law, Emerson Mackenzie Uren for the 16th time in 2025, undefeated in the finals, takes victory at Warden Law. Oliver Spencer, Austin Oman will join him on the podium. Arthur Farrer and Max Jolly, the top 5. We'll run you through the full results as soon as we can, but what a race that was for Mackenzie Uren. Dealt with the pressure so beautifully, and the celebration across the line as well. He knows he deserved that one. After taking the GP plate victory, of course, was, like I say, full of confidence coming into this weekend, and now is the favourite for the champion. Won it last year, looking to go back-to-back. Only the 2nd time in UKC history has that happened. Celebrations coming in. Very big congratulations to Emerson Mackenzie Uren there. Him in the top step. Very well acquainted indeed. Not quite the sweep here at Warden Law that we saw at Wilton Mill and at Rowrah. He did lose one race to Oliver Spencer, but still a fantastic weekend. His 16th victory of 2025 for Emerson Mackenzie Uren. Of course, Oliver Spencer joining him on the podium gave him a very good battle, one of the closest battles for the lead in the mini-inters that we've seen. Putting that pressure on from start to finish and giving it a good go. But when you're taking on a driver as good as Emerson Mackenzie Uren, you have to rise to such a level, and Oliver Spencer came so close. Austin Oman as well joining him on the podium, stayed with the top 2 and gave it a very good effort all the way to the end, and with it taking the fast lap of the race as well. Be good to have a chat with the 3 of them, and we'll run you through the results then after what was 15 very hot and grueling laps, I'm sure, for each and every single one of those drivers. Emerson Mackenzie Uren once again takes victory in a UKC final. Oliver Spencer from Austin Oman, the podium. Then comes Arthur Farrow and Max Jolly, the top 5. Alfie Ward just in behind that from Otis Cleary, making up some places from a little bit further down on the grid. Serene Gallagher, Alfie Mayer, and Ryan White, the top 10. Behind that is the likes of Hamish Gordon, Rian Townsend, and Hugo McCluxley. Ian Campbell, good effort for your first attempt here at Warden Law. Eddie Duncan from Hakeem Bart, Adam Bart, and Stanley Stafford, the top 18. Unfortunately, a DNF for Stafford towards the end of the race sees him not take the checkered flag. We'll take a look at some of the highlights then of the mini-inter race. Take a look back at some of the bits of action that we had over the course of that race before we head down to Martin to have a chat with some of the drivers. The race firmly got itself underway, and initially Oliver Spencer fell behind Austin Oman, but very quickly found his way through, was not letting that stick around at all. Late dive to the inside, found the number 8 back through into 2nd place. But of course the chase was always on. There was a huge move there. The 41 of Serene Gallagher on the inside of Max Jolly, really capitalising on Jolly's misfortune that lap. And then the 24 of Arthur Farrow found his way through in a 4th place in what was a very intense battle between himself and the 183 of Alfie Ward. It was an intense battle for 4th, an intense battle for the lead as well. And Oliver Spencer was applying that pressure from start to finish. And for the first half of the race, Mackenzie Uren was, well, looking over his shoulder, constantly trying to defend. But in the end, you can see the gap opened up, the consistency prevailed. And at the final corner, the GP plate, of course, it's been a season of victories, and the development that he's had, the improvement that he's seen. What a talent that Emerson Mackenzie Uren is and will continue to grow into. He'll be taking home a very lovely trophy at the end of today. I'm sure it's been such a season for him. And with the pursuit of the championship, he's looking to be only the second back-to-back double champion in the UKC. Let's head down to Martin, though, and grab some interviews.
Another great race in the finals. I'm here with Austin Oman, who came in 3rd position. You must be pretty happy with that on the podium.
Yeah, I'm happy. We're not in the championship, we just came trying to win, and we've got a podium, so I'm happy.
No, it's all good practice as well, and you can only improve from here. Do you have anyone you'd like to thank?
I would like to thank Teddy Patterson. He was on the spanners on Friday, and he's been my driver coach all week. My dad, who's been on the spanners for the rest of the weekend, and my mum, my sister, and Sam Pollett.
Excellent. Thank you very much, mate.
Thank you.
I would just like to see if I can get Oliver Spencer. Oliver? Here we have Oliver Spencer, came in 2nd. Oliver, how are you feeling about 2nd, mate? The 3 of you seem to run away with that at the start.
Yeah, it's disappointing, obviously, not to take the win, but still a good result.
So where does this put you in the championship now, Oliver?
I'm not in the championship, I was just in the run-off round.
Okay. So again, good practice to get there. Is there anyone that you would like to thank you?
Yeah, my nan and granddad and parents for watching, Lewis on the spanners, KR for the waft, and Robert Global.
Brilliant, mate. Thank you very much. Emerson McAndrew, you can't get much better than 1st, so you must be absolutely over the moon.
Yeah, it was a good race. Obviously, got into the lead early, had to defend a little bit. Then once I saw I had a gap, I had to get my head down, pulled a bit of a gap, and then it was just trying to not make mistakes from there.
Yeah, you didn't seem to need to do a great deal in the way of defending. You managed to pull out such a good gap.
Yeah, I had a good gap. Obviously, I don't know if they battled behind me, but it was just a good race.
And where does this put you in the championship standings?
Now I think I've won it.
Well done, mate.
So, a bit less pressure for the rest of the year, and then obviously celebrate time.
Well, that's absolutely fantastic to hear, mate. Just quickly, would you like to say thank you to anyone?
I'd like to thank Dan Holland Racing, Time Racing Engines. Massive thanks to Daryl Ross.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry that I had to cut you off. We're going to go with our commentator Zach now for the next.
Two down and 3 to go for the Ultimate Karting Championship. Round number 5 finals. It's time for the Rotax 177s and Reg Hayward and Harrison Crook. Again, the battle that those two have shared this weekend, and they'll share the front row ahead of Scott Clee and Jamie Zyra on the 2nd row of the grid. Joshua Gollin, who was making some moves earlier on the day, will share row 3 with Jack Taylor from Josh Howard and Samuel Cornwell. They're in 8th place. James Lingard from Cameron Crockett, who had a couple of issues earlier on in the day, will start 10th. From our championship leader, Edward Matthews, and Mark Gilley in 12th. Matt Lear, a very lonely row 7 in 13th. Let's see if he's not going to be unlucky over the course of the next 14 minutes plus the lap. So slightly longer races for the slightly bigger karts as well. And on that note, yes, Edwin Matthews, while it hasn't been a dream weekend for him, he's not even broken inside the top 5 thus far. Still leads the championship. James Lingard trying to close that gap. Harrison Crook, though, has been one of the favourites this weekend. Similar to the battle that we saw between Macandrew Uren in the mini inters, it has just been a case of trading blows, alternating that race victory and 2nd place between himself and Reg Hayward, who of course the 73 will start this race on pole position. They make their way round. Final preparations be made. Get yourself in the zone. Hayward on the right hand side, foot to the floor, and we go racing once more for the Rotax 177s, and a couple of issues at the back end of the field as well, I think, for a number of drivers. The 72 of Harrison Crook, though, is left stranded on the outside of the circuit as Gillian Matt Lear finally get their way going again. A couple of spinners as well. Who's that? We've got the 95. Jamie Zara has been involved in an incident. Of course, he had some contact earlier on in the day as well. So it's all spoils at the opening part of this race. I think thus far, it's the 73, of course, of Reg Hayward that leads the way from the 72 of Harrison Crook, trying to chase him down. Then, of course, just in behind that, you've got the 116 of Scott Clee trying to put some pressure on in behind. Outside line being taken there by Crook, who is putting the 73 under a lot of pressure. We saw Reg Hayward have to defend very late on in the day because Crook was closing that gap bit by bit by bit. And now the 73 is going to have a hard task of having to defend because Crook has got away well. He's not dropped down into the pack like we saw earlier on. So now is the one from the beginning applying that pressure. So Reg Hayward is going to be looking over his shoulder, I'm sure, trying to prevent the 72 from finding a way past. In towards this hairpin, the inside opens up and he picks his way past. The up and under, though, is there. The drive is there for the 73, but another hairpin comes at you quite quickly. There's contact as well with Scott Clee. So Harrison Crook finds his way into the race lead through the Dunlop chicane, and the gap opens up just that little bit. Inside line for Josh Gonan on the inside of Scott Clee, finds his way through provisionally onto the podium. Edward Matthews goes with him as well. So Clee had a huge gap forced open there, and two karts forced their way through. So nice move there from Josh Gonan, very good capitalization. Now let's see if they can press on and get in touch with the top two, which is now Harrison Crook, the 72, leading the 73 of Reg Hayward. Then comes the 77 of Golan. I think that's all, though, getting involved in the background towards the very quick left-hander, Scott Clee. James Lingard maybe getting involved as well, looking over the shoulder in towards another hairpin. Golan was safe. I think Ed Matthews maybe trying to pick his way through all of the carnage. There's cuts here, there, and everywhere, especially when you've got the likes of Lingard and Cornwall closing their way back in. But the fight for the lead is still firmly on. Golan has been overtaken by Ed Matthews, I think, on this lap as well. So the championship leader, for the first time this weekend, finds himself in a podium position. It's been an up and down weekend. The pace was there earlier in the Super Heat, but of course had a bit of contact. Him and another driver ran off the road at the back end hairpin. And that dropped him out of contention. However, he's fighting back on all cylinders. Started this race from P11 on the grid, already up into third place with still 11 minutes left to go. And if the top two battle, Ed Matthews could get involved. He's taken two final victories thus far, one at Wilton, one at Rowra. The other two were P3. Oh, sorry, he's taken three final victories. He took one as well at Dunkswell. So he's not finished off the podium in a super final in 2025. There's Edward Matthews, and he's continuing that streak here at Warden Law. Reg Hayward, despite losing the lead, has definitely kept on tabs with the 72 of Harrison Crook. They tick past another lap in towards the very fast long right-hander at turn number 1, opening up turn 2. Up the hill through this right-hander at 3, then back into the infield section using all that curb. Then a bit of a dip, a compression in the surface as you make your way into the first real overtaking opportunity into this hairpin. What's the pace looking like for Ed Matthews? He's a couple of tenths of a lap slower. So Reg Hayward, that last time by, at the fast lap of the race. We've lost Jamie Zara from this as well, the 95, who took victory at the Clark Hall final, braving the weather. Unfortunately, has not had similar luck this weekend. Has had a couple of incidents, and I think maybe the contact on lap 1 has damaged something or put him out of contention, so that's going to be his day done. Unfortunately, another lap in the book. Reg Hayward still chipping away, trying to stay with and keep tabs on the 72 of Harrison Crook as best as he possibly can. Careful not to use too much of that curb there. It's a very sudden drop off into the dust, and you can very easily pick up a puncture if you're not careful, or bend something in the chassis. Not at all what you want. Look to the inside there. The 23 of James Lingard picks his way past the 168 of Samuel Cornwall and through into 6th place. Very nicely done indeed. Spotted the gap, sent the move on the brakes. Jobs are good in. Through the very long sweeping final sector, that really long left hand that leads you into the final two corners. Very, very difficult for these drivers, I'm sure, to manage. All of that understeer, still trying to manage that rotation as best as possible. Harrison Crick at the moment doing the best job of it, though. Still leading the race and still with the best pace as well. That last time by was a new PB and a new fastest lap of the race, a 50.51 going the way of the 72 machine. So responding to the pace of the 73 of Reg Hayward, who is still there, and Harrison Crick will still be aware of him, still be aware of the threat, but I think is just slowly edging himself further and further away. As soon as he can get out of that slipstream, it should be a much easier affair for him to continue to stay in front. 8 minutes still left to go. This race far from over. Edward Matthews and Josh Gollin, probably a close fight for the podium as well. We'll keep our eye on. So between the 79 and the 77. That last time by was a half a tenth swing in favour of Harrison Crick. So a 50.56, so pretty much matching his best lap time to a 50.61 of Reg Hayward. So very marginally quicker. And you can definitely see the gap bit by bit starting to open up, and you can just see the commitment that 72 is taking, really lifting that inside wheel up through the demanding corners, just taking all of that load onto the outside tyres as best you can, and it actually just, because it's a solid axle, lifts up that inside tyre. Looks very scary, but that's exactly how these drivers want to wrestle these karts around circuits. If you can do that, you're close to the limit and taking a lot of speed through a corner. The consistency Harrison Crick is displaying is incredible. I mean, so too Reg Hayward is just not quite as quick. His best lap time, Harrison Crick, a 50.51. His last two lap times have been a 50.56 and a 50.53. Incredibly impressive to match that, 3 laps in a row. Not only that sort of, to do that once, but to match that sort of pace 3 laps in a row is incredibly impressive. Reg Hayward, of course, has been doing pretty much there or thereabouts. It's just about a tenth or so off where it needs to be, and that gap has opened to about half a second between the pair of them. So Harrison Crick, once he got into the lead, as much as Hayward tried to keep tabs with him, I think it is swinging in favour of the 72, but never say never. The one word you definitely cannot say in motor racing is definitely. Does not exist. Any moves being made further back through the field. We can see Scott Clee versus James Lingard. So Lingard, of course, worked his way through Samuel Cornwell a couple of laps ago and has now set his sights on working his way inside the top 5. And towards the hairpin, lifting up that rear left tyre. Lingard really putting in some decent pace. That last time by was a 50.87, matched by Samuel Cornwell. But importantly, quicker than the 2 in front of him. So definitely got the pace to close, and with the slipstream now towards the heavy braking zone, you can see very aggressive. That OTK machine, of course, usually can be quite aggressive with them. They're very sharp on the brakes if that's how you like to set them up. So almost instantly getting that rear locking, getting that rotation. Opens the door for some pretty nice sends if you're brave enough to go for it, go in sideways, get a bit of opposite lock going. 5 minutes and 15 seconds left on the clock. Still Crick from Hayward. That gap still extending from Ed Matthews, Josh Gollin and Scott Clee, the top 5. We're following a lovely little battle here. 3 karts in the battle for 5th. So the lead kart of this train, the LN kart, is the 116 of Scott Clee. Then comes James Lingard. Then comes the 168 of Samuel Cornwell. Keeping each other honest. Our leaders cross the line once again, 4.5 minutes. So probably going to translate into 5 or 6 laps or so left of this race. Not really much at all. 11 laps completed thus far. We've only lost one driver. We lost Jamie Zara, unfortunately, a few laps ago. An issue, I think on the opening lap, a bit of contact, saw him firmly out of contention from the get-go. Of course, let me know, of course, those... your thoughts and feelings in the YouTube chat. I'm definitely keeping an eye on it. I can see Motorsport Magpie dropping some things in the chat about Jamie Zara's championship hopes. So initially they were very slim as is, but I think after this weekend you are right in the sense that it will drop him out, because the maximum points score that you can get for a weekend is 157 So anyone on drop scores that's below that going into the final round is effectively as good as over in the championship, at least mathematically, of course. And you are right, Harrison Crook maybe with a good weekend. Ed Matthews, though, has recovered. He's had a bit of a topsy-turvy Saturday. Did a little bit better, of course, Sunday. Took P6 and now is at the moment running P3, and that's probably the best he's going to get. But has recovered some nice points. But you are right, Harrison Crook definitely could reel back some points in this championship and at the very least be a good contender for runner-up. Because at the moment he's leading, so that's 45. Josh Gollin is 4th place. That's 34, so that's a 9-point swing. So as things stand, the gap for second in the championship is going to be just 3 points between Lingard and Crook. Going into the final races of the season, we've got 4 left after this one. Heat 1, Heat 2, Super Heat and Super Final. Got some fans of Josh Gollin in the chat, rooting him on for a podium, and it definitely is possible, but he is about a second and a half back on Edward Matthews, so it is going to be a tough one. Although Josh Gollin definitely has got the pace, he's definitely shown the willingness to go and get it this weekend so far as well. He's taken a couple of podiums, not actually taken a win yet this season as Josh Gollin, the 77, which to be honest surprises me that he's not at the least taken a heat win. But a few P3s, P2s scattered throughout the season. Very consistent driver, sat currently P5 in the championship, very close to Jamie Zara. In fact, after this race, will overtake him for 4th place in the Rotax 177 championship. 2 laps left to go, 2 minutes left to go plus the lap, so probably about 3 or 4, depends as to when they cross the line. 14 completed. A couple of laps ago, Reg Hayward did set the fast lap of the race. That was a 50.45, but since then has been dropping off a couple of tenths of a second off the back of Harrison Crook. So even though the pace definitely is there, he's just not quite got the consistency to do it lap after lap. Similar to what Harrison Crook is doing, who himself set a PB of 50.46, but still running in the low 50.5s, lap after lap. So Hayward has got the 1 lap raw speed over him. In response to Josh Gollin winning a race, as per the official results of the UKC, his best result at Dunkswell was a P3, and that was in heat number 2, so potentially took the victory and had a drop down. I think there was actually, because I remember it was a really, really good victory for him. And then I think right at the last moment we had it confirmed that he had a drop down or something or other, something in that vein. But definitely on track he's probably won. So that's maybe where my surprise has come from, because in my mind I probably remember him actually winning a race. Because he has been very impressive this season. And at the moment, like I say, if he crosses the line where he is, he'll be taking P4 in the championship heading into the final round of the season. And incredibly close still between himself, Harrison Crook and James Lingard, that it could still swing any which way, provided you don't have any issues when we head to PF International. 18 seconds left on the clock. So this is the penultimate lap of the race. 2 to go. Harrison Crook has chipped that gap away nearly to over a second. It's been a very marginal increase. Virtually nothing each lap, but it has added up. It's compounded lap on lap on lap. And just the thought of victory slipping away from Reg Hayward. A bit further back, though, we've still got a battle. Scott Clee versus James Lingard, who, like I said, very brave on the brakes. Still has an opportunity to launch something in the fight for working his way inside the top 5. Final lap of the race, tick through. Harrison Crook starts it. One more tour then of Warden Law. He has taken a couple of victories this season. His best result in a final, though, has been P3. An issue there for the 18er Mark Gilly, who got a slow start initially. Will have to retire on the final lap of the race. Nonetheless, there is our race leader, Harrison Crook, whose best result this year in a final has been a P2. He has delivered as one of the favourites here at Warden Law, battling head-to-head with Reg Hayward, and it has been a mighty battle through yesterday. This morning's action between the pair of them as well. Crook was closing and closing, and in the final has just found the edge. He got the lead and he didn't look back. The gap compounded. He exits the final corner. The checker flag waves. It's Harrison Crook for the first time in 2025. He will take victory here at Warden Law. And we'll take round number 5 of the Ultimate Karting Championship with it as well for the Rotax 177s. Reg Hayward and Edward Matthews. A good podium there for our championship leader. Carrying that forwards into the final round at PF International in a month and a half's time. We'll run you through, of course, the full results in a few moments' time. The drivers just making their way back into the Parc Ferme area. There is our race leader, Harrison Crook. Take a bow. What a battle that was. Straight over there to have some respect with himself and Reg Hayward. And yeah, the overtake early doors. And after that, did not look back. And like I say, it was very marginal increases, lap by lap by lap. But it definitely did up. Accumulated into just over a second between the pair of them. And what a way to take your first final victory of 2025. He's taken 2 in heats and super heats. Taken a number of podiums, like I say, a P3 at Wilton Mill in the final. And a P2 as well at Rowett in the final. But he's finally done it. He's finally taken to the top step, and very deservedly so. Let's run you through then the final results after 14 minutes plus the lap of racing action. It was absolutely fantastic action from start to finish. It was Harrison Crook that takes victory from Reg Hayward and Edward Matthews, the top 3. That is our podium. From Joshua Gollin, who was close, but in the end not quite close enough to get that trophy. Scott Clee rounds off the top 5. James Lingard, after pressurising him for best part of the race, has to settle for 6th. Samuel Cornwell from Cameron Crockett, much better in the final than he did a little bit earlier on with a P8. Josh Howard from Jack Taylor, the top 10. And behind that, the likes of Matt Lear and Mark Gilly, who had a couple of issues at the start, and so too Jamie Zara, who we saw, or didn't see, take to the checker flag. Unfortunately, DNF'd after what was about 4 laps, I think, into the race. A huge shame, of course, for him. But overall, a fantastic race for the Rotax 177s. Those guys will be back out when we head to the season finale of the UKC in October for PF International. But let's take a look then at some highlights. And well, it was Reg Hayward that started on pole position on the right-hand side of the circuit. In towards turn number 1, though. And initially, Harrison Crook did get jumped ever so slightly by those on the inside, and that stalled his progress. And there was a couple of issues in the background as well. So keep an eye out for the 72 throughout the highlights. He worked his way forwards there, where you can see Gilly and Lear have some issues at the back end, which was a shame. Then, of course, Jamie Zara got involved in a spin with another driver as well, and someone else had to go cutting over the grass to avoid them. But no issues, no dramas for the front lot. So the 73 was being chased down by Harrison Crook, who immediately saw the inside line, took the lead of the race, and after that point did not really look back at all. The 73 tried some form of a counter-attack, but from that point on, it was just enough to creep away bit by bit. Josh Gollin was making some moves as well, so he made a move to the inside of Scott Clee, and that invited himself and Edward Matthews to go through. Of course, Scott Clee would find his way back through on one of them. Edward Matthews would go on to finish on the podium. So all kicked off in the background. Of course, we were focusing on the top 2, but it was that, wow, goodness me, Josh Gollin riding on the, James Lingard riding on the rear end of a cart in front of him. Doing a bit of a wheelie, definitely not optimal, but definitely looks cool. Out of the final corner then, of course, for the 72 of Harrison Crook, and big celebrations to take your first final victory of 2025. And creeping himself closer and closer. The gap between himself and James Lingard, I think, in the championship has swung in favour of Harrison Crook to take that second place as things stand. Edward Matthews, of course, the gap will close. However, is still looking pretty good to go for the championship victory when we go to PF International. Let's head down, though, to Martin for some interviews.
I am here with Reg Hayward, who's just came in second place for the Rotax 177s. Reg, could you tell us how you think the race went?
I thought it was good at the start. I reckon all we really needed was a couple tweaks in the car. Then we would have probably had a little bit more of an advantage. But yeah, I think good race overall. Like, happy to get podium. Well done to Harris.
Yes, well done to Harrison Crook. Yes.
Oh yeah, that's the one. Sorry, I've just joined. Obviously, I'm only 15, so joining this championship, it's been a lot better because I used to do the NKC and we needed a little bit of a step up from that. So we've come to the UKC and it's just much better championship overall.
Excellent, mate. Well done. Could I ask what you think about Warden Law? Is it a track you enjoy driving?
Yeah, it's obviously a very technical track. Like, very, it works your body quite hard too. Bloody boiling when I come in.
Okay, thank you very much, mate, and well done. I'm unsure that we're going to actually be able to speak to Harrison Crook, as he's currently on the floor looking in quite a lot of pain. So I would like to take it up to Zach, our commentator. Thank you very much.
The Junior Rotax Super Final is upon us, ladies and gentlemen, and this is one I think we've all been looking forward to. The battle at the front end of the field. Jacob Ashcroft coming into this, Kai Clark as well, showing some impressive pace as they share the front row. Charlie Wolfert from Ray and Gandor will share row number 2 as they're all getting themselves ready to take to the start of this race. Matteo Palazzo will start this race from 5th ahead of new GP plate winner Albie Lapper. Josh Smith from Daniel Kilpatrick, who was making some moves earlier on in the day, will start this race from 8th and will have to make some of those moves to work his way forward. Rory Armstrong, Blair Smith, the top 10 from Lewis Radcliffe, and Finley Buck in 12th. Big grid all the way down to P34 after the repechage. So behind that will be the likes of Luca Holmes-Balak, Eli Baden sharing row 7 from Finley Smith, and Sebastian Clark there in 16th position. Again, a lot of work to do from that place. Thomas Jackson, Riley Bishop, Daniel Minto and Alex Lynn will round out the top 20 from Lloyd Palmer and Lewis Sumner, who had some issues earlier on in the day, however still here, still firmly inside the super final grid. John Buchan and Lucas Howe there sharing row number 12. Sam Mott from Leon Hasty in 26th place. Look out for him as he carves his way forward. Joseph Mills from Cody LePoutrel in 28th place. Jake Rafferty from Loman Wilcox, the final driver to work his way through after just the super heats alone. And then we get to those that had to fight through the repechage. Alex Goodson and Alfie McBain, P1 and P2 in the repechage, will share row number 16 from Max Colbert and Thomas Harper, P33 and 34 respectively. They've got a lot of work to do from the back end of the field, and it's going to be a tough ask to fight all the way forwards from that far back on the grid, but anything is possible, especially on a hot day like today. Track definitely is a very difficult one to drive. We just had there from Reg Hayward, only 15 by the way, didn't realise that. He's showcasing a lot of experience then for such a young age and fighting with some very experienced people with some remarkable pace as well. Came very narrow to the victory of the Rotax 177s. Of course, these drivers similarly aged in the junior Rotax, a lot of them under 15. Jacob Ashcroft, of course, only 13 and already won a world championship in the world of karting. And at the moment looks favourite to do the Ultimate Karting Championship in 2025 for the junior Rotaxes. Have to wonder when he does take that step into seniors in a couple of years' time or into car racing, just how much of a menace he is going to be and how much of a talent he is, because you know, we've got it in bucket loads here at the UKC. You can see so many drivers that just display such high levels of maturity and racecraft and pace. And a lot of them definitely going to go very, very fast. So those of you watching at home, you're looking at the future of Formula 1, the future of GT, Le Mans, the World Endurance Championship, Formula E. You're all looking at it right here. This is the future. A lot of these drivers have definitely got the ability to go very, very far if things go their way in their career. Could be seeing them very much on a world stage. Final preparations ahead then, of course, of the Junior Rotax Super Final for round number 5 of the Ultimate Karting Championship here at Warden Law. Let me know in the YouTube chat what you guys think. Who's going to come out on top in this race? Kai Clark has looked very, very quick. Jacob Ashcroft, though, of course, you can't really ever count him out. He took victory, did the sweep at Wilton Mill. Didn't quite do it at Lark Hall, though I don't think the weather really favoured him too much. Then came fighting back at Dunkswell, but lost out in the final to Finley Buck, who was rapid in Devon. Of course, then came back to winning ways at Rowra. Could he continue that today here at Warden Law and extend that championship lead? He's, well, 97 points clear of Matteo Palazzo in second place. So a nice healthy margin ahead of the final race, or final race weekend when we head to PF International. Of course, after round number 2, those that were leading the championship got themselves that free ticket to the RMC International Trophy event, and a couple of our drivers obviously took over there. Jacob Ashcroft was the championship leader after round 2. He got that free entry. He then converted that into victory. Kai Clark was there as well. The driver he shares the front row with, he finished P3. So a lot of talent on that front row of the field, and a big grid as well to go with it. So 14 minutes plus the lap, just waiting for the drivers to get the signal round, which they obviously have. They're now making their way onto their formation lap. Got to get that temperature into the tyres. Shouldn't be too difficult to do that on such a hot day like today. We just have 2 spinners on the grid as well, so a bit too aggressive, I think, on the tyre warming skills. Of course, Ashcroft is going to be very tough to beat, but just getting word in the YouTube chat as well of just the battle behind for points. Albi Lappa, Matteo Palazzo separated by just 6 points. Also Wolfit and Sumner by 3. Finley Buck not a million miles behind as well. Very helped by his incredible standout performance when we took to Dunkswell for round number 3 of this championship. Did make a point of it saying during the grid, but Leon Hasty down in P26, what can he do as he tries to carve his way forward through the pack? He's not a driver that's going to settle for a P26, let me tell you that. After fighting for victory at Larkhall, missing out, oh my goodness me there, the 282. Somehow spinning on what should be a straight line, but just trying to warm up the tyres there. Was a bit too aggressive, found their way sideways and probably caught the driver there off guard. That was Daniel Minto, will be starting this race from last. However, we get this race underway. Jacob Ashcroft will lead us in towards turn number 1. Of course, Kai Clark has to settle for second place. 14 minutes plus the lap to go. And the Junior Rotax Super Final gets going. And a couple of spinners already. That's the 251 towards the back end of the field. That's Sebastian Clark that's had an off. So already drama before and during the opening lap of this race. Inside line for the 16 of Matteo Palazzo as he picks his way past and up now into 3rd place. A couple of moves being made from these drivers as they funnel their way through the opening lap. It's always exciting because you've got 34 cars all trying to squabble for the same bit of track space. The 24 there, Ryan Gandor, trying to again make amends for not the best of starts in the world, and again all of them just trying to pick their way through, find their bit of tarmac and try not to get involved in too much carnage and chaos in the opening lap because it's very easy to happen. A couple of carts running wide as we tick off the first lap. It's Jacob Ashcroft from Kai Clark and Matteo Palazzo now the top 3. Palazzo up 2 places on the opening lap. Started in 5th, used the inside line to barrel his way up a couple of places, and now we've got a breakaway between the top 3. So Ashcroft going to be difficult to beat, but if they can continue to bridge that gap, it's going to be isolating him, and Kai Clark will be loving an opportunity to go for a victory. Just in behind that, you've got the likes of Wolfit and Ryan Gandor, who didn't get the best of starts, but will be looking to make up for that. Still inside the top 5, still firmly in the contention for this, and Jacob Ashcroft now have to go defensive. Here comes Kai Clark up the inside, opens the door nearly for Matteo Palazzo. Jacob Ashcroft unsighted by the move there from Kai Clark, who picked his way through and now is into the lead of the race. Ashcroft, of course, with a driver of his caliber, comes into every round with a target on his back. Everyone wants to beat him because the 246 is the one that sets the standard, and now Kai Clark goes through. Still got 12 minutes of this race left to go though, so effectively we've still got a super heat left of this final. Drivers now settling their way into their rhythm. Kai Clark, I think, has got the measure, has got the pace to start pulling away, especially if Palazzo puts some pressure on his championship rival. Not the best of lines through that second hairpin there for Jacob Ashcroft, and that's allowed Kai Clark to get a kart length or so extra in his favour. Some moves being made a bit further back. That's the 24 of Ryan Gandor, I think, getting overtaken. I think Rory Armstrong, Daniel Kilpatrick, those two around you is not really what you want by any stretch of the imagination. He's now tailed by Luca Holmes-Ballock, so I think dropped to the back end of the top 10 is the 24 of Ryan Gandor. Out of the final corner once again, we'll see what the situation is as they break the beam, but Rory Armstrong and Daniel Kilpatrick really making the most of this race thus far. They are some of the big movers this weekend. There's a couple of moves there. You can see Gandor under pressure still, maybe even at risk of falling outside of the top 10 as he's got a swarm of cars all chasing after him. The 31 dropping out there. That was Finley Buck, who of course took victory at Dunkswell in the final. Not quite swinging his way this weekend in terms of having to carve his way inside the top 10. Look for Leon Hasty as well on the O plate, already up into 16th place, up 10 in the opening couple of laps, really riding the wave of when everyone's bunched up and just slowly but surely picking his way through. The 116, Thomas Jackson versus Finley Smith, the 34, sweeping his way around the outside. There you can see the 24, Ryan Gandor, trying his best just to stay on touch with those inside the top 10. Still 10.5 minutes left to go. At the front, Kai Clark stretching that advantage, now 6/10 clear of Jacob Ashcroft, which is a huge advantage to have over a driver of that caliber. However, still plenty of this race left to go. Do not count Ashcroft out until the end. That hairpin has definitely been the site of a lot of drama, and a lot of people are using it as a good opportunity to go for some moves. You've got to be so careful though, because the next corner is a long right-hander, and that can again open the door for a double switchback. The O-plate Leon Hasty picks off another kart up another place. Where is he now? He's worked his way into 16th, so now into what would be 15th if he's worked his way past Thomas Jackson. There's the 116, closely followed by the 232. That's Riley Bishop. John Buchan, the 13, just in behind that as well. Blair Smith is the one with a fast lap, actually, because of just how chaotic this race has been thus far. Kart going over the grass there, taking an interesting interpretation of track limits there. I don't know if it was a mistake or whether or not the driver was forced out there, kicking up some dust and definitely some dirt on that tyre. The 45, Blair Smith, with the fast lap, has got Rory Armstrong for company, and of course the Downhorn Racing kart was the one that was making some huge sends earlier on in the day. Really brave stuff. Same to Daniel Kilpatrick, the 20, so look out for those two teammates as they try and work their way together to go forwards. They're inside the top 10 already. Up a couple of places are the pair of them, and I'm sure they're going to look to continue that theme. Kai Clark now leads 3/4 of a second clear from Jacob Ashcroft, who now might have to turn his attention looking backwards to Matteo Palazzo, his championship rival, the cut number 16. Look to the inside there, that's the 82. Further down the field, that's Lewis Radcliffe. So that's the fight for 15th. Any one of them really, at this stage in the race, still has an opportunity maybe to work their way inside the top 10. Leon Hasty works his way back to the inside of the 34 of Finley Smith and picks off another victim. Not been the best races. The 282, unfortunately, having a couple of issues. I think that was one of the karts that spun on the formation lap. Could well be an answer as to why that happened. Unfortunately, yeah, just going slowly, and an issue for them. That's going to be not the way you want to end your day by any stretch of the imagination, considering the journey that we've taken to get all the way here. 7.5 minutes left of this race, plus, of course, the lap. The GP plate of Albie Lapper trying to keep Joshua Smith at bay. So look for the peppermint liveried OTK of Albie Lapper, of course, has come into this definitely, you know, with some confidence. The pace was there momentarily in the Super Heat, but just seems that he's not really settled into a nice rhythm in the Super Final, but still holding on for what is a very respectable P5. Taking over half distance in this race then. Very much walking out of the woods, and the gap at the front, Kai Clark has grown it to 1.1 seconds. Begs the question, what can Ashcroft do? What can Palazzo do if they still want to win this race? Or are they just going to have to settle for their own respective battle in the fight for second? Joshua Smith in the sort of pink / red-ish white liveried car of the 15, chasing after the GP plate of Albie Lapper. So that's the battle for 5th. They are closing in actually on Charlie Wolfert, so maybe that's the priority here. Get a couple of extra championship points. Also look out for Rory Armstrong, Daniel Kilpatrick, Blair Smith and Ryan Gandor, who's just able to stay inside the top 10, nearly 3 wide as the 13 of John Buchan tries to get involved with this battle with Thomas Jackson. And the 228 of Luca Holmes-Ballock just in front of him as well. Into the final couple of corners, and it does get very, very busy indeed. John Buchan now looking to go to the inside. They're ducking and diving in towards turn number 1, trying to find the space to the outside. Really the move that you can make. It's just such a long right-hand. They're taking so much speed through it that around the outside is almost asking to be sort of ran off the road a little bit, just with the battling the understeer. So thinking better on that occasion. The gap at the front has come down marginally. It was like 1.2 seconds. It's now 1.08 last time they broke the beam. So I think it did go in favour of Jacob Ashcroft that last lap. Inside line opens up though for Rory Armstrong on the inside of Joshua Smith, and he picks his way through. That's now going to be 6th place for the 266. His pace in his racecraft has looked so incredibly strong this weekend. Leon Hasty, he's up into 11th place, by the way, so up 15 places from 26th on the grid. Is a top 10 possible from that far down? We'll have to wait and see what Leon Hasty can deliver in the final 5 minutes of this race. And a huge send once again. Rory Armstrong is so brave on the brakes. That was on Albie Lapper, caught the GP plate napping, who's now dropped down a couple of places behind at the very least. Joshua Smith, who was trying so hard to get through, all he had to do was allow Rory Armstrong to have a go. The 45 of Blair Smith there tries to be late on the brakes to keep Daniel Kilpatrick at bay, and that's going to allow him to close the gap. But what a move that was from Rory Armstrong. He loves that move to the inside of that first hairpin. Late on the brakes. It was touch and go. I mean, if Albie Lapper wanted to continue turning in, they would have had a crash, but wise of the GP plate just to think better and turn out of it. But an absolute launch there from Rory Armstrong. Very nicely done indeed. Getting towards the tail end of this race then, just 4 minutes left to go. Plus, of course, the lap, so probably about 5 or 6 laps left to go in this race. Ashcroft now with a fast lap. That last time by was a PB and the fast lap. However, once he'd done that, Kai Clark responded with his own PB, only 1/100th of a second slower. Albie Lapper trying to find a way back through on Joshua Smith, and at the very least trying to keep Ryan Gandor behind him. Rory Armstrong has left Kilpatrick for dust, really. They were carving their way through together. Rory Armstrong now in 5th. Kilpatrick still down in 10th place. His progress has stalled ever so slightly as it's getting very busy into the final couple of corners, with just a handful of laps left to go for the Junior Rotax Super Final. Mechanical flag coming in for the radiator of kart number 19, Lucas Howe. I think it was a similar issue to what we saw Jamie Zyra have in the 177. So, yeah, mechanical flag means the stewards have noted it and almost forced to come in and effectively retire. You can fix the issue and go back out. But at that point, it's over and there's contact. The 15 of Joshua Smith has made contact. I think that was with Albie Lapper. And that's going to drop him way down the order. The 82 has gone round as well. Lewis Radcliffe has had an issue, and it's a disaster for both of them. All of that hard work and a chance for a very decent position for the pair of them now over. That promotes Leon Hasty, though, inside the top 10. Albie Lapper drops outside. He goes to P11 after the contact. He still got better off. Still was able to continue on, but you have to feel for the 15, who again just had to sit there and wait effectively for the entire train of karts to come through because you can't rejoin. So unfortunate for Joshua Smith there, who goes from fighting for P5 down to P29, and still with 2 minutes left on the clock. Black flag has come in for the 282 of Daniel Minto. So that was the driver that spun on the formation lap, worked up a couple of places, I think had an issue going slowly. I think maybe that's what caused the mechanical flag for the radiator. Maybe didn't come in and has thus been black flagged to tell them you have to be coming in because it needs to be sorted. Unfortunately, I think maybe still out there running. 1 minute and 40 plus the lap still left to go. Just getting word that Leon Hasty running anew the Haase chassis this weekend, so new equipment, maybe explaining why he's not been on the pace that we're really used to seeing. And I say on the pace that we're used to seeing, he's still running inside the top 10. He's still made up, 17 places from where he started, but considering he used to be fighting for wins, maybe just adjusting to that chassis. And to be fair, he's done a fantastic job to race as well as he has been. It's been mightily impressive for the Scottish driver, who we saw perform very well and take that home victory, of course, at Larkhall after the penalty for Jared Fox-Whiteley. The 282 of Minto is into the pits and unfortunately out of this race. Same too, is that the O-plate of Leon Hasty? Potentially could be, I think it is, yeah, he's out of the top 10. So just thinking about how good he was doing, he is out of this race. He stopped and out of the car. Huge shame there for the O-plate of Leon Hasty right at the end of the race. Some really bad luck there for the Scottish driver again, just when you thought he was returning to form and fighting his way back forward. It's the case. Another car has stopped as well on the just on that run in towards the heaviest braking zone on the circuit. So the very fast section there, you definitely need those double wave yellows. 20 seconds left on the clock. Kai Clark breaks the beam once again. He starts the penultimate lap of the race. big shame there for Leon Hastie and for all the drivers at DNF, because it's a lot of hard work that's now been unraveled right at the depot, but still some valuable experience, and especially for Leon Hastie as well, a driver of his caliber, adjusting to that new equipment on a day like today as well, where it's hot and not easy to drive. He's been, you know, he's got a lot to be proud of. He made 18 places before he had some technical problems, so some really big positives to fall back on. Nonetheless, Rory Armstrong is on the rear end of the 95 of Charlie Wolfert. This is the battle for 4th place as we almost tick our way onto the final lap then of the Junior Rotax Super Final. Kai Clark is gunning for that victory. At the final corner for the penultimate time for these drivers. Kai Clark 22nd in the championship, purely because, not because he's been slow all season, but because he's missed 3 rounds. The rounds that he has been here, he's taken victories, and he's on the final lap of this race. He just set a PB and a new fastest lap of the race that last time by as well. To outclass a driver as good as Jacob Ashcroft, a world champion and the comfortable championship leader, Kai Clark is a talent for sure. And whenever he's here at the UKC, he most definitely does deliver in terms of results. Here at Warden Law, of course, it's been a tough weekend to manage the heat, the tyre temperatures and all of the battling that's gone with it. Out of the final corner for the 67 of Kai Clark. He shines here at Warden Law. The checker flag waves and he sees it first. He takes victory for round number 5 of the Ultimate Karting Championship. Jacob Ashcroft, Matteo Palazzo, Charlie Wolfert and Rory Armstrong, who came very close to taking 4th place, unfortunately has to settle for 5th, but still a mighty effort there from Rory Armstrong, starting in P9, up 4 places from where he started this race. Incredible stuff as they peel their way into Parc de Ferme. Very deserved win there for Kai Clark, and a big congratulations to him. Some respect being shown as well between himself and Jacob Ashcroft, who had to settle for 2nd. Still a fantastic result for him, and will still extend the championship lead. But after winning all of his heats, the expectation coming into the final was that maybe there's an opportunity that he can go all the way. Kai Clark, though, put an end to that dream with the fast lap as well. Let's talk you through the results then of the penultimate final of the day. Kai Clark takes victory from championship leader Jacob Ashcroft. Matteo Palazzo will join them both on the podium. Charlie Wolfert had quite a quiet race until the end, where Rory Armstrong was knocking on his door for 4th place. They had to settle for 5th in the end, did Armstrong. Ryan Gandel from Blair Smith in 7th. Then comes Daniel Kilpatrick, who was making some moves. Eli Baden and Albie Lapid, despite some contact with Joshua Smith at some point in the race, will round out in 10th. Finley Smith from Luca Holmes Baddock. Then comes John Buchan, P13 for Kart 13. Thomas Jackson from Finley Buck, the top 15. Then comes Riley Bishop and Lewis Sumner, recovering well after car issues earlier in the day. Alfie McBain from repechage to P18. Then comes Lloyd Palmer and Sebastian Clark in 20th place. Of course, behind that, got Cody LePetrel, Alex Lynn, Joseph Mills, Sam Mott and Joshua Smith, after contact and been sat stranded on the outside of the circuit waiting for an opportunity to rejoin, finishes 25th. From Thomas Harper, Jake Rafferty, Leon Hastie, an unfortunate retirement for the O-Plate from Lucas Howe and Lomond Wilcox, the top 30. A couple more drivers behind that, the likes of Daniel Minto, Lewis Radcliffe, Alex Goodson and Max Colbert, of course, all of whom who couldn't quite take to the checkered flag. But all in all, a very good way to round off Junior Rotax for this weekend. Let's take a look then at some of the highlights of the race. The race very quickly got itself underway, and Kai Clark establishing a nice run in towards turn 1, just tucking in behind the 246 of Ashcroft and minimising the opportunity of being taken to the inside by the likes of Matteo Palazzo, who himself worked his way nicely into 3rd place. Then the pressure was on. The 67 of Kai Clark saw the inside, did not hesitate one bit to make the move. Matteo Palazzo tried to follow him through as well. And from then on, Kai Clark was the measure of the field. He bridged his way further and further. Then it was a battle between Albie Lapper, Joshua Smith, then the 266 of Rory Armstrong, who looked to go to the inside and slowly but surely picked his way through the field. Started 9th, got a bit of a slow start, then worked his way back forward again. What a race it was for a very aggressive and very hard-charging Armstrong. In towards the hairpin, there was some contact, I think, between Albie Lapper, and it was. Albie Lapper went straight into the back end, you can imply from that shot of the 15. Sent them both round, and the 15 definitely did get the worst end of that. Nonetheless, out of the final corner for Kai Clark, he put his foot to the floor. He saw the checker flag first, and he took victory after a very hard-fought battle here at Warden Law. And what a race it was for the Junior Rotax Super Final. Let's head down to Martin to have a chat with some of the drivers.
So, Matteo, 3rd place, well done. Can you tell me how you feel your race went?
Went alright, started P5, held possession at the start, got up to P3 and then just had my race from there. Just kind of stayed P3, it was all spread out at the front, but good race, P3 not too bad.
Yeah, very good race indeed, mate. How was it driving out there? Obviously, it's very warm.
Yeah, it was difficult with the heat, made it physically challenging, but got it done in the end.
Excellent, mate. Okay, well done, and thank you very much. If we can try and find Jacob Ashcroft for our next interview. Jacob seems to have disappeared, so we might have to go with our first place, Kai Clark. Kai, if you could make your way over here, please, mate. Thank you very much. Well done, first place. You seem to pull out a decent gap and manage to hold it. Could you describe how you've been able to achieve that for us?
The go-kart's been really fast all weekend and we just managed to get away from Jacob in the end of the race. That's about it.
Yeah, have you found yourself, have you made an effort to manage your tyres right from the start of the weekend, and this has maybe played into why you've been so fast?
Yeah, kind of.
And can you tell us what you think about Warden Law? Is it a track that you enjoy driving?
Yeah, it's a really good track. It's quite hard with all the bumps and stuff, but...
Yeah, I bet it is. I bet it's quite difficult on the arms. OK, thank you, and well done, Jacob. We're going to take you back to our commentator now. Thank you.
One last time then for round number 5 of the Ultimate Karting Championship in 2025. It's time for the Senior Rotax Super Final. And I, for one, cannot wait for it at all. We saw some brilliant battles earlier on through their Super Heats and into the repechage as well. We get plenty of Senior Rotax action out there on circuit. And as you can see, they're making their final preparations. And let's talk you through the grid. Macaulay Bishop has been the star of this weekend. He'll be joined by Gabe Fairbrother, our championship leader, on the front row. Jack West and Joshua Turnbull keep each other company on row number 2. From Alexander Cole and Jack Lilly, they're in 6th. Ewan Sharman and Jake Perrelly will keep each other company on row number 4. Behind that, Max Taylor, Angus Scrivener rounds off the top 10 from Adam Wooden and Neo Clark in 12th. Jack Baker alongside Kean Geraghty in 14th place. The ex-championship leader will need to work his way forward very quickly. Harry Hertzgrover and Tristan Rene as well, dropping down to 4th place in the championship after the Super Heats. Morgan Hudson-Brown from Jack Thompson, the top 9 rows from Lewis Merica and Kai Hunter starting this race from P20. Ethan Critchley from William Antrobus and Lewis Harvey. Stephen Napier keeping him company on row number 12. Harrison Crowther, Luca Palazzo, and then Marcus King from James Philip King in 28th place. Ben Donkin and Ben Horn are the last of those that automatically qualified for the Super Final. Then comes our repechage winners, John Brown, Benjamin Lee on row 16 from Rhys Bailey, and David Mitchell, the 17th and final row. And on that note about the championships, Gabe Fairbrother, after a 2nd place in the Super Heat, has matched Kean Geraghty in points in the championship. He's got less overall points, but in terms of the drop scores, they're matched now on 504 points apiece. So look out for the 11, look out for the 79. Also, Jack West and Tristan Rene, by the way, are separated by just 1 point after drop scores as well. So it's very, very close in the Senior Rotax Ultimate Karting Championship. Looking forward to this one then, because there's a lot at stake. And Kean Geraghty, by the way, starting all the way down in P14, where Gabe Fairbrother is starting, quite far up on the front row of the field. So he's got a very, really hard task as Kean Geraghty. His consistency has been there or thereabouts all season long. Was the championship leader after round 2, of course, got that invitation to the RMC Trophy and did very, very well over there. Of course, races MX5 and things, has definitely got the caliber to win this championship. But a couple of poor performances here or there. Kean Geraghty has dropped down ever so slightly. It's mainly been this weekend, in all honesty, that's sort of let him down. It's been a weekend where he's not actually finished inside the top 3, the only weekend that's happened for him. Other than that, it's been, you know, quite consistent for King Geraghty, so he really does need to find a way to carve his way forward and limit the damage to Gabe Fairbrother to give himself the easiest chance possible going into the final race at PF International in a couple of months' time, where we'll have a standout championship finale. Same two, by the way, the 192 of Jack West and Tristan Rene, all of whom have taken race victories this season. Macaulay Bishop as well, by the way. He's up in 11th place in the championship despite missing 2 rounds and is the one on a absolute blinding win streak. He has taken the last 7 victories on the bounce in the UKC, and of all the races that he's competed in thus far this season, he's lost 2 of them. He did also, he was at Larkhall, which of course was a very difficult weekend in of itself. He took 2 victories there, and then since his return last weekend at Rowra, he's been winning everything. So let's see if Gabe Fairbrother from the front row or anyone else can challenge him. Let me know your thoughts in the YouTube chat. Of course, thank you for keeping me company. I've been all by myself in the commentary box. No Kev, he's been off at Laguna Seca, and of course with you know, doing some fantastic stuff over there. We saw from him a bit earlier on with all the Formula 1 cars and stuff, but has meant that I'm all by myself. So thank you to everyone for keeping me company in the YouTube chat. Have been reading all your messages and stuff, and thank you for all the information that a lot of you guys have been giving. Let me know who you're cheering for at home, who's the one that you're supporting, maybe your friends, maybe your family. Let me know where you're watching from as well, and make sure, of course, you have liked and subscribed to the Alpha Live and to the UKC YouTube channel to stay up to date with all things just motorsport generally, but the UKC, of course, specifically, as we approach towards our final round of 2025 already. We went to Wilton Mill, then Larkhall, Dunkswell, Rowra, here today at Warden Law, and then in a couple of months' time we'll be taking to the legendary PF International to crown a lot of our champions. Very much looking forward to that, and like I said, it's been an absolutely amazing season of racing. Just waiting for the final sort of bits of preparation and green lights to go ahead before we can get these karts going around on the circuit for roughly 15 more minutes of racing. 14 minutes plus the lap, of course. I think it shouldn't be too much longer until they're making their way on the formation lap, which hopefully we'll see a couple of less spinners and issues on the formation lap. Should be a pretty easy affair just to get those tyres up to temperature, get yourself around and get this race underway. So on the formation lap then, Macaulay Bishop, Gabe Fairbrother sharing the front row, and Gabe Fairbrother immediately getting the jump. He's ready to get off and ready to go. But you can see frantically weaving around, trying to get some friction into those tyres, trying to get some temperature into them. Already an issue for the 92. A shame there for them. Are they able to get that kart restarted and get themselves out onto the circuit? I think so. So they will join this lap. That's Ben Horner. Should start from P29. I think we'll just be rejoining the back end of this queue. Sort of one of those positions where it is awkward to settle yourself back into. P1, you know, it's quite easy to see as to where P1 is, but you know, P29, one of those awkward positions. So, yeah, a shame, but still in this race. False start has been shown, by the way, I think just to allow the stricken driver to come through. So we get another formation lap then, and more anticipation building. For the final race of the day. It's all been boiling down to this, as Kev Harris explained earlier on in the day. The road to the podium ends right here, right now, with the Senior Rotax Super Final. They'll grid themselves up, of course, in that formation. Macaulay Bishop on the 1 plate. Alongside him, the 11 of Gabe Fairbrother. Jack West and Joshua Turnbull just in behind on the second row of the field. Let's see who's going to come out on top here at Warden Law. The championship battle is tied on points after drop scores, with just 5 races left of 2025 for Senior Rotax. Now making their way into that Noah's Ark 2x2 formation, crawling pace for Macaulay Bishop. He controls them as they make their way around the final couple of corners. 14 minutes plus the lap. And for the final time for the Ultimate Karting Championship here at Warden Law, it's foot to the floor and we go racing towards turn number 1. Good start then from the number 1. The pole sitter of Macaulay Bishop gave Fairbrother side by side with him as he now gets tipped by the 192 of Jack West. There's carnage in the background. The 79 of Kean Geraghty has gone off. He's round. And at the back end of the field, that's drama for the driver that came in to this round as the championship leader, now last in the Super Final. All tame at the front though, as Macaulay Bishop is able to hang firm onto that race lead. Look out for the O-plate of Kai Hunter as well. Started this race from P20 and has already carved his way up a couple of places, maybe mixing his way through. Could well be in contention for a top 10 by the time we get to the end of this race. Gabe Fairbrother able to thwart off the attack from Jack West. The 347 looks to go to the inside. Adam Wooden comfortably now back inside the top 10. Max Taylor with him as well. What a dramatic start to this race then, and lap 1 is in the books. Gabe Fairbrother momentarily got himself in front of Macaulay Bishop, but the number 1 plate was able to hold firm going in towards turn number 1. Jack West in third from Alexander Cole and Ewan Charman the top 5. Look out then for the 11, look out for the 192. Anyone can still win this race. Macaulay Bishop was under pressure earlier on in the day. I think has to go slightly defensive in towards the hairpin just to deter the attack. And there's another car off there. That's the 28, I believe. Neo Clark has had an issue. So returned, of course, to the UKC in 2025. Has had some pretty standout results. Is inside the top 10 in the championship. And, well, at the moment is out of this race. The 13 of Alexander Cole having to go defensive in towards the prime overtaking opportunity down at Gasworks Bend. And out of the final corner, once again, 12 minutes, 18 seconds. Still to go. Plenty of racing action still to come. And Fairbrother is all over the rear end of Macaulay Bishop. And with his main championship rival firmly out of contention, this puts him in good stead going in towards that final round at PF International. Kean Geraghty, I don't think, has lost the championship lead since the end of round 1. And right now it's changed hands and, well, swinging firmly in the favour of Gabe Fairbrother. We're at that point in the season now where championship standings really do start to matter. You start counting those points in your head. What positions do you need? In towards Gasworks Bend again, and you can see the driver's half defending, just staying in the middle of the circuit, giving the driver behind a choice. Do you risk it around the outside, in which case I'm going to open the steering, or do you try and chance it on the inside, in which case I'm going to go for a switchback? Does put you ever so slightly off pace compared to those in front, but is a very good way of defending your position. Joshua Turnbull sets the fast lap of the race down in P10. That switches hands all the way down to Jack Lilly down in P25. So definitely some pace throughout the entirety of the field, some high levels of competition. There we can see Jack West on the back end of Gabe Fairbrother. Look to the inside there, Ewan Charman versus Alexander Cole. Adam Wooden getting involved through this hairpin as well. Charman leads this train, trying to chase after the top 3. He was one of the most impressive drivers back at Wilton Mill. Really standout performance to kickstart the season and has been there or thereabouts for the entirety of 2025 as the 4-2-1. Another lap in the books, still status quo at the front. Ewan Charman, though, up to 4th. Cole all the way down, demoted to 7th. Max Taylor has picked his way through now, up to 6th place from what was a P9 start, so already up 3. Adam Wooden from P11 now into the top 5. Just goes to show that, yes, starting grid, it does matter. Starting positions do matter, but if you've got that racecraft, is, oh my goodness me, up onto 2 wheels there. The number 13 of Alexander Cole, who has had the most unlucky last couple of laps, contact after contact and just losing position after position. Up on the 2 wheels there momentarily. I'm sure he'd have been quite shocked to have seen that. Jack Baker now defending going into the Gasworks Bend. But the senior Rotax guys do not leave anything on the table by any stretch of the imagination. Still got over half of this race still remaining. Adam Wooden then up into 5th. Kai Hunter from 20th all the way inside the top 10 now. Up 12 places to 8th. Jack Baker, Joshua Turnbull, the top 10. And dropping outside of it is the 13 of Alexander Cole. He's lost 10 positions in the span of just 2 laps. That's not at all what he was planning to do coming into this. The pace definitely reminiscent of more than that. Side by side, the 57 of William Antrobus. Nicely picking his way through on the inside there. That's the thing about these races. There's battles here, there, and everywhere. You look and someone at some point is going side by side. The level of competition, not just in karting, but especially in the Ultimate Karting Championship, is incredible. And we can see there momentarily 3, almost 4 wide, going into the left-hander just after Gasworks Bend. This long left that almost sweeps entirely back round on yourself. The number 20 you can see getting involved there, Ethan Critchley. So this is a battle for about P20 or so. All getting involved. You'd think they've been fighting for a world championship. Kai Hunter, of course, with years of experience. The S-plate of Max Taylor, though, looks to go to the inside and nips his way past the 347 of Adam Wooden, and very nicely done. Just, again, sees the gap, puts the kart there, says thank you, this is my corner now, and works his way into what is 5th place. So Max Taylor, Kai Hunter, both of them doing a fantastic job as just to carve their way through this field. Kai Hunter on the O-plate, of course, is a very big name in the world of British karting. The only back-to-back champion of the UKC. That record could well be matched by Emerson McAndrew-Uren in 2025, but Kai Hunter has won this championship twice before. He knows what it takes to win, and starting P20, he's worked his way up 13 places already now, ahead of Jack Thompson. 7 minutes, 50 seconds, plus the lap still to go. Macaulay Bishop controlling this race, controlling the pace ahead of Gabe Fairbrother, and still Jack Weston behind us. Huge send to the inside there from the 94 of Angus Scrivener, who had a fantastic race earlier on, actually, in the Super Heat. So nice to see him making up some places as well, with some pretty good moves, covering off the switchback as well. Through this long left-hander, we can see our race leaders. There's the orange and white, number 11, Gabe Fairbrother, now championship leader. With Macaulay Bishop not really a threat in the championship. Yes, he's a threat on the rounds that he shows up for, but not in terms of the championship. Does Gabe Fairbrother really need to push and risk a mistake, or is he happy with P2 in the overarching narrative of that championship? Ticked over the first half of this race then, and already had some drama and excitement. I'm sure there's still more to come. Look to the inside there, the 57, nicely spotted. That, of course, William Antrobus. Inside opens up and you just sort of go, yeah, cool, that's mine now. Thank you very much. It's one of those ones where as soon as your kart's alongside, you sort of just command the corner, and then you get to this braking zone where you do just have to defend us for your life, really. There's a bit of tyre rubbing as well, just to the back end of this train. Because in trains as big as this, if you sort of try and set up a switchback, you know someone is going to try and send a move to the inside of you. And that's just not what you want. It's so difficult to set up moves and think methodically, think 2 or 3 corners in advance, and, you know, sacrifice one corner to better yourself through another. If it's a 1v1, it's much easier, but when you've got, you know, 5 or 6 other karts behind you wanting your position, it makes it just that little bit more difficult. Just under 6 minutes left to go, and karts changing here, there, and everywhere for position. 17, Morgan Hudson-Brown. So we're watching roughly about the battle for P sort of 12 or 13. The 57 of William Antrobus is P11. So closing in on what could well be a top 10 finish. If they can get onto the back of the 94 of Angus Scrivener, that would then be ideal and get them into that upper echelon, the top third of the field. You know, and to finish top 10 in a grid as competitive as the Ultimate Karting Championship, you know, these are some of the best drivers in the country that have all gone on to do some fantastic things in Europe and on the world stage as well. You know, to finish in the top third of that is a very big achievement in of itself. Even if you're not getting those podiums and wins and trophies, you can come away from a weekend at the UKC and feel very, very proud of yourself just for showing up and doing a good job. 5 minutes left on the clock, still plus the lap, of course, so still got a handful, probably about 6 or 7 laps left of this race. Macaulay Bishop now stretching that advantage to 3/4 of a second. Not really seen too much in the way of a battle for the lead. There's the 39, that's Lewis Merica, under pressure from Lewis Harvey, the 39 and the 74. Harrison Crowther as well, firmly involved with all of them. So at this stage of the race, of course, where your tyres are absolutely knackered and you yourself are absolutely knackered. It's been long days. Like I said earlier, they've probably been here since Thursday evening to get set up, then Friday for testing, Saturday and Sunday racing. It's been a very warm weekend. We're in the peak of summer, really, in terms of temperature. It's a long weekend. It takes a lot out of you physically, and the bumps as well. Speaking to the drivers, the bumps around Warden Law, it's undulating. There's a lot of long corners where you're putting a lot of load laterally, and that, you know, wears down your neck, your core, your forearms. The bumps as well definitely do not help. It's a physical circuit. It's probably the warmest that it's been today as well, so these drivers really get in the brunt of it, and you've got to then push for the longest race of the weekend. There we can see one of the Guy Cunnington Racing bumpers, and we can then see one of the Guy Cunnington Racing carts off the road, the 26. Just going to confirm as to who that is as soon as I can. Yeah, that's them with a front bumper off, and them firmly not competing in this race any longer. Huge shame there for Marcus King, the 26. Who's now stranded in the infield section of the circuit, and yeah, with some yellow flags being waved, then it just puts an end to this overtaking opportunity into Gasworks Bend. Of course, as soon as that yellow flag is waved, you do have to acknowledge it. You have to lift to show that you're prepared to slow down, change direction, in some cases stop, because there could be a marshal on the road or what have you. And of course, no overtaking. Carries too much risk, so especially in that sector of the circuit, for drivers, it's going to be quite frustrating to see the yellow flag, because it means you just cannot go for one of the prime overtaking opportunities on the circuit. So they're going to be hoping that that gets cleared and back to green as soon as possible to open the door. Ewan Charman still in 4th place for the 421. Still has an opportunity maybe to close the gap to the 192 of Jack West, as you can see just in front, making their way now into the Dunlop chicane. It's only a couple of kart lengths or so. So if Max Taylor and Adam Wooden get the memo and want to work together for the final couple of laps of this race, it is still possible for one of them to get themselves onto the podium, but they all have to be on it. It could be very easily the case that Max Taylor goes, you know what, I want to go for P4. I'm sure wielding the S-plate definitely not going to be the case. He's a driver of high caliber, knows the racecraft, knows the message, and knows that probably there's a bigger battle to be fought than just for P4 at the moment. Macaulay Bishop versus Gabe Fairbrother, that gap has stayed about the same. Bishop did open it up to about 0.8 of a second. It's now close to about 6 and a bit. So only about a kart length or so. Jack West, and then comes this chasing pack. So still very close. It's just not close enough that they're really going from any sense. So as has been pretty much the tell of the tale for all of today, it's just a very short fuse that needs that spark to ignite it in what could be an absolutely legendary race. But Macaulay Bishop just doing exactly what he needs to, which is driving the kart very quickly, lap after lap after lap. Gabe Fairbrother, though, is keeping him honest. We're going to come with 1 minute and 27 left on the clock. The third to final lap then. Next time by will be the penultimate lap. Kai Hunter still up into 7th place. Still with opportunity to go forwards if he's able to close the 1.4 second gap to the 3:47 of Adam Wooden. Ewan Charman has had a mightily impressive race, up 3 places from 7th. Same to Max Taylor, up 4 places from 9th. Kai Hunter, of course, up 13 from 20th, side by side as well. As here comes Max Taylor to the inside of Ewan Charman. That's going to open the door. Here comes as well Adam Wooden trying to nip his way on the inside of Max Taylor. That was a battle where the pressure was building, and now Ewan Charman knows he needs to defend. The dream of a podium is over. The switchback is there from the 3:47 of Adam Wooden, but just runs out of steam on that run in towards the long left-hander. 2 laps left to go then, and it's settled for a fight for 4th. Max Taylor tried to find the space. Ewan Charman defended it brilliantly. Has to go defensive towards the opening corner. Positions the kart really nicely, but all this battling, yeah, Jack West is going to feel safe for that podium. Really good stuff from Adam Wooden to get involved. This is going to allow Kai Hunter to close in. And with just a lap and a half left to go, this could be a really standout finish for the fight for 4th in the senior Rotax in towards the hairpin. Max Taylor goes with him to defend. The up and under is there, but Charman is not giving him any look of space. There's the think from the Adam Wooden. But just getting your nose to the inside of the Dunlop chicane, not going to work. White lining it effectively is, oh my goodness me! They're giving each other a lift. The 95 and the 31. That's John Brown and Harrison Crowther giving each other a lift, and a clap of a very sarcastic clap, I'm sure, there from Crowther in the 95. Nonetheless, on to the final lap of the race. It boils down to this. We've had thrills and we've had spills for round number 5 of the Ultimate Karting Championship. And the Senior Rotax Super Final has kept us on the edge of our seat in terms of suspense. Yellow flag's being waved, of course, so that's going to rob Max Taylor of an overtaking opportunity. Macaulay Bishop just has to bring it home for a sensational victory here at Warden Law. Only a mistake can rob him now, and Gabe Fairbrother has given it everything. But at least he'll have the solace of knowing that he's taken the championship lead going into the final round of 2025. Then the fight for fourth comes through into the final couple of corners. There's contact as the O plate of Kai Hunter makes contact outside of the final corner, though. It's going to be the number 1 plate. It's Macaulay Bishop that takes victory here at Warden Law for the senior Rotax Super Final. Gabe Fairbrother and Jack West will join him on the podium. Ewan Charman holds off for 4th place, and contact right at the death of it, I think that was between Kai Hunter and Max Taylor, robs them of chances of the top 4. So Jack Thompson capitalises up in a 5th place. What an end to the Super Rotax Super Final. What an end to racing action today. There you can see Macaulay Bishop peeling his way. And handshake shared between Gabe Fairbrother and Macaulay Bishop. Both of them pushing each other to a new height this weekend. Gabe Fairbrother taking the championship lead as well from Keane Geraghty, who was only able, to be fair, recovered to P19 after a spin on lap 1. Not bad going to salvage some points from this weekend, but that is going to put him on the back foot for the championship into PF International, and it is going to hand the torch to allow Gabe Fairbrother to potentially be the favourite. It's also going to bring in the likes of Jack West, who with a P3 today is firmly in contention for that championship. Just 4 races left to go, 4 championship point scoring races left to go for the Ultimate Karting Championship in 2025. Should be good to have a look once we've done the results when we go down to Martin. Let's run you through then the results of the final race of the day. And like I say, it was a very sensational victory for Macaulay Bishop. Gabe Fairbrother and Jack West join him on the podium. Ewan Charman, well, a stellar defence that was from the 4-2-1. Jack Thompson rounds off in 5th from Adam Woodham, and Kai Hunter making up 13 places from P20. Jack Baker from William Antrobus and Max Taylor, the top 10. Behind that, of course, a very close battle all the way through. Joshua Turnbull from Alexander Cole, who went from 4th to 13th and recovered to 12th. Jack Lilly from Morgan Hudson Brown. Then comes Lewis Harvey and Lewis Merica. Reese Bale from the last chance qualifier all the way up into 17th place. Stephen Napier, Keane Geraghty, P19, not at all what he'd have wanted, from Ben Donkin rounding up the top 20. Behind that, of course, it's then the likes of Benjamin Lee, James Philip King, then Ben Horner, David Mitchell and Ethan Critchley, the top 25. Angus Scrivener down in P26 for the 94, not at all where you'd expect him to be. John Brown, of course, after winning the repechage P27. Harrison Crowther, after contact between the pair of them. Tristan Rene and Marcus King, the top 30. Of course, behind that, Harry Hertzgrover, Neo Clark, Jamie Pirelli, and of course, Luca Palazzo are 4 DNFs of this race. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was a fantastic final race of the day. Let's talk through some highlights then, and it very much got underway in some speedy fashion. Gabe Fairbrother giving Macaulay Bishop the squeeze towards turn number 1, trying to limit the damage of Jack West on his inside, and the 192 did give it a go. And there you can see the 79 rolling backwards off the exit of turn 1, which is the last thing that he'd have wanted, and trying to recover some damage. Sent to the inside, the 347 Adam Wooden started his comeback drive very, very strong indeed, sending the move to the inside of the S-plate of Max Taylor. All the way through the race, though, it was just action and suspense non-stop. The fight for 4th place raged on as Max Taylor found the move to the inside of Ewan Charman, who went all the way around the outside, dipped a wheel into the grass just to hold firm on the inside for the second hairpin through the centre S's, and then into the very far section of the Dunlop chicane in towards Gasworks Bends. And there we can see probably the standout moment of the weekend, in all honesty. 2 karts giving each other a bit of a lift. That was John Brown and Harrison Crowther, I believe, just towards the tail end of the race, but nothing could take away from Macaulay Bishop. And then obviously the contact that happened on the final couple of moments of this race. The checker flag would wave in favour of the number 1 machine, who just was able to hold on with a very consistent drive from Gabe Fairbrother. What a way to end off this weekend. And hopefully Martin is down there ready to have a chat with some of these drivers, because these guys were electric. Let's head down then to Martin.
Jack West, 3rd place at Warden Law for senior Rotax. It's not a bad place to be. Do you want to tell us how your race went?
It went all right, close at the start, kind of slotted into 3rd, and then from there, to be fair, we didn't really have the pace of the 2 in front. I think that's because I took a bit too much out of the tyres in the heat, but still quite happy with a 3rd place. Good championship points, puts us in contention for PFI.
Good stuff, mate. Is there anyone that you would like to thank this weekend?
I'd like to thank my dad, Nathan, my mechanic, DHR and Time Racing Engines.
Excellent. Thank you very much and well done, mate. If we could please have Gabe Fairbrother. Here he comes. Well done, Gabe. Obviously, you lost first place quite early on in the race, and you weren't quite able to take it back. Can you tell us why that might be?
I mean, we're going up against the best drivers in the country. I mean, Bishop's definitely proved himself as a driver with past results, and yeah, I didn't actually quite get past him on that first lap on the start, but after that it was just a yo-yo effect. I think we started to overheat on the engine. We couldn't quite get in on him. We pulled the gap to P3, and then that gap just stayed the same between me and Bishop. So, I mean, it was a good race, good points. That means we're now leading the championship, which is a huge bonus to take away. Got a lot of confidence going into PFI now. So, yeah, can't fault the Ultimate R machine and the Potenza engines. I just want to thank them so much and thank my sponsors, On Security, HSS Hire, Vinyl Detail, Dorma Carber, and Position 1 Management.
Thank you very much. You just did my job for me. Thank you very much. That was Gabe Fairbrother. And if we could bring over our first place, Macaulay Bishop, wherever he might be. Macaulay Bishop, could we have Macaulay Bishop? He's sauntering over here right now. Macaulay, excellent race, mate. Obviously, as I said to Gabe, you managed to take first place quite early on in that race and then didn't seem to have a problem at all holding on to it. Can you tell us how the race unfolded for you?
Yeah, I mean, going into the final, we sort of knew how it would play out if I stayed in the lead at the first corner. We're just a bit different on the setup to everyone else, so we was quite weak in the first part of the race, but as soon as the tyres got going, yeah, just managed to bridge the gap, and then with about 3 minutes to go, just backed off a little bit to about 80%, and then yeah, just managed the tyres nicely and just brought it home.
Excellent, mate. Anyone that you would like to thank for this week, and anyone specific from Dan Holland Racing?
All the DHR, I mean, they're all amazing. My dad for on the tools, Time Racing Engines, and Darryl for tuning up the kart.
Okay, mate. Congratulations, and thank you for taking the time to talk to me. Okay, I'm going to say goodbye and let my friend Zach, the commentator, take over from me. Thank you very much.
Yeah, mega job there from Martin. Kev Harris's shoes are not easy to fill by any means, but you've done a brilliant job, and it's been a fantastic weekend here for the penultimate round of the 2025 season of the Ultimate Karting Championship. Thank you, of course, to everyone here this weekend for making it possible, all of the UKC staff, all of the Warden Law staff, the medical crew, and all of the marshals as well. Thank you to the entirety of the Alpha Live crew as well. All of the camera work has been impeccable. And thank you to, of course, everyone at home watching along and giving your support this weekend for the next generation of talent. My name has been Zach Sweeney. I've been talking you through all of the action here circuit side for the penultimate round of the 2025 UKC Championship. We'll be back then for the season finale when we take to PF International. It's goodbye for now.